What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.
Good afternoon, everyone. And can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the chamber and right across the Holyrood campus. Can I ask that members take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the chamber? Please only use the aisles and walkways to access your seat and when moving around the chamber. The first item of business is portfolio questions, and the first portfolio is environment, climate change and land reform. And question number 1 is James Dornan. Perhaps. Yeah. I think if that's acceptable to the member... Oh, here we are. We'll have Mr Dornan instead. He's very acceptable to the members, I know. So question number 1, James Dornan.
I'm delighted I came in at that point, Presiding Officer, to ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on what action it is taking regarding the consideration of protection for flapper skate.
Ben Macpherson.
I am pleased to announce the urgent designation of the Red Rocks and Longay Marine Protected Area to protect flapper skate, which is located in the inner Sound of Skye. This is being complemented with an urgent marine conservation order, and both orders will take effect on the 17th of March 2021. This MPA, which covers approximately 6 square kilometres, will provide strict interim protection for a nationally important nursery area and support conservation of this critically endangered species. A proposal for permanent protection of this location will be the subject of a public consultation during 2022.
Do we have James Dornan?
Yes, I hope so. Can the Cabinet Secretary, can the Minister explain to me why it is important we take this action urgently and what is the scientific basis for this designation?
Ben Macpherson.
Protection of this site is vitally important to support the conservation of this critically endangered species, which is protected internationally. Flapper skate were historically abundant in the northeast Atlantic, but their range has reduced significantly. This is the first skate egg habitat of this scale to be found in Scotland, and little is known about flapper skate breeding. We have therefore taken the precautionary approach of providing interim protection from all activities which could affect the area whilst we develop proposals for permanent protection.
A supplementary from Sarah Boyack.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Does the Minister agree with the Our Seas Coalition, who are concerned that the Scottish Government's claim that 30% of our seas are protected is misleading because many of those supposed protected areas don't actually have protective measures in place?
Ben McPherson.
The Scottish Government, as the member knows, is firmly committed to our marine protected areas, and that is why including this site of discussion today, 100 sites have fisheries management measures, of which 26 are specifically for nature conservation purposes. So the Scottish Government is committed to the effect that these marine protected areas have and the need for them in order to protect the species that we all treasure across the country. Thank you.
And question number 2 is Mark Ruskell.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government how it is protecting cetaceans from disturbance and injury caused by acoustic deterrent devices.
Ben McPherson.
The Scottish Government is committed to protecting marine wildlife, including whales, dolphins and porpoise. The current regulatory framework provides a high level of protection for crustaceans, with rigorous processes in place to ensure that action can be taken where required. A report on the use of acoustic deterrent devices at fish farms was laid in Parliament on the 1st of March, as required by the Animals and Wildlife Act 2020. This report explores the sufficiency of the regulatory framework and identifies where further action is required. We will work with the sector and relevant stakeholders to take these forward.
Mark Ruskell.
That report, published to Parliament last week, made no firm conclusions beyond requesting more data gathering and research. Can the Minister confirm how many licences have been granted by Marine Scotland to use ADDs under the European Protected Species Scheme? And will Marine Scotland pursue legal action against fish farms which continue to use these devices without a licence, especially when using thicker nets to protect against seal damage would be a reasonable alternative?
Ben McPherson.
I refer the member to the report, and as he'll be aware, the report concludes that, if necessary, additional measures will be introduced to ensure a consistent approach to meet international obligations. At present, there are no licences for European Protected Species licences for the use of acoustic deterrent devices at fish farms, resulting from the review instigated last year by Marine Scotland.
And a supplementary from Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Marine Scotland have criticised fish farms who aren't sticking to rules of properly reporting the shooting of seals under licence. So can I ask the Minister what action is being taken to ensure that those rules are being properly enforced? Ben
McPherson.
As the member will be aware, a change to the Marine Scotland Act came into force on the 1st of February, which removes the two grounds under which Scottish ministers can grant licence for to kill or take seals. And as would be expected, the appropriate bodies are enforcing this legislation.
Question number 3, Alison Johnstone.
To ask the Scottish Government what its position is on working towards making Scotland the world's first rewilding nation.
Ben McPherson.
We are committed to tackling the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. These are among the most important challenges of this generation and central to our green recovery from COVID-19. We are leading the world in our moves to end climate change and to restore biodiversity in Scotland. Our high-level statement of intent on biodiversity, published in December, set out our ambition, including our commitment to protect at least 30% of our land for nature, as well as the 37% of our seas which are already protected.
Alison Johnstone.
While the new Nature Restoration Fund, the additional 10 million agreed in Green Negotiation Government is welcome by ourselves and others, including the Scottish Rewilding Alliance and the RSPB. It's clear that we need more than investment, we need action. And key to being a rewilding nation are protected areas that mean more than just lines on a map. The Scottish Government does like to boast about how much of Scotland is protected, but you can dredge a marine protected area, you can have driven grouse shooting in a national park, and you can even build a golf course on a triple SI. So does the Minister agree that this is unacceptable, and what action will he take to ensure protected areas mean nature is actually protected?
Ben Macpherson.
The protections and requirements are set out in the primary legislation which we have agreed as a Parliament. The investment that was alluded to, that was agreed in the budget yesterday, will make an important difference, and I'm sure the next Parliament will look at how we continue to strengthen our measures on these matters as appropriate and as for the benefit of tackling climate change and preventing biodiversity loss, while considering the other factors and interests that we also have to be mindful of.
A supplementary from Alison.
Vitally important as this issue undoubtedly is, will the Minister agree that for many fragile communities in the Highlands and Islands, repeopling is also an overlap? Of course, rewilding and repeopling are not necessarily exclusive, so does the Minister agree that where we pursue policies aimed at either, it should be with the agreement and participation of those communities?
The sound wasn't great there. Did you catch all that, Minister? Can you get the gist of it?
I caught enough, thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful to Alison for highlighting the importance of our local communities, and I very much agree with them, and also as a previous Migration Minister. Securing the benefits that nature provides to people for the future is at the heart of our efforts to stem the decline in biodiversity loss. Our biodiversity statement of intent, published in December, which I mentioned, includes a strong focus on the role of local communities alongside a commitment to engage with stakeholders in the development of a new biodiversity strategy and associated action plan. Local biodiversity action partnerships provide a model for effective encouragement and coordination of local action, and we strongly encourage local communities to seize opportunities to manage and improve their environment.
Question number 4, Iain Gray.
To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with East Lothian Council regarding its climate change strategy 2020 to 2025.
Ben Macpherson.
The Scottish Government is committed to working closely with local government to facilitate high ambition in tackling the global climate emergency. Ministers and officials across the Scottish Government frequently meet with representatives of all Scottish local authorities, including East Lothian Council, to discuss support across a broad range of issues. Climate change officials last met with East Lothian Council on the 28th of October 2020 and discussed the recent Scottish Government Climate Change Plan update and how this aligns with the ambitions set out in the East Lothian Council Climate Change Strategy. Climate change officials also interact frequently with East Lothian regarding the climate emergency through public sector leadership forums such as Sustainable Scotland Network, amongst many others.
Iain Gray.
Thank you. East Lothian Council strategy is already driving real change. They've worked with the People's Energy Company to launch an affordable energy tariff for county residents. Household recycling rates have been increased to 55.3% of total household waste. There's been great progress in the installation of solar PV on the Council's housing stock, and most recently has been added the ambition to develop the East Lothian Climate Forest with the aim of planting 2 million trees across the county over the next decade. But all of this good work takes place in the face of a £4 million shortfall in funding faced by the Council. How can the Scottish Government provide real and practical support to the strategy?
Ben Macpherson.
First of all, pay tribute to Iain Gray's. Last time I'll probably interact with him in his work on behalf of the people of East Lothian. In 2021-22, in the budget agreed yesterday, East Lothian Council will receive a total funding package of £203.6 million to support local services, which includes an extra £5.5 million to support vital day-to-day services. However, with regard to tackling climate change, of course, there are other aspects that the Council, I'm sure, will be looking at, like the Scottish Government Low Carbon Fund and the vacant and derelict land fund in order to support local authorities to expand green space. In my previous role as Minister for Public Finance, I had very good engagement with East Lothian Council, and if there's capacity between now and the election period, I would be happy to receive correspondence and potentially engage with them on their issues of priority. Thank you.
Question number 5, Neil Findlay.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the action it's taking to tackle littering.
Ben McPherson.
We are clear that litter is a blight on our landscape and there is no excuse for it. Our national litter strategy is coming to the end of its 5-year lifespan. We have been assessing progress and will shortly publish a report on this. Later this month, the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform will contribute to a litter summit, providing an opportunity to reflect on the current situation, including the impact of COVID-19, and to look ahead at future priorities for tackling litter and improving our local environment. This will be the first in a series of opportunities to consider next steps, working collaboratively with key stakeholders.
Neil Findlay.
I'm glad the Minister agrees that it's a blight, because if you look in every town and city and country lane, you can see the levels of litter that have grown hugely since lockdown. And isn't it clear that councils are simply unable to cope with this under the current budget settlement and year-on-year cuts to their budget? So will the Minister make the case for giving councils back the cash to deal with this blight in our communities?
Ben McPherson.
So cleaning up litter costs public bodies £53 million a year, which is clearly money that could be better spent on other services. Local authorities, as Neil Findlay referred to, are responsible for and best placed to make decisions on the prioritisation of local waste services and responding to litter at local levels. And there are also some innovative ways in which local councils have engaged in creating their own responses. For example, Perth and Kinross Council creating a small fund to support local landowners to clean up fly tipping. How we tackle littering and fly tipping is a collective endeavour. It's going to require a collective response, and Scottish Government is very much engaged with local authorities and other partners on how we continue to tackle these issues together. And of course, it's important to emphasise that all of us as MSPs have a role to play in this. And I'm sure, and again I pay tribute to his public service in his remaining weeks, Neil Findlay will be part of that collective effort to encourage people to stop littering and to move towards a Scotland where we reduce littering significantly collectively and achieve that together.
Supplementary, Liz Smith.
Thank you. Minister, is it not also true that part of the issue about this is about the powers that local authorities have to deal with litter and to deal with fly tipping? Can I ask for an update on whether the Scottish Government is considering making any legislative changes to allow local authorities to have greater powers to intervene? Ben
McPherson.
There are no current legislative changes pending in the immediate term. But I'm sure as we continue to work into how we continue to evaluate our strategies in those who are returned in the next Parliament, this will continue to be an area of priority.
And a short supplementary, please, from Claudia Beamish.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Minister give any further detail on the deposit return scheme beyond his commitment to commission an independent gateway review? Because this deposit return scheme has already been delayed, as he will know, until July 2022.
Ben McPherson.
I would refer members to the government-initiated question that was answered on Monday, number 35780, which gives the latest update on the deposit return scheme.
Question number 6, Edward Mountain.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I refer members to my register of interest. To ask the Scottish Government what its position is on the recommendation by the Chief Executive of the Committee on Climate Change that policies for the agricultural sector must be created rapidly to protect the environment and meet emission targets.
Ben McPherson.
The Climate Change Plan update provides a pathway to transform Scotland's food and farming sector to continue producing high-quality, sustainable food while reducing emissions and enhancing the environment. We are taking action now. The policies are intentionally front-loaded, and that's to achieve early progress. We are making rapid progress through our farmer-led groups. The Beef Suckler Climate Group's report offers practical recommendations to lower emissions, enhance the environment and boost business resilience. And the programme board is working at pace to consider their implementation. 4 further groups will report in the spring with recommendations for other key farming sectors.
Edward Mountain.
And I thank the Minister for that answer. Many farmers are not credited with the positive work they do to reduce carbon emissions. Does the Minister agree with me that it's time to carry out baseline surveys, as this would provide a more complete picture of how farmers are part of the solution and not the problem?
Ben Macpherson.
My understanding is that is part of the recommendations that we have received.
Supplementary from Stuart Stevenson.
Does the Minister agree that the additional funding of £5 million in the budget deal was very welcome for agri-environment measures? Can he outline other measures in the budget that will support our farmers to adapt their production methods, more sustainable ones, in the long term?
Ben Macpherson.
A third of CAP schemes provide funding to support farmers, crofters and land managers towards addressing climate change and wider environmental benefits. The 2020-21 budget includes £40 million to support agricultural transformation. This will be supplemented by the additional £5 million of capital funding. To support this transition, there is an additional £3.9 million for the Farm Advisory Service to ensure continued provision of high-quality advice. And after a number of years spent working for a fairer allocation for Scotland, the BEW funds totalling £25.7 million will also be provided to farmers, crofters and land managers to aid transition in 2021-22.
Question number 7, Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what steps it is taking to ensure that Scotland has a green recovery as it moves out of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Ben Macpherson.
As Scotland moves out from the pandemic, we are committed to rebuilding in a way that delivers a greener, fairer, more equal society and helps us to meet our world-leading climate targets. A green recovery is at the heart of our programme for government and our climate change plan update, with over 100 new policies to help us secure a just transition to net zero. This is supported by the £2 billion of the Low Carbon Fund, a record £1.9 billion low carbon spend in this year's budget, and over £8 billion in our 5-year infrastructure investment plan to decarbonise across sectors whilst creating good green jobs.
Fulton McGregor.
I thank the Minister for that response. And despite the delays to the UK budget, I was pleased to see the Scottish Government prioritise a green recovery in this budget. With COP26 taking place in Glasgow this year, can the Minister set out what the Scottish Government is doing to encourage other countries to adopt Scotland's ambitious approach to a net zero transition?
Ben Macpherson.
One of our key objectives for COP26 is to support an ambitious global deal to tackle climate change in a way that is fair and enables a just transition at home and abroad. We have this week announced an international net zero futures initiative in partnership with the Under 2 Coalition and Bloomberg Philanthropies to strengthen state and regional leadership ahead of COP26. Through this initiative, we will create a unique and dedicated space for state and regional governments to foster peer learning, share technical expertise and learn from examples of good practice on setting net zero targets and pathways to achieve them. And we will also publish Scotland's contribution to the Paris Agreement, an indicative NDC ahead of COP26. This document will focus on the fact that Scotland has already set world-leading climate targets and will summarise our plans to reduce emissions and adapt to climate change in a just way.
And question number 8, David Torrance.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to conserve and grow Scotland's natural assets.
Ben Macpherson.
The Scottish Government is committed to conserving and growing Scotland's natural capital, which underpins our society and our economy. We have made large-scale, long-term investments in our natural capital through policies like the Scottish Rural Development Programme, our updated climate change plan, extends this commitment through long-term investments in woodland expansion and peatland restoration as nature-based solutions to climate change. And our commitment to publishing a Blue Economy Action Plan will support the protection of our marine natural capital.
David Torrance.
I thank the Minister for that response. Scotland's natural environment is our greatest national asset, but global assessments have highlighted the level of threat and scale of action needed to avoid the worst impacts of climate change and to help halt the loss of our biodiversity. Can I ask the Minister what progress Scotland is making in response to this crisis and what actions are being taken to ensure that these assets are protected and conserved for future generations to enjoy?
Ben Macpherson.
Our climate change plan update sets out our ambition to manage land in response to the climate emergency, especially under the agriculture and land use change and forestry sectors. Our biodiversity statement of intent, published in December 2020, signalled our ambition for biodiversity in Scotland and included a commitment to extend the area protected for nature to at least 30% of our land by 2030. Since 2015, we have committed over £200 million in agri-environment contracts and to protect and enhance our environment across Scotland. And we have also made a commitment to invest £250 million in peatland restoration over the next 10 years.
Thank you, everyone. And we will now move on to the next portfolio, which is rural economy and tourism. Can I ask if any member wishes to request a supplementary question, press the request to speak button or indicate in the chat function by the letter R, all during the relevant question. And question number 1, please, is Lewis MacDonald.
Thank you very much. To ask the Scottish Government what criteria the tourism sector must meet to ensure that people's summer holiday bookings will be honoured.
Fergus Ewing.
Presiding Officer, the main criteria that all operators must satisfy is that they are following the guidance and not acting out with the regulations at any time. The precise legal requirements for the summer season are not yet known. We continue to pursue a cautious and gradual path out of lockdown, but we are hopeful that the Scottish domestic tourism sector will be open in time for the summer season due to the efforts of all of society and the progress of the vaccine programme.
Lewis MacDonald.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that. I'm sure those hopes are shared by all members across the Chamber, as indeed by all involved in tourism and hospitality in Scotland. While people understand the difficulty of the Government setting any dates at the moment, they are keen to know what criteria have to be met before dates can be set. So I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary agrees that it would be very valuable to identify what triggers will lead to tourism businesses being given the green light to reopen, both for their forward planning and that of their customers.
Fergus Ewing.
Obviously, we are all keen to see restart of tourism, but it is correct that we take a cautious approach, and the triggers for restart will, of course, be based on an assessment of the relevant evidence, the public health evidence from epidemiologists, and will proceed on that basis. But we are obviously hopeful that, given the success in tackling the virus, combined with the fact that we have delivered, I believe, over 1.7 million vaccines, and that the aim is for every adult to be vaccinated at the end of July, that we will see significant progress. When restart does happen, and plainly consideration is being given to precisely this, we will, of course, proceed in a gradual way. Last year, we started off with self-contained premises, for example, self-catering premises, caravans and caravan sites, other self-contained properties, because they allow people to have a holiday but stay in their bubble, for example. So that approach, which we followed last year, may commend itself again this year, but I'm working hard with the sector, engaging every day with 5 meetings in the last 3 days with various tourism interests, and this is most certainly something upon which there's an appetite for further information just as quickly as possible, so we're working towards that end right as we speak.
I've got 2 supplementaries. I'll try and take them both for quick. First of all, Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, will the Scottish Government provide additional support for travel businesses who have been devastated by the current crisis and outline a roadmap for the eventual reopening of the travel industry, given that the travel sector has been the hardest hit service sector in the economy as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Fergus Ewing.
Well, yes, we have been providing additional financial support, and yes, we do wish to provide as much clarity as possible in relation to a roadmap for the eventual reopening of the sector. I think it's important to say that the tourism sector in Scotland that relies on international travel has been hit hardest of all. And I think I would take this opportunity just to stress how important international inbound travel is. Just this morning, I was speaking to tour operators who stress that people coming to play golf in Scotland, people coming to enjoy our excellent hospitality and food and drink in our fine hotels and restaurants, that they are a vital part of the business, and many businesses in our cities in particular, but also in rural Scotland, are dependent on international inbound a custom from tourists, from visitors, which collectively is worth 2,000, or was worth prior to COVID, £2,000 million. So I just mention this because it's easy to neglect that particular segment of the tourism sector, and I'm delighted to have the chance to put that right now.
I'm sorry to others who have requested, but I'm going to have to move on. Question number 2, Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it will take to support the tourism sector in response to reports that TUI will reduce its flights to Aberdeen Airport.
Fergus Ewing.
The Government is working with enterprise agencies COSLA Visit Scotland and the Tourism Alliance through the Scottish Tourism Emergency Response Group to develop a 5-year recovery plan for the tourism sector in Scotland. Short-term measures have already been introduced in terms of £129 million in business support. We expect to announce further measures shortly. TUI's decision to reduce flights to Aberdeen Airport, as reported last month, impacts on the outbound market and Scottish tourists travelling abroad rather than the domestic market. Nevertheless, we recognise the impact this will have on travel agents and airport employees, and will continue to look at what support can be made available.
Liam Kerr.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, but we need to be clear here. TUI announced that it's axing more than half its flights to Aberdeen specifically due to a lack of clarity from the Scottish Government. Now, as the Cabinet Secretary points out, Aberdeen Airport report it will inevitably lead to significant direct job losses unless more support is given to safeguard routes. So what precisely is the Scottish Government doing to support Aberdeen Airport and the North East tourism sector? And does that include a North East and industry-specific recovery plan?
Fergus Ewing.
Well, you asked about the North East. I mean, I've engaged with tourism interests in the North East from the outset, quite rightly so, including Visit Aberdeenshire's Chief Executive Chris Foy, who was on a call just this week, and I've had numerous engagements with them to inform me about the situation in Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire as well. I understand that BBC reports that TUI hopes to continue to take customers on summer holidays from Aberdeen to locations in Turkey, Corfu and Palma. We will, of course, and we are required to do this, Presiding Officer, and I hope the Tories understand this, but we do have to maintain measures to manage the risk of importation of the virus from areas of high prevalence, including travel restrictions and managed isolation. Have we not learned the risks of importing the virus? We can't discount these risks. We can't discount or ignore these risks. As Tourism Minister, I'm keener than anybody else in this chamber, I think, to see restart. But we have to be sensible about this and listen to the evidence.
Question number 3, Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how much financial support in response to the COVID-19 pandemic has been given to hospitality and tourism businesses in Inverclyde.
Fergus Ewing.
The Government has provided a range of support to businesses in Inverclyde as part of our overall package to mitigate the economic impact of the virus. This includes providing non-domestic rates relief to retail, hospitality and leisure premises worth £8 million in Inverclyde in the current financial year. We have also provided direct grant support to businesses in Inverclyde that have been obliged to close or operate under restrictions. Between 2nd November and 22nd of February, over £2 million was provided to businesses in Inverclyde under the Strategic Framework's temporary closure and restriction funds, and £2.4 million has been paid out to 377 businesses in hospitality, retail and leisure top-up payments.
Stuart McMillan.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that reply, and the financial support provided to hospitality and tourism businesses in my Greenock and Inverclyde constituency is welcome, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that. But would the Cabinet Secretary confirm that the applications from the rural parts of my Greenock and Inverclyde constituency can apply for the increased Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund? And would the Cabinet Secretary consider introducing a Clyde Coast Tourism Fund to help the 4 local authority areas of Inverclyde, Western Bartonshire, North Ayrshire and Argyll and Bute, who have greater tourism potential in addition to local economic challenges?
Ferguson.
Well, I know Mr Macmillan has doggedly and continuously advocated tourism in his patch and also more widely the marine tourism, as other members have argued robustly for interests in their area. I think were I to promise a fund for every single MSP, I would be going further even than Father Christmas. And much as I may resemble that character, I think that would be an imprudent thing to do for a government minister. But nonetheless, I can confirm that we had unabated generosity in the budget in respect of the increase from £3 to over £6 million of the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund, and I can confirm that this is open for applications from local authorities, local authority in Mr Macmillan's constituency.
Supplementary from Neil Findlay.
I won't suggest which fantasy character the Cabinet Secretary or the Minister resembles, but he mentioned the fine hotels and restaurants in his answer, his previous answer, and many of those hotels, restaurants and hospitality businesses, including in Inverclyde, have been given substantial amounts of state funding during the COVID lockdown, but far too many are still very bad employers and treat their workers in a very bad way. So what has the Minister been doing to negotiate with them so that when we come back to a more normal situation, that we do not return to staff being exploited?
Ferguson.
Well, the member knows that the Scottish Government has consistently and rightly advocated the payment of the living wage and fair remuneration and treatment of all employees. That's been a theme and practice of the Scottish Government in this session of Parliament and before, and rightly so. Secondly, obviously, we welcome the fact that the furlough is available to assist businesses in meeting the cost of their staff. However, Mr Findlay may or may not know that the furlough does not actually cover all the costs. It covers around about 80% of the costs. It doesn't cover, for example, national insurance or pension payments, and therefore businesses do have fixed overheads. And, you know, I want these businesses to survive. That's the point of what we're doing. We're trying to provide lifeline support, not to replace all revenue, but to provide lifeline support. And surely, Mr Findlay, it's better that these businesses survive so that their employees have got a job to come back to, and that therefore I would have thought that the support we're providing to these businesses, which I believe is more generous than down south, is support that will directly benefit the employees. That's a good thing, isn't it?
Question number 4, Stuart Stevenson.
To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with the UK Government regarding the potential impact on beef farming in Scotland of a Memorandum of Understanding with Brazil.
Ferguson.
I've previously written to the UK Government on this, expressing strong concerns about any increase in imported beef through the Mercosur Free Trade Agreement. I'm aware the UK Government agreed with Brazil last October, establishing a joint agriculture committee to look at sanitary standards. Unfortunately, they haven't engaged with us, despite standards in Scotland being our responsibility. It's our belief that significant quantities of imported South African beef could have a damaging effect on Scotland's highly acclaimed beef production, potentially undermining our high regulatory standards and impacting on our domestic trade. Fundamentally, I cannot and would not support any increased quota.
Stuart Stevenson.
Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that it's not simply about sanitary standards, but that the import of hormone-treated beef from pastures in felled rainforests shipped here to compete with our premium hormone-free Scotch beef is problematic on several levels, including climate change?
Fergus Ewing.
Yes, I've said it time again that we wouldn't tolerate any trade deal that allowed imports of hormone-treated beef. Recommendations from the Trade and Agriculture Commission, whom I met with on Monday, clearly recommends any trading partners wishing to import into the UK shall demonstrate equivalent production standards. And that assurance from Tim Smith, the Chief Executive, was very welcome. So this should be implemented across all the UK's trade deals, ultimately banning the import of hormone-treated meat.
Question number 5, Alistair Allen.
To ask the Scottish Government what action it will take to enhance the capacity of the Crofting Commission.
Fergus Ewing.
The additional funding I announced in July 2020 has allowed the Commission to establish 4 Crofting Commission posts in the Western Isles and increase its development activities. This will allow the Commission to continue its work in establishing new grazing committees, ensuring that our common grazings are managed effectively, and encourage diversified activities such as agri-tourism, peatland restoration, habitat improvement and forestry. It will enable the Commission to support the strengthening and diversification of crofting. The new officers will liaise with crofting communities to encourage croft occupancy and croft use. And finally, the Commission will also further its work in tackling neglect of croft land to create opportunities for new entrants.
Alistair Allen.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response, and I'm encouraged to hear about the new staff he mentions. I'm often contacted by constituents frustrated at delays they experience with paperwork submitted to the Commission. I make absolutely no criticism, I should say, of the Commission staff, who have a difficult enough job as it is. However, I would be grateful to know what is being done to make sure that the Commission is able to meet the needs of crofters in this particular respect.
Fergus Ewing.
I'm aware there have been such issues, but the additional funding we provided this year has enabled the Commission to take steps to make improvement to its IT infrastructure, which will enable efficiency savings, and to the Commission's website, which will improve the customer experience. And the new officers, which Dr Allen has, of course, campaigned for some time, will be based alongside crofting communities on islands within his constituency, with a key aim to help build local relations within the crofting communities and generally further the cause of crofting and the interests of crofters.
Can I remind members that if they have a numbered question on the bulletin, they don't have to press their button in the chamber. Just press your button for supplementaries. And I call question number 6, Christine Graham.
I know that was directed at me. You kept putting it off and I kept putting it on, but there we go. Now I know why. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with Scottish Borders and Midlothian councils concerning the impacts on tourism in their areas as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Fergus Ewing.
I'm somewhat reluctant to interrupt that exchange. Visit Scotland engages regularly with local authorities and has recently met with Midlothian Council to discuss COVID response and recovery. It also engages with Scottish Borders Council on a weekly basis. We engage through our enterprise agencies along with Visit Scotland to continue to monitor the impact of the pandemic on the sector. The data will inform the 5-year investment plan, which is currently being developed as part of our response to the Tourism Recovery Task Force recommendations.
Christine Graham.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response, and as he is aware, my constituency of Midlothian South, Tweedill and Lauderdale covers both local authority areas, and it has many outdoor tourist attractions, for example, horse riding schools, mountain biking and gardens such as Doig Botanical Garden and Kiley, all closed. Will the Cabinet Secretary consider early opening of these outdoor attractions, which are relatively safe?
Fergus Ewing.
Well, yes, of course we are considering all these matters very carefully, and we are aware of the value of participating in outdoor activity, including exercise, and that's a consideration that is obviously relevant to the decisions that have to be taken by the Cabinet overall. So Christine Graham makes a very good point, as well as delivering a sort of brief gazetteer almanac of the attractions in our constituency.
And a supplementary from Colin Smith.
Thank you, President Officer. The largest market for tourism businesses in the borders of Midlothian is the rest of the UK, especially the north of England. Now, we've seen in the last year more stringent travel restrictions between Scotland and England than we've had between other parts of Scotland. So can I ask, if the government continues this approach as we ease out of lockdown, what additional support is the government going to provide those businesses that, by definition in the south of Scotland, are more adversely affected by those restrictions?
Fergus.
Well, we do try to treat all businesses with parity of esteem. We try to be consistent in providing lifeline support, and that has been, I think, the correct principle to apply throughout. I think the member makes a very fair point that businesses in the borders area and in Dumfries and Galloway have a particular reliance on the market in England, of visitors coming from England. That's absolutely understood. In fact, I discussed that this morning in a call with representatives of the Scottish wedding sector, concentrated as of course it is in Gretna, including with Alistair Houston, who made these points very crisply and effectively. So we're acutely aware of the importance of this, and we all wish to see a reopening of the market and welcome again our friends from England, our nearest neighbours, and our good friends from England to continue to enjoy Scottish hospitality and custom just as soon as we can safely do so.
Question number 7, Keith Brown.
To ask the Scottish Government what action it's taking to boost the tourism sector in the Clackmannanshire and Dunblane constituency.
Fergus.
We remain focused on immediate business support. We are keen to help as many businesses as possible to reopen viably once conditions allow. Our focus has therefore been on developing and distributing the £129 million tourism support package. Looking to the future, the £15 million Culture, Heritage and Tourism Fund, which has been agreed through the Stirling and Clackmannanshire City deal, will play a key part in recovery. And finally, Visit Scotland is working with Discover Clackmannanshire on their Access Forth Valley Visitor campaign. When the time is right, Visit Scotland will look to promote the region as part of its regular marketing activity.
Keith Brown.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his answer. As you will know, the Stirling and Clackmannanshire region provides a truly world-class offering, with visitors spending over £350 million annually in the local economy. At least that was the case before the pandemic. In addition to what he's already said, can he confirm how the Scottish Government will support development in the sector through the Stirling and Clackmannanshire City deal to ensure it continues to grow and thrive? If he has any more detail, for example, on the culture and tourism elements of that deal.
Fergus.
Yes, the Scottish Government is a full partner in the Stirling and Clackmannanshire City region deal, and we are contributing £45.1 million over 10 years, with additional investment of £5 million over the same time period. And the key tourism project, as I've touched upon, and Mr Brown correctly mentions, will be the £15 million Culture, Tourism and Heritage programme, and this includes key partners such as Visit Scotland and others who will work with the private sector to strengthen the regional economy's tourism offering. So I welcome Mr Brown's consistent lobbying on this particular issue, which obviously is bearing fruit.
Question number 8, Jamie Halcrow-Johnson.
To ask the Scottish Government what plans it has for the long-term recovery of the tourism sector.
Fergus Ewing.
Recovery proposals over a 5-year period are currently being developed by the Scottish Tourism Emergency Response Group in consultation with the Tourism Task Force members. Ministers are currently considering 8 short-term proposals and hope to make an announcement on these shortly. Short to medium-term recovery proposals should be developed by May. And we are, of course, already delivering measures through the provision of £129 million in targeted sectoral support schemes and the launch on the Tourism and Hospitality Development Programme through the Scottish Tourism Alliance and the Hospitality Industry Trust.
Jamie Halcrow-Johnson.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. Following the First Minister's commitment on Tuesday to give indications about the reopening of hospitality and tourism, something that those sectors have been hoping for some weeks, I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary can outline what steps his government and its agencies will be taking to market Scotland as a destination for rest of UK travel, given the importance of visitors from the rest of the UK and the success of the UK COVID vaccination programme, and does he agree that some clarity should be provided for the sector on when travel to Scotland will be encouraged again?
Ferguson.
Well, clarity has been provided through STERG and through our constant engagement with representative bodies in the tourism and hospitality sector. This week so far, I've had 5 meetings with tourism bodies, including 2 with the SDA, the Hotel Management Group, the Scottish Wedding Industry and tour operators, and our engagement with the sector allows us to inform our plans for recovery. But of course, there's no point in spending money in marketing until we are ready to restart. But I can assure the member in conclusion that Visit Scotland have been rightly working for some considerable time on restarting tourism. And I want to emphasise that the market in England, of course, is absolutely essential, and we want to welcome our friends south of the border to come to enjoy Scottish hospitality once again, just as soon as we can safely do so.
And a short supplementary, please, from John Scott.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The First Minister gave me an assurance that she would discuss with you the difficulties and how to overcome them facing the bed and breakfast sector a week or so past. I was just wondering what progress has been made on that, please.
Well, I've had welcome engagement with the First Minister on tourism just earlier this week, as it happens in an evening discussion with colleagues. So, yes, this is extremely important. Mr Scott has pursued this before on various occasions, I recognise, quite fairly. I'm very pleased indeed that representatives of the self-catering sector, Fiona Campbell and David Weston of the Bed and Breakfast grouping in Scotland, welcomed our recently announced additional support for premises which do not pay business rates but pay council tax to receive access to the £2,000 per 4 weeks payment under the framework which will be backdated to January. So that additional support, I'm very pleased to say to Mr Scott, has been warmly welcomed by the sector, and as Tourism Minister I'm delighted that that will enable some small accommodation providers who do such a good job for Scotland to be able to survive and make it through to the end of this pandemic.
And that concludes portfolio questions, and we'll move on to the next item of business.
Thank you, colleagues. Our next item of business is a debate on motion 24260 in the name of Miles Briggs on a motion of no confidence. Could I call on Ruth Davidson to speak to and to move the motion?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. 3 years ago, 2 women came forward with allegations of sexual harassment against the former First Minister of Scotland. They were women who worked beside him and who, like anyone believing themselves harassed or abused by a senior colleague, felt the power imbalance keenly. Because while these things can be about sex, they are always about power. They didn't report it at the time. He was arguably the most powerful man in the country. And as the current First Minister said in her evidence to the committee, a tough guy to work for. But after the fact, those women did come forward, and we now know that a hastily written HR policy on bullying and harassment and its application let them down. It was unfair, unlawful and tainted by apparent bias. It cost the taxpayer hundreds of thousands of pounds and the women themselves untold injury. So much so that 3 years later, it has never again been tested, despite the FDA union telling the committee that 50% of staff told a workplace survey they had experienced harassment by a colleague. It is a policy that's not been changed, revised or amended, and to have a harassment policy that workers are too afraid to use is a tragedy. But one thing that could strengthen protection is to have an open and honest conversation about what went wrong, why it went wrong, and how it can be made better. And that is what the committee inquiry was set up to do. To have the Parliament, already charged with oversight of the Executive, to review a system's failure so that we could fix the system and offer the thousands of people who work for the government proper protection in future. The fact that the committee has been hampered at every turn from receiving even basic information in order to do its job doesn't just let down these women all over again. It lets down current and future government employees too. And that is the context of today's vote of no confidence. So let's review the last few months. On the 4th of November 2020, this chamber voted for the following motion: that the Parliament calls on the Scottish Government to publish all the legal advice it received regarding the judicial review into the investigation of the alleged behaviour of the former First Minister, Alex Salmond. Upon its passage, John Swinney did nothing and missed the deadline set by the Salmond Inquiry Committee of the 13th of November to hand over the information. On 25th of November, another motion was passed by this chamber noting the previous vote and calling on the Scottish Government to respect the will of the Parliament. But still, John Swinney did nothing. It took more than 3 months and the threat of a vote of no confidence in Mr Swinney, which had the votes to win, for his position to suddenly change and a promise of publication to emerge. The Deputy First Minister said, "We will release the key legal advice." The first batch of that advice provided incontrovertible evidence of incompetency on the part of the Scottish Government. It included an urgent note from senior counsel saying the judicial review had a very real problem indeed. The issue that had alarmed counsel so greatly was that they had just learned that the investigating officer had prior contact with the complainers. This revelation was so serious that counsel advised as an option, the issue is disclosed and the petition conceded as a result. It collapsed its own case. This raises the question, why weren't counsel told about this information from the start? The investigating officer said during her evidence session before the Salmond Inquiry, "I was upfront about the contact at the time." So who neglected to tell counsel this vital piece of information at the beginning of the judicial review process? Perhaps the minutes of the consultation from the 11th of September, near the start of the judicial review, would provide some answers. Well, we don't know, because John Swinney will not release any details of that meeting. And despite these damning revelations, the evidence that was released on the 2nd of March, the only legal advice we got to see before the First Minister's appearance at committee, was incomplete. John Swinney would go on to release 11 further documents regarding the judicial review after the First Minister's appearance. 11 documents where the First Minister could not be questioned under oath about these pieces of evidence. One piece, the email chain from the 6th to 7th of December, refers to the First Minister questioning counsel advice to concede the judicial review. If the Scottish Government had taken this advice on the 6th of December and conceded, it would have saved the taxpayer hundreds of thousands of pounds in legal costs. John Swinney withheld this information about the First Minister until after her appearance at the committee. And despite dragging tranches of documents from John Swinney for fear of his job, there still remains key omissions. Mr Swinney will have lots of time during his own time to address these points, and I'll let him get on with them when I sit down. He won't take mine. On the 25th of October, the 2nd of November and 13th of November in 2018, the First Minister was represented either in person or by a member of her staff at consultations with counsel regarding the judicial review. In Friday's letter to the Salmond Inquiry Committee, Mr Swinney doesn't mention the 25th of October meeting at all, and he claims that no minutes exist of the 2nd and 13th of November consultations, the latter of which the First Minister attended herself. It is inconceivable that minutes were not taken at a meeting between the Permanent Secretary, the First Minister and the First Minister's Chief of Staff with senior external counsel. And what about the other consultations from the 11th of September 2018, the 23rd of October 2018 or the 3rd of January 2019? No minutes or advice from these consultations have been published either. These omissions in the published evidence make it clear the key legal advice that the Deputy First Minister promised has not been provided. In a note from Council on the 17th of December 2018, they mention a consultation that took place on the 10th of November. Not only have we not been provided with any notes from this consultation, but it doesn't even appear on the Scottish Government's timeline of the judicial review. And who provided that timeline? John Swinney, in a letter on the 26th of October 2020 to the Salmond Inquiry Committee. No wonder the committee has written again to the Deputy First Minister to say it is extremely frustrated and not reassured that it has received all the relevant information. We back the committee. Presiding Officer, we know we won't win today's vote of no confidence. The votes are there for the Deputy First Minister. But we believe that it is important and right to put on record that this is no way for the Scottish Government to treat this Parliament. And while Mr Swinney's outliners will, I'm sure, do a lap of honour in the press, the real losers are Scottish Government employees who have been lumbered with a protection at work policy that everybody knows is damaged goods and that staff are too afraid to use. With a bit of transparency and candour, the committee could have helped work out what went wrong and why. But John Swinney preferred to keep evidence secret at every turn. In a particularly damning note from the 17th of December, Council told the Lord Advocate they could not advise the court that the Scottish Government had discharged its duty of candour. With the way the release of legal advice has been handled, we believe that John Swinney and the Scottish Government have failed in this duty once again. I move the motion in Miles Briggs's name.
Thank you. Can I call Deputy First Minister John Swinney?
Presiding Officer, on the occasions in which motions of confidence are debated, other ministers tend to speak on behalf of the minister in question. Today, I have chosen to speak on my own behalf. The decisions that are under scrutiny in this debate are mine, and it is right that I am accountable to Parliament for them. On the 4th and the 25th of November last year, this Chamber debated motions calling on the Government to release its legal advice. On each of those occasions, I set out why Scottish ministers were asserting legal privilege. It is an important tenet of Scots law that protects organisations and individuals alike, allowing them the benefit of frank, confidential advice from lawyers. That is why it is a principle that has been upheld by successive Scottish and United Kingdom governments of different political parties. Ministers' view, my view, was that we could give the committee the information they needed to understand what happened in the judicial review, while avoiding the precedent for future governments of waiving privilege. That is why I took the unprecedented decision to share with the committee in confidence in December, and this is where Ruth Davidson is entirely incorrect in what she said, a detailed submission that explained the content of legal advice during the judicial review. I believed then that such an approach could fulfil our obligation to Parliament and the committee without waiving legal privilege and therefore protecting the interests of future governments. Since then, we have seen outlandish allegations of conspiracy and corruption being promoted by people who, frankly, should and do know better. Those tactics require a response. We concluded that the debate those tactics provoked on Parliament's ability to scrutinise the Government and the accusations on which the debate was founded could impact negatively on public confidence in the Parliament, Government and even our judicial institutions. I therefore decided last week that the balance of public interest had shifted and we should publish the advice from Council. That meant that the process of release moved on to its second stage, consideration by the law officers for the first time. They consented to the release. We have moved as quickly as possible through the legal checks, having regard to the statutory obligations involved, before releasing these documents. Members will recognise the importance of those processes, not least to protect the identity of complainers. In releasing information, I kept in mind the committee motion explicitly sought two things: the legal advice of our external counsel and the associated minutes of meetings relating to the judicial review. The Government has now published all of the formal written advice notes received from external counsel. Indeed, we have also published emails from our senior counsel and an unredacted version of the summary shared with the committee in December. We have also published documentation that includes the legal advice of the law officers. On minutes of meetings, we simply don't have those. We have asked senior counsel whether they have a minute of these meetings. They do not. What I can say, there's an important point I need to put across. What I can say is that the outcomes of these discussions are reflected in the pleadings made to the court by the Government, which we shared with the committee some months ago. The documents we released confirm that in September, the clear view of Council was that our prospects were good. They identified risks, these opinions always do, but it was a positive assessment of our case. As time went on and problems emerged, the picture shifted and external counsel became concerned and then alarmed. But as late as a note dated the 11th of December, the Lord Advocate was clear there should be no question of conceding. And even on the 17th of December, external counsel agreed that the case remained statable. It was the note of counsel of the 19th of December that led directly to the case being conceded. None of this is hidden. In fact, let us be frank about what we have released. It paints a clear picture, warts and all. No embarrassment for the government is spared in the publication of these documents. Indeed, Presiding Officer, it is worth reflecting for a moment on the significance of what the government has done in this case. We have taken the extraordinary and unprecedented step of publishing formal legal advice of the kind which no previous government in Scotland has done, and we have done so in response to the requests of the committee and motions passed by Parliament. On any fair interpretation of what the government has done, the Tories' pursuit of this motion today is now entirely baseless. With an election only weeks away, the reality, I suspect, is that they were always intent on pushing this motion to a vote, regardless of what action the government had taken. I have sought, Presiding Officer, to provide the committee with the information it needed to do its work. Indeed, we have supplied the committee with thousands and thousands of pages of documents. I have sought to ensure the government and all future governments retained its ability to take frank, unvarnished legal advice, and I have sought to meet my obligations to Parliament. There are always clearly conflicting judgments that have to be resolved amongst those three factors. It is now for this chamber to judge whether those actions, taken in good faith, are sufficient to command their confidence. This government has accepted, since January 2019, that mistakes were made in the handling of these complaints. As a result, 2 women were badly let down. The government must and will learn lessons from those mistakes.
Thank you. Can I call on Jackie Bailey?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Before I turn to the substance of the debate, I want to make a comment on motions of no confidence. I regard them as serious matters, not something to be brought forward without good reason, and definitely not on the basis of political opportunism. Rather, they are a mechanism to hold the government to account. It is therefore important to consider the substance of the issue before the Chamber and decide on the motion on that basis. And I do so as a member of the committee. On 17th of January 2019, the First Minister said the inquiries will be able to request whatever material they want, and I undertake today that we will provide whatever material they request. My commitment is that the Government and I will fully cooperate with it. No caveats, not speaking personally, but speaking as the head of government. There is no doubt as to the First Minister's meaning, but the Deputy First Minister appears to be wholly confused. What the committee has had is partial information, delayed information, and in some cases, no information at all. The government has treated the committee of this Parliament with contempt. And it has treated the Parliament with contempt too. Let's not forget the 2 votes in this chamber asking for the legal advice to be provided to the committee. Simply ignored. The Lord Advocate wasn't even asked for permission to do so, to release that legal advice, because the SNP government had no intention of handing it over. Indeed, that's what the Cabinet Secretary reportedly told a meeting of the SNP group. And you could paper the walls of this chamber, Presiding Officer, with the endless letters from the committee to John Swinney asking to see Council's advice. And at every turn, the answer was no. Then we got a summary of advice from the 31st of October onwards, written by a civil servant, not a lawyer, which was not to be published, was to be seen in a reading room, could not be referred to directly in oral evidence or in the committee report. Very secretive and very convenient. But along came the threat of a no-confidence motion, supported by the Greens for the SNP to then react. The Cabinet Secretary was then falling over himself to give us the legal advice. Well, at least some of it. Then we had a drip-drip approach, keeping back some of the legal advice until after the First Minister had appeared to give oral evidence before the committee. But I have to say, Presiding Officer, that it is still not all there. And I'm not being pedantic for the sake of it. There are meetings in December. There are 2 critical meetings in November on the 2nd and the 13th, the latter involving the First Minister herself, the Permanent Secretary and the Chief of Staff, together with Senior Counsel. It is inconceivable that no notes were taken. The Cabinet Secretary's response to the committee and to this chamber today is that there were no minutes, but there will have been notes. There absolutely will have been notes. Scottish Government lawyers and external counsel are required to take notes. It is a matter of professional duty to do so. The notes taken by them should be released to the committee. There can be no debate about this. Absolutely none. The government have waived legal privilege over other documents. Those notes ultimately belong to the Scottish Government, and there is absolutely no reason for them not to release them immediately to the committee. Unless, of course, they do have something to hide. But the SNP government have form. They withheld documents from the judicial review, resulting in the professional embarrassment of their own senior counsel. They've withheld documents despite a search warrant in the criminal case against Alex Salmond, which is in itself a crime. And they have withheld documents from the committee. There is a pattern of behaviour here, Presiding Officer, and it is one of obstruction, secrecy and contempt for the institution of this Parliament. Presiding Officer, the motion of no confidence may be in John Swinney, but I am clear that it is in the behaviour of the secretive National Party that is truly outrageous.
Thank you. I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. It gives me no pleasure whatsoever to rise to speak in favour of this motion. We have better things to be doing with our time. By rights, we should be focused on other things right now. We're in the last days of a parliamentary term, after all, and in the teeth of a global pandemic. By rights, the Salmond inquiry should have concluded months ago, with complainers allowed to forget about this sorry business. It didn't, and so they haven't. And by rights, the disclosure of all relevant material and evidence to our committee shouldn't have ever been an issue for parliamentary debate, given that the First Minister promised our inquiry ready and total access to the documents we needed. Presiding Officer, it is entirely due to the obstruction and sleight of hand deployed by this administration that we have arrived at this point, and Liberal Democrats have no confidence in this Deputy First Minister. Ahead of the First Minister's appearance before our committee, her deputy assured us that, and the watching public, that all relevant legal advice had been disclosed in good time for her to answer to it, but the worst of it appeared after the fact. That was bad faith on the part of the Deputy First Minister. My colleagues and I could have and would have asked different questions of the First Minister had we seen on Tuesday that which was delivered to us on Thursday and on Friday. Those documents revealed the enormity of the embarrassment to senior counsel, and their threat to resign was only confirmed in documents received late last week. But, Presiding Officer, what has been provided to date is one thing. What's missing is something else entirely. Ruth Davidson and Jackie Bailey have both highlighted several meetings and consultations without minute. The meeting of November 13th is critical because that obviously had in its attendance the First Minister and the Permanent Secretary, and coming as it did just a fortnight after senior counsel had told the government it was likely going to lose and probably should concede. In that same advice from 31st October, Roddy Dunlop QC had told the government that folding then could allow the government to restart the complaints handling process, offering the women at the heart of this fair hearing and with appropriate safeguards in place. I asked the First Minister about this when she came to our committee, and she confirmed that the women were never notified about this possibility and their views were never sought. The government was at a crossroads in those vital days, and the advice received and the decisions taken at that meeting could have shaped the final outcome entirely. The optics for a government already mired in accusations of cover-up over this are terrible. Either explanation could point to a breach of the ministerial code. Not taking a minute is a breach in and of itself, but far worse, the minutes of these meetings could have been deliberately held back from our committee to protect the First Minister in hiding a more ruinous breach on her part. We will never know. It is astonishing to learn also that perhaps even Council are unable to produce notes of this meeting, so we will have no idea of their readout whatsoever. Presiding Officer, I do not harbour personal animosity to John Swinney, but this is the second time he has tested the confidence of this Parliament, and while he may escape with his job intact today, I wish to put him on notice that there may indeed be a third. A motion in the name of Willie Rennie was passed by this chamber last month, compelling John Swinney to release the OECD review into secondary education. To this date, he has not done so. Once again, Presiding Officer, the Deputy First Minister stands in contempt of this Parliament, and once again, he may be subjected to its judgment if he does not produce it in short order. So I say to Mr Swinney, act on the instruction of this Parliament, on the production of the OECD report, or we will be back here next week or the week after with a similar motion, and you may not be so certain of Green Party support on that issue.
Thank you. And can I now call on Patrick Harvey? Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Greens supported the creation of the Committee on the Government's Handling of Harassment Complaints, and we wanted to see it focus on that important issue, to understand the challenges, identify what went wrong, and ensure that improvements are made for the future. Because addressing the failings, both real and perceived, in that process is vital for giving people who wish to complain about inappropriate behaviour the confidence to do so and the reassurance that they'll be treated with respect. But what should have been an inquiry strictly focused on that issue of how allegations are handled was allowed to become nothing more than shabby political theatre. In my view, there are members who should have been focused on the interests of complainants in the past and in the future, but who have clearly been more obsessed with the idea of winning a political scalp. The effect of this has been to set back the objectives that we should all share. As Emma Rich of Engender has said, one of the things women are most attuned to when making complaints is the prospect of losing control over the process. What has happened with the Salmon inquiry has magnified this, that you could find yourself at the centre of a national scandal where people feel free to impugn your motives, and everything you want to talk about becomes about party politics or the Constitution. Many others have expressed similar concerns. Despite these concerns, toward the end of last year, when Parliament was asked to vote on the need for legal advice to be provided to the committee, the Scottish Greens backed that position. We were right to do so. And if John Swinney had dug in his heels and continued to refuse, his position would have been untenable. Equally untenable is the position of those who demanded the First Minister's resignation before even hearing her evidence, and those who last week described the published legal advice as damning and a crushing blow, but now say that it's insufficient to draw conclusions. The Conservatives in particular have allowed a committee inquiry, which should be focused on serious matters, to descend to political farce. And why? I think it's because they have nothing else to offer the people of Scotland, no positive vision of our country's future. All they have is a desperate attempt to weave conspiracy theories. In appearing to take as unquestionable truth every word that came from the lips of Alex Salmond, they've ended up sounding exactly the same as the Stuanon cultists of Mr Salmond's own fan base. Both the former First Minister's behaviour and the government's attitude throughout this inquiry have played a large part in this debacle. But those using conspiracy theories to attack their opponents, or promoting delusional ideas of Scotland being some kind of corrupt, failed state, really need to ask themselves how on earth they ever expect to lift Scottish politics up from this low point they have brought us to. Presiding Officer, when the committee finally produces its long overdue report, I will be looking only at the issues of substance, which address the question of why complainants raising allegations of harassment were failed and how we can ensure that this never happens again. I sincerely hope that the committee chooses, even at this late stage, to focus on that. The shallow game of winning political scalps should not be anyone's priority, and the Greens will have no part in it.
Thank you, Mr Harvey. And can I now call on Miles Briggs to wind up our debate?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I grew up in the village of Bankfoot in Perthshire, and I can remember the first politician I ever met was at primary school. He was our local MP, John Swinney. Now, I know that from friends and family who still live in Perthshire, and colleagues from across this chamber, including myself, that John Swinney is a respected man. But that is not what this debate or this motion is about today. It is about the total disrespect that we have seen from this SNP government for a committee of this Parliament. And it is, after all, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, that tasked John Swinney to oversee this investigation and to give the committee access to all information that it requested. Now, after 2 years, does anyone sitting in this chamber today actually seriously believe that that has happened? It is little wonder, therefore, that across-party MSPs on this committee do not now believe that we will fully understand what went on in government or within the SNP. Now, I'd like to pay tribute to the MSP colleagues who sit on that committee for the work which they have attempted to undertake to get this legal advice over the last 2 years. As Jackie Bailey has stated last week, in my 22 years in Parliament, I have never been so obstructed, unable to do my job as I have been on this committee. That should speak to all of us. The Parliament has voted by majority on 2 separate occasions for SNP ministers to publish legal advice and provide the committee with all the evidence which has been requested, all the evidence which they have requested, which has not been provided. In both cases, I've only got 4 minutes, so no. In both cases, the Deputy First Minister ignored the votes of this chamber, and only after this vote of no confidence was put forward and put on the table have we seen the government provide the committee with some limited information. As late as yesterday, the committee convener was writing to request ministers publish notes and emails regarding 17 meetings held with lawyers as a matter of urgency. Linda Fabiani, the convener of the committee, said it was not reassured it has received all relevant information. Presiding Officer, at every single turn, SNP ministers have evaded the committee's request for evidence, redacted key information and disrespected the will of this Parliament. So the question is this: who in government will take responsibility? Presiding Officer, SNP ministers are undermining the credibility of our Scottish Parliament and the ability of this Parliament to hold the government to account. As has already been said, Deputy Presiding Officer, the Deputy First Minister may indeed survive this vote of no confidence tonight, but the damage the SNP have inflicted on this institution will be longer term. And so I hope in the coming weeks, when the First Minister and Deputy First Ministers do finally take responsibility for this scandal, I hope they will reflect on the damage which they have done to the integrity of our Parliament, our Crown Office and the Permanent Secretary. I move the motion in my name.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That concludes our debate on the motion of no confidence. The vote on this matter will be taken at decision time, which is 8 o'clock this evening. We're now going to move on to the next item of business. There will be a short pause while we do so. Just remind all members who do have to leave just to follow the one-way systems, wear their masks and observe social distancing rules. Thank you. Is that a point of order from Jackie Bailey? Point of order?
It is a point of order, and I regret having to make it, but I tried to intervene on the Cabinet Secretary. He wouldn't let me do so. I would like to establish if there are indeed notes of these meetings as opposed to minutes.
Thank you very much, Ms Bailey. That's not a point of order from me for the Chair. The point has been, I'm sure, noted by the Government and will be taken account of. It's not a point for the Chair. Thank you. We'll have a short pause while we change seats.
Thank you very much. The next item of business is a debate on motion 24321 in the name of Jean Freeman on the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill at Stage 3. There have been no amendments proposed to this bill at Stage 3, but before the debate begins, the presiding officer is required under standing orders to decide whether any provision of the bill relates to a protected subject matter, that is, whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, in the presiding officer's view, no provision of the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at Stage 3. Can I invite any members who wish to contribute to this debate to press the request to speak buttons now? And I call on Jean Freeman to speak and move the motion.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to open the debate on Stage 3 of the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill. This bill has reached Stage 3 with no amendment and with what I hope is the support of members across the Chamber, which I do think is in no small measure thanks to the thorough and careful scrutiny of the Health and Sport Committee, for which they have my thanks. This is, in fact, the last time I think I shall have the opportunity. So let me, for the record, thank the members of the Health and Sport Committee under the fair and able leadership of the convener, yourself, Presiding Officer Mr MacDonald, for all the work that we have undertaken together and for the constructive engagement and positive contribution they have made to the critically important areas in my portfolio. Let me offer my thanks too to the organisations and individuals who provided evidence at Stage 1 of this bill. That it is a short and largely technical bill should in no way detract from its importance. In essence, this bill repeals an archaic, unfair and arguably anti-competitive prohibition which prevents the University of St Andrews from awarding medical and dentistry degrees. The prohibition itself was always intended to be transitional, and indeed there is no other higher education institution in the UK which suffers a similar prohibition. After 50 years, it is well past time for it to be removed. The bill removes a prohibition on one of our most valued institutions of higher education, which, as I've said, was never intended to remain for so long, and as an additional impetus, will enable the University of St Andrews to award jointly with the University of Degree primary medical qualification degrees to ScotGem students in advance of the first cohort graduating in 2022. During the Stage 1 debate, we heard strong support from across the Chamber for ScotGem, Scotland's first graduate entry programme for medicine. St Andrews and Dundee universities have done incredible work to innovate new methods of delivering medical education, innovation that focuses on the centrality of primary care, inspiring new interest in general practice and recognising not only the challenges but also the opportunities of remote and rural working and the lessons that has to bring care in more urban settings. I had the privilege to speak to and meet the first cohort of ScotGem students. With other members, I have too heard their strong testimony to the quality of learning and experience they are receiving, and I have every confidence that ScotGem will achieve its ambition to graduate passionate, skilled doctors to our NHS workforce who want to work in and remain with NHS Scotland. Removing the prohibition also creates a fairer higher education sector here in Scotland and across the UK, and enables all our valued higher education institutions to maximise the options and opportunities they offer to students in Scotland. As we've recognised, and again during the Stage 1 debate, there are significant challenges to overcome in creating and growing a more sustainable medical workforce. There are also significant challenges to overcome in the higher education sector, including the constraints on immigration, the consequences of EU exit, and the potential for diminished attractiveness in studying abroad as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. Removing the prohibition is one step in providing greater flexibility to addressing all of these challenges. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, this short technical bill has an importance and a significance that should not be underestimated. It is right to remove an anomalous prohibition which disadvantages one of Scotland's higher education institutions, and it is timely to do so now. So, Presiding Officer, I move that the Parliament agree that the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill be passed.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary, and thank you also for your kind words. I now call on Donald Cameron.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I welcome the opportunity to open for the Scottish Conservatives at this stage 3 of the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill. I can, of course, confirm at this early stage that the Scottish Conservatives will be supporting the bill at decision time later today. And can I thank my fellow colleagues on the Health Committee for their work, and also pay tribute to them, those that are stepping down after many years of service, namely yourself, Deputy Presiding Officer, as convener, David Stewart and Sandra White. In saying farewell, I think it incumbent on me at this point to pay tribute to the Cabinet Secretary, because I think I'm right in saying this will be her last debate in the Chamber, indeed her last speech, although there may be statements or portfolio questions in the next few weeks to come. Since I've been health spokesperson, I've certainly had many jousts with Jean Freeman in this chamber and elsewhere, and I'm sure we may have a few still to come. But I've always respected her as a formidable opponent and an industrious and effective minister. I've never doubted her commitment to the NHS and her genuine motivation in what she has sought to do in government, especially during the pandemic. And I wish her all the best in her well-earned retirement. Moving on to the substance of this debate, as many have noted in the Stage 1 debate, this is a piece of legislation that intends to amend the University of Scotland Act 1966 and to remove the provision that prevents the University of St Andrews from awarding degrees in medicine and dentistry. That provision was only ever intended to be a temporary measure and was brought about to give effect to the separation of the Queen's College in Dundee from the University of St Andrews, so that the University of Dundee could be instituted. That purpose has long been served, and now that the University of Dundee is evidently well established as one of Scotland's leading universities, it is right that Parliament makes this change today. It is long overdue. It's also clear that given the first set of ScotGems graduates are due to complete their studies in 2022, it's only right that they're able to receive their degree from both the University of St Andrews and the University of Dundee. Indeed, the BMA Scotland have argued that for a number of ScotGem students, this joint award was an important factor in their decision to apply, and had it not been on offer, they may have applied to another institution. And the evidence at the Health Committee from Callum George, Deputy Chair of the BMA Scottish Medical Students Committee, was very pertinent in that regard. It's clear that not only are we rectifying an outdated provision by this bill, but we are ensuring that many current ScotGem students are able to be recognised as graduates of both institutions. At the same time, we're also recognising the importance of both institutions in the work that they do. It's important that the concerns highlighted by the University of Dundee about a full repeal rather than a partial repeal are acknowledged. But we do on balance agree with the Cabinet Secretary that the University of St Andrews should be able to competitively offer similar degree programmes. We also believe that this should be viewed through the prism of increasing the number of overall student medical places in Scottish universities, so that we can address the longer term issues of GP vacancy. We know that current data shows that the number of GPs who are aged over 60 and approaching retirement is at a 10-year high. And we believe more broadly that the SNP government has to increase medical places. It's our hope specifically that the bill will make the ScotGem course even more attractive to prospective students. And given its emphasis on improving recruitment and retention in healthcare settings in rural communities, it should be the long-term ambition of any future Scottish government to fund and increase ScotGem places to address the clear issues in rural recruitment. Deputy Presiding Officer, to conclude, the Scottish Conservatives will support the bill today. We believe it is the right time to make this change. We agree with others that this will be positive for students going forward and for both universities. But beyond this bill, we must continue to resolve the evident challenges, both short-term and long-term, that face our NHS. That can only be remedied by fixing the workforce crisis and ensuring that our healthcare services can manage growing demand into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call on Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I too would like to pay tribute to Jean Freeman, given that this is the last time that she will be speaking in Parliament, certainly in terms of a speech and a debate. And I think it is fair to say I'm not sure that she has always welcomed my questions and interventions on the health portfolio, but I have never been in any doubt her seriousness and her earnestness in discharging her duties and the focus that she's had in terms of the progress that she has sought to make in our health service. I think she's been both a thorough and effective minister. And I, in particular, would like to thank her for the very constructive engagement that she's had with me on a direct basis regarding ADHD diagnosis and treatment pathways. It's my only regret is that the pandemic got in the way of us seeing more immediate progress on that matter. But I do thank her genuinely for that. Turning now to the St Andrews medical degrees, and I too am pleased to rise in support of this motion and this measure. And I will try very hard not to repeat either myself from the previous debate nor other speakers. But it is a measure of, I think, the unanimity of this proposal that is somewhat of a struggle. Yeah, as both Donald Cameron and the Cabinet Secretary have pointed out, this is essentially a bill that seeks to address an anomaly created in the legislation creating the University of Dundee, an anomaly that was only supposed to be temporary. Now, on one measure, and that anomaly lasting for 50 years could be viewed as temporary, given that the University of St Andrews is an institution that has existed for 600 years. But nonetheless, I think it is time to remove that anomaly. No other institution has such a prescription on granting of degrees for particular subject areas. And more importantly, I think St Andrews demonstrates its ability, not just in terms of medical education, but in terms of innovation. And I think both of those elements we see quite strongly in terms of the ScotGem programme that it has been instrumental in delivering. And I think this bill is important in encouraging its future endeavours in that regard. Now, I think it is important to highlight the innovation with this programme. St Andrews is a small university, one of our smallest. Its location is remote and therefore perhaps unlikely for it to have such an innovative outlook, but it undoubtedly does. It is a research powerhouse, and it is also been in this programme at the very forefront of medical education, because this is a programme which encourages existing graduates to retrain into medicine. And as I highlighted previously in the stage 1 debate, that is undoubtedly a valuable source of medics. I think people who have life experience have much to offer, and a programme such as this, I think, will provide a valuable source of doctors for the future. In addition to that, one of the issues that St Andrews has had in delivering medical education is that it has had to do so in a compromised way. It has not been able to provide the clinical years in that education, with students going down to Manchester and other places, and we lose those doctors. And Scotland cannot afford to lose doctors. We need more doctors. We need more doctors in general practice. And this programme is very good, or will be very good and effective at doing both of those things. In particular, it has a focus on community medicine and rural areas, with as much as 35% of the students studying on that course coming from such backgrounds. And likewise, in terms of broadening access, this is a course and a scheme that has got a good track record from recruiting students from areas of lower wealth and affluence. And I think these are things to be encouraged. But I think also we cannot ignore the context that we find ourselves in. We are in the middle of a pandemic. Our health service is being stretched like it has been in no other situation since its inception. We need to ensure that we have the people who are trained and skilled to be able to work at the front line of our health service. Therefore, we need new ways into medicine and nursing. We need to harness and embrace all the talents and skills that we have. And we need programmes such as the ScotGem programme offered by the University of St Andrews and Dundee. And therefore, giving St Andrews the ability to award those degrees is an important step in terms of reinforcing those efforts and recognising the role that St Andrews plays in training medics for the future. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And I now call on Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I join others to pay tribute to the service of Jean Freeman? She has been a responsive and an effective minister, and she's put in some shift through this pandemic, so she does deserve a good retirement. This legislation would remove a unique, unnecessary and unintentional prohibition to grant degrees in medicine at St Andrews. Despite the restrictions, the university has worked hard to make its contribution to the NHS with its BSc in medicine, where students then transfer to other universities to graduate in medicine. As we've heard, more recently, it established a medicine degree programme in partnership with the University of Dundee, from which it separated in 1966, the event that created the need for this very legislation. We know the ScotGem degree is designed for students who already have graduated in other subjects. It's an effective route into medicine and focuses on primary care, remote and rural medicine, and is founded on community-based learning. Returning a level playing field would allow St Andrews to fully contribute to patient care by graduating doctors, award degrees in an unfettered way, and to retain students in Scotland, participate equally with other universities in medical research, sponsor important clinical trials, and deepen the relationship with the NHS. The university plays its part in Scottish life. Take the pandemic. ScotGem students, along with university staff, have been involved in the vaccine rollout and have helped match student volunteers with frontline workers in need of support. Some university staff in medicine have been integral to managing the response by Public Health Scotland and the Scottish Government. But that engagement goes deeper and longer. As part of ScotGem, the university have employed 37 general clinical mentors across 4 health boards who provide 47 clinical sessions per week to general practice at a time when we know recruitment is particularly challenging. The success of this model has been recognised by NHS Education Scotland, and the GCM team received a highly commended award at the Medical Directorate Awards. The university works closely with the University of the Highlands and Islands in delivering the medicine programme. Students are currently placed in 72 different GP practices. There is an optional bursary for students who choose to bond to NHS Scotland by committing to a period of 1 year service for each year that the bursary is taken, up to a maximum of 4 years. Now, 94% of students take up the bursary, showing the commitment to Scotland of both the university and the students. The ScotGem programme illustrates that they have been bucking the trend in terms of widening access. There are more applicants from remote and rural areas. 28% of entrants to ScotGem lived in the IMD 20 or the IMD 40 postcode areas. Traditionally, that is just 20%. Retention of students across the first 3 years of the programme is 100%. That is quite incredible. I make all these points to show that the University of St Andrews is part of Scotland. It's reaching out to all parts of society and is part of our NHS. Of course, this bill corrects an anomaly from 55 years ago, but more importantly, this bill recognises that St Andrews is committed to Scotland and what matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is one speaker in the open debate, and I call on Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this short but important Stage 3 debate on the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill. I want to thank all the work by everyone and the clerks for the committee and colleagues on the committee, as well as the Cabinet Secretary and her team. Jean Freeman has demonstrated complete competence during this parliamentary session, and especially that has been demonstrated during the pandemic. This bill, which is technical in nature, will remove the unfair and anti-competitive prohibition which prevents the University of St Andrews from awarding medical and dentistry degrees, the only university in Scotland which has had this prohibition. In doing so, the bill does repeal a section of the University of Scotland Act 1966, which prevents the university from offering medical and dentistry degrees. This is welcome as it affords the University of St Andrews equality of competition and of educational opportunity. Presiding Officer, as Deputy Convener of the Health and Sport Committee, I was involved in the scrutiny of this bill at committee stage. The committee produced a short report on the bill in which we had only one recommendation, which was to overwhelmingly support the general principles of the bill. During committee discussion of the bill, we also considered evidence on the NHS recruitment and widening access to studying medicine. This bill prompted discussion of the potential of a new medical school to be established in Scotland. The COVID pandemic has prevented work to proceed on establishing a new medical school, and I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's commitment on this. I will continue to raise awareness of work in Dumfries and Galloway for a new medical school to potentially be sited at the Crichton campus. So I ask the Cabinet Secretary to keep this in mind as we move forward, and I'm sure her replacement will continue to work on this. I will continue to engage with her in the future and the local campaigners on the issue. Presiding Officer, bringing this bill forward will allow the university to award a degree with the University of Dundee for the purpose of the Scottish Graduate Entry Medicine ScotGem programme, and others have discussed this already. It's Scotland's first graduate entry programme for medicine with a rural medicine focus, and the first cohort students are expected to graduate in 2022. If the bill is not passed, then their degree will be awarded by the University of Dundee only, despite the important work of the University of St Andrews. The timing of the introduction of this bill is therefore welcome, as it enables the University of St Andrews to award the degree jointly with the University of Dundee, as was promised to the ScotGem students, who are very excited about the joint primary medical qualification. The committee heard how passionately ScotGem students feel about their unique identity as students of both universities, and I therefore encourage members to support this bill's passage. Presiding Officer, in conclusion, I welcome this bill and its very real implications for both the University of St Andrews and for ScotGem students, many of whom are currently training across Dumfries and Galloway, and I'm hearing they are doing a great job. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Deputy Convener. And we now move to closing speeches, and I call on Claire Baker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to close this debate on behalf of Labour and to welcome the anticipated approval of the bill at decision time. While Jean Freeman has always been a committed minister who fights her corner, this afternoon in her final debate we will find agreement, and she can take some pride in being part of the ScotGem programme. I want to thank the committee for their work on the bill, though it wasn't a particularly onerous stage 2 as there were no amendments submitted. That, I think, is a reflection of the degree of agreement there is for the bill and its single, simple purpose. While the ScotGem programme is the driver for the bill, it does also address an anomaly from the 1960s, where the creation of Dundee University as a separate institution with a clinical school prevented St Andrews University from awarding medical and dentistry degrees. While this removes the legal barrier, it does not result in St Andrews being able to award medical or dentistry degrees beyond the ScotGem programme at this point in time. The 2019 programme for government did set out the intention to create a new medical school, and St Andrews University have submitted a bid in the open completion commissioning process. While that process is currently suspended, this bill does enable St Andrews University to be competitive in this process, and I do wish them well. It would place its academic offering on an equal footing with all other UK universities, and as the only university in Fife would see the awarding of medical and dentistry degrees from the Kingdom. But I do appreciate there are other matters to consider which have been raised during the scrutiny of the bill, and issues around widening access, NHS recruitment and the potential impact on the North East have to be examined. This reflects the views from Aberdeenshire Health and Social Care Partnership and Dundee University, who both expressed a preference for a partial removal of the prohibition. Dundee University have also expressed concerns around training capacity for their students if St Andrews were to start awarding medical degrees, and also their ability to place students in local hospitals. There are concerns about capacity and competition in a shared geographic area with limited opportunities. These issues would need to be resolved. While this bill is for the purpose of delivering the ScotGem programme, it does open other opportunities for St Andrews University, and on balance, I agree it is appropriate for the bill to achieve this broader purpose. I do welcome the ScotGem programme. It is innovative and the first of its kind in the UK. I hope it is successful in increasing our GP workforce and could maybe be considered in other institutions. I wish the first cohort of students who graduate in 2022 all the best in their future careers. I do support the financial incentive for a commitment to NHS services, and it would be interesting to know if this is attractive to students and how many of the 55 have taken up this offer. Retention of graduates is an issue, and if this is successful in securing commitment to the NHS, it is a model that could be considered for other professions where we experience shortages. We compete internationally for healthcare staff as well as other key workers, and it's unclear what the impact of the new immigration system will be, but it will certainly have an impact on the number of EU workers who've been able to seamlessly transition to working in the UK, and we need to find ways to secure our workforce. The challenges that health boards and IGBs are facing recruiting and retaining GP and primary care staff is well known. In my own region, there has been a steady flow of retirals and resignation, and in some cases it's proving very difficult to replace the GP workforce. In Fife, a number of GP practices operate closed lists, and a number have now come under the direct control of NHS Fife. Many practices are relying on locum cover and are described as in high-risk situations. This has led to difficulties in delivering our out-of-hours service in local hospitals, and the recent closure of a palliative care ward as a responsible medical officer could not be identified. A shortage of GPs does not just have an impact on primary care. While the ScotGem programme will not resolve all these issues, it is a positive intervention. As an MSP for Mid-Scotland and Fife, I'm very pleased to see the development of the course. The focus on rural medicine and healthcare improvement is welcome and seeks to focus on acute issues. But I hope that as further cohorts come through the course, the benefits can be realised across the whole of Scotland. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And I call on Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm delighted to be closing this debate on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. In truth, this bill really is just correcting an anomaly within the further education system, and that has been the consensual position in this debate from across the chamber. The aim of the bill is to remove a legislative prohibition preventing the University of St Andrews from holding qualifying examinations and awarding degrees in medicine and dentistry. The reason for taking action at this time is to allow the University of St Andrews, jointly with the University of Dundee, to award undergraduate primary UK medical qualifications to Scottish graduate entry medicine, ScotGem students, with the first set of students due to complete the 4-year course and graduate in 2022. I think the indication early on was that the prohibition is unfair, it's anti-competitive and no longer serves a purpose. Therefore, in removing the prohibition, the bill creates a fairer higher education sector, enables all of Scotland's institutions to maximise the options and opportunities they offer to students in Scotland. And I think the importance of this bill can be seen against the well-documented background where Scotland is generally short of clinicians. We are well over 800 GPs short in Scotland, for example, with Audit Scotland highlighting to the Health and Sport Committee that the plans put forward by the Scottish Government will still leave a significant shortfall of some 650 at the end of that programme. So any step that allows for an increase in those attaining medical qualification has to be welcome. I think there was widespread general support for the repeal of the prohibition in both written submissions and oral evidence to the committee, and one of the main reasons for support was that it would bring St Andrews in line with other medical schools in Scotland and allow the University of St Andrews, as I said, to award the ScotGem PMQ jointly with the University of Dundee. ScotGem argued that students enrolled to the programme of study were given a clear expectation their degree would jointly be awarded by the University of St Andrews and the University of Dundee. And for a number of students, this joint award was an important factor in their decision to apply, and it was a matter of fairness to ScotGem students to receive that joint degree. I think the written submission from ScotGem highlighted that the vast majority of students responding to the survey were strongly supportive of obtaining that joint degree. The University of Dundee supported the prohibition being removed only partially for the purpose of ScotGem, but with it remaining in place for all other degrees awarding purposes. This was on the basis that there could be potentially an adverse and unintended consequences to the education and training environment in Scotland.
But the Scottish Conservatives are supportive of the ScotGem programme. We also support the removal of the prohibition to allow St Andrews University to award degrees in medicine and dentistry. We recognise that prohibition is unfair and was not intended to remain permanently in place. And for that reason, a partial removal only of the prohibition would not be appropriate. There was the issue of whether St Andrews University competes to establish the new medical school, but it's not provided within this bill and does not require additional legislative changes. And discussions around proposals for that new medical school, although have been postponed, we would think it would be prudent when resumed that they take consideration of the wider evidence that was heard on NHS recruitment and widening access to medicine during the bill's scrutiny by the Health and Sport Committee. And if I may, Deputy Presiding Officer, I would like to take the opportunity here to thank my fellow members of Health and Sport Committee for all their work, especially those not returning. It has been an honour working with you under the stewardship of yourself, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I would also add my tribute to Cabinet Secretary Jean Freeman, with whom I have the greatest respect for. And we've sat in opposition and debated many times, but it's always, I think, with respect and courtesy, and I would like to wish her well. Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Whittle, and I now call on Jean Freeman to wind up the debate. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking colleagues across the Chamber and remotely for their very kind words. They're much appreciated indeed. Members have made a number of important points in this relatively short debate. It is a short debate, though, I think, because we are in agreement about the importance of passing this bill. I want to address a couple of those points, if I may, before I say some more. 94% of ScotGem students have taken the bursary. I think one of the innovations of the ScotGem programme is that testing out as to whether or not the offer of a bursary in return for a commitment to work with the health service in Scotland, should you graduate, is a really important innovation, and it has proven itself to be effective and to work. And I think for a future government, it is an innovation that should be paid great attention to if we are serious in thinking not only about widening access in terms of higher and further education and in healthcare, but also in attracting more individuals to healthcare. I've also taken note in the various stages of this bill, as it has indeed been mentioned in the debate, about the concern raised primarily by Dundee University, although Aberdeen Health and Social Care Partnership did raise it too, to some extent, around any possibility of additional medical school opportunity that would increase numbers of medical undergraduates and the impact that may have on training and placements and so on. The one thing I'd say about this is that I think we are all agreed that we need to have, and indeed we have brought into being as a government, an increase in medical undergraduate places. There is an argument as we go forward that we will need more of those, as indeed we may need more other training places in other areas of healthcare, nursing, allied health professionals and others. It actually doesn't matter where you put those. If you've got more places, you still have to work through issues around clinical placement opportunities and so on. Yes, of course.
Liz Smith.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary. Can I also pay a personal tribute to Jean Freeman, who I've always found to be very responsive to any questions that I've had. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that it's not just about additional places, it's about increasing the diversity of opportunity for youngsters, and therefore that's one of the reasons why this is such an important bill, because it adds to that diversity, particularly at times of changing healthcare?
Jean Freeman.
I absolutely do agree, and I think whether or not a future government takes forward what was in this government's programme for government about a new medical school, there is a need to increase opportunities across our training services for all healthcare, to varying degrees, and in doing so to take that opportunity to widen access and address some of the issues around equity. And that is one of the reasons why ScotGem is so important, because aside from the opportunity that it brings to increase a real focus on remote and rural medicine and on general practice, it is an innovative approach that brings in graduates, but delivers the training in new ways with new opportunities, uses frontline expertise and experience, brings that into the learning. So it offers new ways of designing the curriculum, new ways to harness that practical frontline experience to student learning. And all of that does not compromise by one whit either quality or standards. And I think there is a lot in the design and delivery and so far success of ScotGem that is learning for how we look at other areas of medical, undergraduate, postgraduate and other healthcare training and curriculum opportunities. This is, as colleagues have said, a short technical bill, but as I said before, we shouldn't underestimate its importance. There are a number of reasons why it is important, and members have mentioned those, but for me, at its core, the bill is about correcting what, by its longevity, became an injustice. And while that injustice affects an institution, in truth, it actually affects all of us and those we are here to represent, especially young people, in the richness and the diversity of opportunities that we can offer to them. So this is a short, technical, I'm really pleased, bill that has widespread support across this chamber, but it is important. And in some of the areas that it seeks to address, and in some of the examples that members have given, I think it offers important pointers and learning to a future government about how we may advance not only the numbers of people that we bring into our health service, but the way in which we do that and the way in which we incentivise them to repay the investment in their education and training by continuing to work for our quite marvellous NHS Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the debate on the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill, and we will move on in a moment to the next item of business.
Thank you, colleagues. We're a little ahead of time. I was just checking, but actually members who are not in the chamber are online. So we're going to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of business motion 24328 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a stage 3 timetable. Could I call on Graham Day to move this motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Minister. No member has indicated they wish to speak on the motion. The question, therefore, is that motion 24328 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So the next item is Stage 3 Proceedings on the Hate Crime and Public Order Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have with them the bill as amended at Stage 2, the marshalled list and the grouping of amendments. And I just remind members that I will sound the division bell for the first division, and proceedings will be suspended for 5 minutes for the first vote of the afternoon. The period of voting for each vote will be 1 minute. And members who wish to speak in a debate on any group should press their request to speak button as soon as I call that group. And we'll turn now to the marshalled list. So our first group, Group 1, is characteristic of sex. Can I call Amendment 4 in the name of Joanne Lamont, grouped with Amendments 17, 21 and 26. Joanne Lamont to move Amendment 4 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And can I move Amendment 4 in my name? I have issued a detailed letter to all MSPs outlining the thinking behind all of my amendments, and I trust colleagues have found that useful. I want to place on record my thanks to all those groups and organisations, women and my colleagues in here who have given me support in producing these amendments, and I hope you will reflect on them positively today. Today in Parliament, we're dealing with a contentious piece of legislation, and I am happy to participate in these debates in a serious way, which I trust matches the seriousness of the challenges across our communities confronted by hate, hostility, aggression and inequality. I'm content to recognise that not everyone will agree with me, and that I shall be persuasive to some and not to others. What I shall not be is hateful, and I do not think that is the motivation of anyone in this chamber. So why am I here, and why am I arguing for these amendments? One view is, of course, that I am driven by transphobia, an accusation that has been levelled at some women MSPs in the past by fellow MSPs. Indeed, Patrick Harvey MSP confirmed this view last week in a reaction to a Twitter comment about my speech last week on International Women's Day, where I sought to highlight the suffering, discrimination and violence women suffer globally because of their sex. Patrick Harvey agreed with the comment that I had displayed, quote, a vicious bit of transphobia, and added, quote, I'm sorry to say we can expect more of that when it comes to stage 3 of the hate crime bill. Now, perhaps we should forgive Patrick Harvey for letting his sense of male entitlement show, but to foreshadow a debate in this Parliament by ascribing the motive of hatred to me or to any others who want to participate in this debate, others who have the audacity to disagree with him, frankly says a great deal more about his lack of self-awareness than it does about how we make good law. I would defend to the death Patrick Harvey's right to make those comments about me. But we should remember that the challenge in here is to have the serious debate about the impact on our communities. It is, of course, easier. It is easier to silence people because they are full of hatred rather than address their concerns. And I also note that the Cabinet Secretary has said there is actually a very high bar for anybody to be accused of threatening or abusive behaviour. But the truth of the matter is that Patrick Harvey regards what I said in the International Women's Debate about the discrimination women face because of their sex, matching that bar. And wouldn't it be an irony that in debating the issues around the hate crime bill, I become the subject of a report as the basis of what I've said in here about the provisions of that bill? That must trouble anybody who wants to have a serious discussion across our communities about what hatred means. But the truth is, I am here to speak up for my constituents, for women with whom I have worked for many years, who understand the scale of hatred and violence faced by women, and have no well-funded lobbying groups to press the case to government on their behalf. Lobbying has been an issue in this Parliament, as highlighted by my colleague Neil Findlay. But for most of them, they have to put their hands in their own pockets to lobby and push their case. But in this bill, the truth is that the key lobbyists to whom the Scottish Government has responded at every turn, who have not stood with women, who have not argued for women to be included in this legislation, have done so at the expense of the public purse. They have argued against women being in this legislation without actually speaking to the women who fund their organisation through their taxes. And I've been patronised by many over the years. You learn to live with it. But it has been taken to new levels by those organisations who speak of equality and the needs of women, but never think to test their views against the women's across our communities. And so to the specifics of my amendments, for which I seek support. I want to include sex as an aggravator and to define sex in itself in the terms of the Equality Act. These are simple proposals. They were supported by Lord Brackadale, who described the omission of sex as a lost opportunity. They are supported by many, many women and the men who stand with them. And it is at heart a very simple proposition. If this bill sends a message about the unacceptability of hate crime and offers protections to its potential victims, as it should, you might reasonably expect that the group that suffers most as the consequence of hatred, women, might be included. Hatred of women is so commonplace, it may barely be remarked upon. A cursory glance at the news, any day of the week, you will see it not lurking, but clear and brutal. And today we saw a report which shows that the scale of abuse of women across the world is massive and has not changed over time. Women murdered by men going on a rampage can be upsetting, but it is never a surprise. Men do these things. We know it. We see the tragedy and know there is an angry man and a terrorised woman and her family behind it. We see it in domestic abuse. We see it in crimes of sexual abuse. We see it in the routine behaviour that means for women anxiety about male violence, either walking or running in the park or going to work, is our constant companion from our youth. And when you ask the common sense question out loud, why are women who understand hate crime more than any other group excluded? It is clear there is no answer and that question that could make sense of that decision. None. We're told it's complex. So is the bill. We're told that men are manipulative. We have no doubt there will be manipulative men who will manipulate any piece of legislation in here, including the other protected characteristics identified in this legislation. There are huge issues arise here for women, but we are content to outsource our thinking to a working group rather than wrestle with these issues of principle here. We have been given no evidence of the scale of the problem identified by those who want to put it into the working group. The working group can do very significant work, I don't doubt it, but the principle of whether women should be a protected group should be decided in here, because it means that when we campaign and have a national push to discuss the question of hate crime, women will be at the centre of it, not ignored. And I'll finish on these points. I believe the case for including women is indisputable. But if people are not persuaded, I would at least urge you to support Amendment 17, which provides the definition of sex as outlined in the Equality Act. And indeed, the Cabinet Secretary himself said very clearly that he thought the sex aggravator should align with the provisions of the Equality Act 2010. Even if people accept the outsourcing of work on this huge decision to a working group, with no evidence of why, it is essential that the Parliament defines the work of the group. This amendment makes clear what the definitions of men and women are. If you think those definitions are wrong or are up for debate, then say so, and we can have that debate here. It should not be for the working group being asked to look at the sex aggravator to come back with a new definition of sex and a new definition of man and women. These are big decisions that should be decided in this place. In conclusion, I trust you will support these amendments in my name so that women who are at the very front line of crime driven by hatred are included. As Tim Hopkins of the Equality Network said, it is important that people can see themselves in the bill. Well, women are people too. They should be seen in this bill. They should be included, and I trust you'll vote for my amendment at the decision time.
Thank you. Can I call Pauline McNeill to be followed by Joan McAlpine? Pauline McNeill.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And speaking to the amendments in Joanne Lammert's name, in Group 1, I'd like to thank Joanne Lammert for putting these amendments down so we can debate them. What I regard as a very serious omission in the bill, and many women think so too. Sex is a characteristic which matters when it comes to understanding levels of violence, and that's why hundreds of women have written to me and pleaded for the inclusion of sex as an aggravator in law. Many women constituents are not prepared to wait 3 years for a working group, and I wonder why the Scottish Government is so convinced of this route in the midst of daily reports of male violence against women. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 3 women have faced physical or sexual violence in their life. It is why we have 16 days of action for women and girls who face human trafficking, female genital mutilation, rape, murder, forced prostitution, sexual intimate partner violence. It's why this Parliament had involvement in 16 days of action to notify or to amplify the voices of women. I wonder why Scotland is not leading on this. Women are regularly the target of offending behaviour based on hostility towards their sex, and it's now well established that women in public life face much higher levels of online abuse than men, with consequences for their participation. The proposal to add age to the hate crime protected characteristics leaves sex as the main characteristic that will not be protected but included within the Equality Act. It is an absolute glaring omission. I really don't understand why the Scottish Government is asking women to wait 3 years. The longer the law is unchanged, the bigger the message is reinforced that this is not something which is a priority for this Parliament. And it perhaps reinforces some fears that women do have. I also don't understand if it was the committee's view and Lord Brackadale's view, and as I've said, hundreds of women that feel that sex as an aggravator should be included in the hate crime bill. Why is that not good enough? Why is Lord Brackadale not good enough? But Helena Kennedy and the working group, it does not make any sense to me. You reject one legal opinion, maybe perhaps it's the one you didn't want. It concerns me deeply. I have 2 questions for the Minister on this one. He sums up. I think it would be helpful to know what kind of new law you think a standalone crime would be of misogynistic harassment. What does that look like? How does it differ from domestic violence, all the violent crimes that I outlined? I'm genuinely struggling to see what such a crime is going to look like, since the women are already such the victims of a range of crimes. And why can you not? This is what I'll finish on, Presiding Officer. Why can't the Scottish Government put sex as an aggravator in the bill, but still have a working group 3 years later? If the argument is, well, if we think it should go in, we'll put it back in at that point. Surely you put it in now, and then if Helena Kennedy takes a different view or another view, then we can change the law. Please, I please urge the Parliament to think very seriously about omitting sex as an aggravator in a hate crime bill. It's one of our last pieces of legislation in this Parliament. I urge members to consider very seriously voting for the amendments in these groups to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms McNeill. Can I call Joan McAlpine to be followed by Elaine Smith?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. A YouGov poll for UN Women UK published this week found that nearly every young woman in the UK had suffered sexual harassment. Claire Barnett, the Executive Director of UN Women UK, pointed out that this is a human rights issue. As Ms Barnett said, it's not just enough for us to keep saying this is too difficult a problem for us to solve. It needs addressing now. It does need addressing now, and that's why I don't think putting this issue off until the next Parliament is convincing, and that's why I'm voting against the Government Whip and to support Joanne Lammert's amendments in this area today. I did not initially take this view because, of course, I understand that the sex aggravator is gender neutral. I initially preferred the idea of an offensive misogyny or even a female sex aggravator, which of course was never on the cards, although given that the hate crime protections in this bill extend to characteristics that don't exist in the Equality Act, perhaps there's really no reason why not. I became convinced that the scale of the sexist violence women experience at male hands, including the 2 women a week in the UK killed by men, means that it would be bizarre to exclude them from at least part 1 of the bill. And I think the thing that finally turned me to this position was the government's decision to expand the definition of transgender identity to include cross-dressers who are not trans-identified. That is not the definition of gender reassignment in the Equality Act. And it will seem bizarre to many people that men who enjoy cross-dressing are protected from hate crime, but women are not. When we last debated violence against women last November, several members, including ministers, praised the femicide census, which documents the 1,425 killings of women by men in the UK last year. And yet we seem to be saying that femicide is not hate. I know the sex aggravator would of course protect men, but that's already the case in the Equality Act, where although sex is the characteristic, it mainly protects women. And in this bill, as within the Equality Act, the protected characteristics of race and sexual orientation will protect straight people and white people, but of course they'll be applied most often in crimes against gay people and black people who face most oppression. So why not then also include sex, which would protect women more than men? A number of official women's organisations, which has already been mentioned by Joanne Lamont, who work closely with and are funded by central government, have backed the decision not to include a sex aggravator. Although, as the For Women Scotland briefing points out, none of these organisations did any research before getting to this position, and even amongst their own networks. These organisations suggest that men could weaponise hate crime in domestic violence cases, but our domestic violence laws are already gender neutral. Members should be aware that there is a reason why funded organisations take this view. There is a major ideological schism that has opened up in feminist thought in the last few years, which has its roots in university gender and so-called queer studies courses, where it's argued that gender is a personal choice and that sex is an identity. This is a view taken by the leadership of most government-funded organisations. But this position is increasingly being challenged by a growing number of grassroots feminist movements who argue that gender roles are oppressive and that women face discrimination, violence and subjugation because of the sex they were born. This debate is polarised, but it is dynamic and changing. And only yesterday, one of the grassroots feminist groups succeeded in a legal challenge to the UK census, which forced the Office of National Statistics to collect only sex at birth and legal sex in the census. Just 2 years ago, when my committee took evidence on this for our own census bill, the public authorities and some of these women's groups told us that this wasn't possible. These organisations also opposed Joanne Lamont's amendment in the Forensic Medical Services Bill to ensure that rape victims were able to choose the sex, not just the gender of their medical examiner. Make no mistake, that such positions are as ideological as they are absurd. They have nothing to do with protecting women, and that's why I am proud to support Joanne Lamont's amendments today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms McAlpine. Can I call Elaine Smith to be followed by John Finney?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to make a short intervention in support of the amendments lodged by Joanne Lamont being considered in this Group 1. Over the last few weeks, members from across the Chamber have spoken up against the growing inequalities faced by women in our society, all expressing concerns about the unacceptability of continuing violence and abuse against women and the urgent need to take action. And Joanne Lamont, Polly McNeill and Joan McAlpine have just outlined that as well in their contributions. Yet today, when we're discussing measures to tackle hate crime, the Cabinet Secretary proposes to refer the inclusion of the characteristic of sex as an aggravator to a working group. A working group. It's not just Joanne Lamont who's concerned about that. Women across Scotland are asking, is that really the best that this Parliament can do? And this is not a new discussion. 13 years ago, in 2008, my colleague Marlon Glenn raised the same point as the Parliament considered the offences aggregated by prejudice bill. However, violence against women, misogyny and hatred of women was not included. And during the evidence sessions on this hate crime bill,
voices from the Muslim community called for support for mechanisms to measure hate crimes perpetrated against Muslim women. I agree with all those grassroots women's organisations who spoke up during the evidence sessions, and with all those who cannot understand why we would effectively exclude women in this piece of legislation. And as the working group gets on with its work, additional measures to tackle misogyny can, of course, be considered, although I think a response to Polly McNeill's question on that would be most welcome when the Cabinet Secretary rises. For the legislation to be meaningful and understood, we have a responsibility to be very clear on what this Parliament means when defining men and defining women as two sexes. I know from the correspondence that I've received that the people of Scotland, in their great majority, understand that too. We can't put women's concerns and fears to one side, and I am shocked by the lack of serious consultation with the women of Scotland and by the number of men queuing up to tell women what we should think, how we should feel, and frankly, trying to stop our voices being heard. I support the amendments in this group in the name of Joanne Lamont.
Thank you, Ms Smith. Can I call John Finney to be followed by Neil Bibby? John Finney.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. I think this is an important debate, and I certainly don't wish to silence anyone's voices. I think that there are important issues at stake here, and it's right that that's reflected in the debate. And like many men, I've frequently spoken about women's experiences, and I know people would say, well, that that's a privileged position, and that experiences of sexism, misogyny, harassment and abuse, and there is no acceptable level of toxic masculinity. Like everyone on the Justice Committee, I warmly welcome the appointment of the distinguished human rights campaigner, Ellen Kennedy, QC, and more recently, commended the strong and talented group of women appointed to her working group. And now there's no doubt that progress in dealing with sexism, misogyny, harassment, and abuse has been slow, and we've heard that from the previous speakers. With this working group, it will gather pace. I want the world to be a better place quicker. I'm not sure where some of the contributors get the 3 years from. Perhaps we'll hear from the Cabinet Secretary about that. However, the misrepresentation that seems endemic in much of the discourse around this debate is at best disappointing, sometimes mischievous, and on some occasions simply malicious. Some of the circumstances we've heard, horrendous circumstances that women face, are already covered by legislation. We need the concerns that have been highlighted looked at. But one might reasonably anticipate the furore that would follow a male politician such as myself saying, let's disregard that women's group with its distinguished woman leader. It doesn't matter that the group's work with all these talented women is underway. I want to put into legislation what I want at this time, regardless of what they might plan. Presiding Officer, words are important, tactics are important, intent is important. As before, I won't be supporting amendments of this nature because, as before, I'm not prepared to preempt or jeopardise Dame Helena Kennedy's group's important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And can I call Neil Bibby to be followed by... Sorry, point of order, Iain Smith.
Thank you. I think it's unfortunate that given the COVID pandemic and the way the Parliament has to operate, that there's no way of intervening on members to clarify points. I don't hear anybody in this chamber saying anything about the membership of the misogyny working group. And what I do hear is that we're quite happy, obviously, as women, to support that group going ahead to see what happens at the end of it. But we've waited 13 years on legislation, and we just don't see why we should wait any longer and why it shouldn't be included in this bill. And the misogyny working group, with its distinguished members, can, of course, continue with its work.
Thank you, Ms Smith. Yes, the point of order related to proceedings is an accurate one in the sense that debates which take place such as this, or discussions, and when members are participating online, are very restricted and interventions are not possible. I recognise that is something that I'm afraid all members have to work with. However, the point of argument that the member raised has now been put on the record. Can I call Neil Bibby to be followed by Annabel Ewing? Neil Bibby.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We will be supporting all amendments in this group. As Joanne Lamont and Pauline McNeill said, Lord Brackendale, in his review of existing hate crime legislation, did recommend that we introduce sex as a protected characteristic covered by this legislation, and that the decision not to include it was perhaps a missed opportunity. I note the concerns put forward by many, including the Scottish Government, on this issue, and that the Justice Committee in their Stage 1 report said the arguments were finely balanced. The establishment of the Working Group on Misogynistic Harassment, chaired by Baroness Helena Kennedy QC, is important, and we will follow its work closely. We welcome, of course, the commitment to publish a report within 12 months and hope that that would not be 3 years. However, as Polly McNeill said, we worry that by not including sex in the bill now, there will be a gap in the legislation for those 12 months and the time it will take for further legislation to be enacted. As others have said, women are subjected to hate because of their sex, and I'm concerned, as other members are, that not only is there a gap in the legislation, it may also send a message that women are less deserving of the protections afforded by this bill for the Hate Crimes Day experience. The Government suggests sex can still be added later, pending the conclusions of the working group, but the reverse is also true. Any primary legislation resulting from the working group's conclusions could also remove or replace a sex aggravator if consensus around a preferred alternative is found. Amendment 4 adds sex as an aggravator and will allow for courts to record offences as having been aggravated by ill will and malice towards the victim due to their sex. Amendment 17 provides the definition of sex as defined in the Equality Act 2010 for the purposes of Amendment 4, and Amendments 21 and 26 are incidental to 4 and 17. For those reasons, Presiding Officer, we will be supporting all amendments in this group, and I would urge the Cabinet Secretary and Parliament to support them too.
Thank you very much, Mr Bibby. I call Annabel Ewing to be followed by the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As a member of the Justice Committee, and indeed, I should say a member of the Law Society of Scotland, I have had the opportunity, of course, to consider the copious amount of evidence that the committee received, both written and in oral form. And I have to say that we received a lot of evidence from a lot of different people who had a lot of different perspectives on a lot of different issues. And in terms of the issue at hand, and further to the consideration of the evidence, it is clear to me that in the approach being proposed, we actually have the opportunity to do something different, something substantial and meaningful in terms of the abuse that women suffer day and daily. And to my mind, I have to ask myself the question, what is the point of pursuing the same legislative approach that we have seen over decade after decade, which has not produced really any better result for women? It has not delivered for women. Gender neutral does not deliver for women. We can see provisions of the Istanbul Convention that lend support to that. I'll take a brief intervention on you.
Joanne Lamond.
Would you agree that the women's groups who are arguing against the sex aggravator on that basis welcomed the domestic abuse legislation as being gold standard, and it was gender neutral?
Annabel Ewing.
I think we all welcomed the domestic abuse legislation, which is indeed gold standard and something this Parliament and the Scottish Government can be very proud of. And in terms of the specifics, I don't think it's quite the same analogy that we can make. But as I say, after miserable decade of the abuse that every woman in this chamber will have suffered at some time, perhaps in the main verbal abuse, but perhaps sadly for some women more than that, and I would include, I have to say myself in that, Presiding Officer, that category. I think it's time to try to do something different. What is being proposed here is a working group that is to report within 12 months. That was an amendment that the committee agreed to that I proposed in terms of the principle of a time limit being put in place. And it is to look at, indeed, the misogynistic harassment issue, but also to look at the issue of a sex aggravator. And it will report to this Parliament. And it will be this Parliament, therefore, as the democratic Parliament of our country, that will consider the issues and take decisions. So from my perspective, and colleagues will know that I actually very much recognise the importance of the principle of the immutability of sexual dimorphism and the importance of not conflating sex and gender, and have argued for that in this Parliament and in the committee on the census bill that my colleague Joan McAlpine referred to. So I very much recognise the concerns on those issues, but I do feel, and I feel that having studied the evidence, and I would have to say as a lawyer, I do feel that the concerns on that debate are becoming part of this bill, and I don't necessarily see the two things as being contemporaneous in that regard. So the final point I would make, the Equality Act has been mentioned. The Equality Act of 2010 remains part of the legislation that governs our activities, and we cannot act ultra vires of the Equality Act, and therefore inserting definitions from the Equality Act and all other pieces of legislation, to me, from a legal perspective, doesn't seem to make very much sense. The Equality Act is there, it is on the statute book, and it governs everything that we can do. I very much would not be supporting these amendments today for those reasons, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Ewing. And can I call on the Cabinet Secretary, Hamza Youssef.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And before I begin, let me start by thanking Joanne Lamont and all of those who have contributed to speaking to her amendments. Although I'm about to explain in detail why the Government will not be supporting Joanne Lamont's amendments, let me also state on the record at the very beginning that I've known Joanne Lamont for quite a few years. We were, of course, political opponents in Glasgow Pollock during the last election and for years before that. So for all the disagreements I have with her, I don't doubt for 1 second, not for 1 millisecond, her commitment to tackling hatred. I've known her to stand in the same platform denouncing hatred in all of its forms. So let me say that while our debate will be robust, and we have heard much of that robust debate already, let me just state on the record that I do not doubt at all her intentions in relation to bringing these amendments forward. I also welcomed the respectful but, again, robust manner in which issues were debated at stage 2. I know that contributions throughout today's proceedings, I'm certain, will be in a very similar manner. There remains a pressing need, of course, as members have already stated, to tackle misogyny and gender-based violence in Scotland. And this Government is absolutely committed to doing so. Indeed, it's clear that there is across this Parliament a shared ambition to do so. However, it's also clear that there are strong but often diverging views on how this important issue should be tackled. Joanne Lamont's amendments would see the characteristic of sex added to the list of characteristics in Section 1 of the bill and would add a provision to define sex. She is right. In principle, I don't oppose the intention behind the inclusion of sex within the hate crime legislative framework. I've said publicly on the record, when Lord Brackadale's report came to me, my initial view was to include a sex aggravator. As I outlined at my committee during stage 2, I know that including sex in the bill seems absolutely appealing on the face of it, and to exclude it, as members have said, seems counterintuitive. However, we also heard during the committee's oral and written evidence sessions that a number of organisations, such as Scottish Women's Aid, Engender, Rape Crisis Scotland, Zero Tolerance Scotland, that have decades of experience standing up for women's rights, express concerns that a neutral sex aggravator could do harm to women. I will come to some of the reasons why in just a second, but can I say that the one concerning element that I've heard in remarks that have just been made is that while we can absolutely accept that there are differences of opinion, I am deeply disturbed by the insinuation that a few members have made towards organisations such as Scottish Women's Aid, Rape Crisis Scotland, and Gender and Zero Tolerance. You have, of course, every right in the world to disagree. Of course you do. But we should recognise that these groups not only provide a life-saving service for many, many women, they have decades of credibility in this area. And by labelling them as government-funded, of course, which is absolutely true, but the dangerous insinuation here is that they are simply doing what the government wants. Anybody, but anybody, that has had any dealings with Dr. Marsha Scott, Sandy Brindley or Emma Rich knows that they are no government patsies. Where they need to challenge the government, they do so strongly. So my plea would be that while we disagree, absolutely right to disagree, can we please not denigrate those organisations that have done so much to advance women's rights over the years? In terms of the evidence that they gave, I was struck by a number of the concerns that they raised. Women's aid organisations raised over the introduction of a neutral sex aggravator that would of course apply to men just as it would to women, how it could potentially become another tool for domestic abuse perpetrators to use as part of a wider pattern of coercive control. We know that perpetrators of abuse often use the criminal or indeed civil justice process in order to further perpetuate that abuse. I wanted to read a quote from Grampian Women's Aid. So a number of members have already talked about national organisations and made, again, an insinuation, in fact not an insinuation, a direct accusation that those organisations haven't spoken to women on the ground or women's organisations on the ground. So this is from Grampian Women's Aid, and they said, and I quote from their evidence, "We see time and time again attempts by perpetrators to use elements of the criminal and civil justice system to enforce or extend control and abuse for children and women, including calling the police and claiming to be victims when they are in fact abusers. We of course can only speculate about the impact of a gender aggravation for hate crime. However, it is our understanding that there is no evidence that such an aggravation has helped protect women where it's been used elsewhere, and we're absolutely confident that perpetrators will attempt to use it for their own benefit should it be introduced in Scotland." End quote. Joanne Lamont has asked a question, I think, to Annabel Ewing's speech in an intervention. Well, the domestic abuse aggravator is neutral. I suppose my question back, given what Grampian Women's Aid have said, why would we want to give perpetrators a potential additional tool to use in the perpetuation of their abuse? Now, that is not the only argument that women's organisations have used. Engender have a 35-page report, and I won't go into the policy detail of that. But what I would say is that it is worth recognising that there are serious concerns raised by very serious organisations that have a pedigree, a credibility and an integrity when it comes to standing up for women's rights. So for me, it makes perfect sense to ask for experts, as we have with the working group chaired by Baroness Helena Kennedy, a lifelong feminist, a human rights lawyer, to look at where the gaps in the law may exist, to examine a standalone offence of misogyny, but also to examine this issue of a sex aggravator being included in the hate crime bill. Now, Joanne Lamont referenced it a couple of times as outsourcing that work. I happen to disagree. I think as legislators we are at our best when we ask experts like Baroness Kennedy to look at this issue and these issues in great detail. Not only Baroness Kennedy, but she has a panel of experts with specialism in Scots law, in human rights and women's equality. She's managed to bring in advisory council from the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights to support the working group. That working group had its first meeting on the 12th of February. The next one is scheduled later this month. Polly McNeill kept referencing 3 years. I have no idea where that number has come from, and I'm afraid because she's online, perhaps she's not able to intervene, but I would be happy to take an intervention because, as I have already written to every MSP, and the working group have confirmed, they will conclude their work within 12 months from the 12th of February date. And I have also confirmed that if their recommendation, having explored all the arguments that have been raised by Engender, Rape Crisis Scotland, Scottish Women's Aid, members of this Parliament, if their conclusion is that a sex aggravator should be included, then this government, if we are re-elected, will include a sex aggravator. And I would bring forward that draft order within a month. So there is absolutely a pace towards that work. It wouldn't take 3 years, and I'm not sure where that has come from. In terms of a definition of sex, again, it's similar to what I've said previously. I don't have an in-principle objection to aligning with the Equality Act. What I won't do, though, is prejudge the work that is being undertaken by Baroness Helena Kennedy in this regard. So it's for these reasons, not because I have a fundamental, in-principle objection to what Joanne Lamont is suggesting or doing, but simply because it is the recognition that organisations, again, who have decades of credibility in standing up for women's rights, have said and expressed very serious concerns, much of those articulated very well by my colleague Annabel Ewing. And I would ask members to give the working group the time, 12 months, as the committee asked, the time they need to explore that issue and come forward with recommendations and create potentially a world-leading approach. So I would ask them to do that. I would ask them to vote against amendments 4, 17, 21 and 26 in the name of Joanne Lamont.
Thank you very much. Before I ask Joanne Lamont to wind up, I noticed that Polly McNeill has requested to speak, so I'll bring in Polly McNeill.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So I did ask Cabinet Secretary a number of questions. Many commentators have concerned about the length of time this would take, because whatever commitment the Cabinet Secretary gives, the Cabinet Secretary has to give some legislative time, and the committee has to pursue it. So many people think this will take at least a few years. So I won't be tied to the 3 years, but certainly we're concerned about the timescale. I mean, I noticed the extraordinary times that we're in as well. I know Cabinet Secretary can't reply to this, but I did ask another question, which is what does a crime, what does a crime look like? You didn't answer that question. You also didn't answer the question that I put to Cabinet Secretaries. Why then, if you're not against a sex aggravator, which you said you were kind of minded at the beginning, and given that Helena Kennedy is going to look at that, what would be the problem in inserting it now and then revising it whenever it just seems to me to be getting into an argument for no reason where you could have done this. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Pauline McNeill. Cabinet Secretary.
For that, and for you, Presiding Officer, for facilitating that intervention as such. I suppose the reason why we wouldn't include it, because I know that has been mentioned, in fairness to Rhoda Grant, who may be taking part in the debate later, she had suggested that perhaps we should include a sex aggravator, and then if the working group says it shouldn't be in there, then we remove it. But of course, the problem is, and the concern is, that Scottish Women's Aid and many others feel that a sex aggravator that can apply to men as much as it would apply to women could do harm. So if the suggestion is that we should include it, allow it to do harm to women, and then remove it because the expert working group says, yep, it does harm, then actually how many women would be harmed in that process? That to me seems like the wrong way to go about it. And forgive me, I didn't understand the question about what crime that Pauline McNeill referenced, but again, I'm happy to take that away and perhaps address that in writing to Pauline McNeill.
Thank you. And can I call on Joanne Lamont to wind up in this group?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I appreciate the quite a significant number of areas that I want to get through. First of all, to say that my contention that if you ask the question out loud, why would you not include women in the hate crime legislation when we all know that women are the most serious victims of it? When you ask out loud and say, well, it's all a bit complicated. People have been saying that to women since I was a child. It's all a bit complicated. It's very difficult to get women into public spaces. It's very difficult to deal with difficult behaviour. Women are carrying responsibilities. If you take that attitude, we would never have changed anything. I have to commend Pauline McNeill and Joan McAlpine and Elaine Smith for their contributions that prove there's a lot of talented women who have something to say about this issue. And we should listen to them, because these women are speaking up on behalf of women across the country who have lobbied the government on this matter. And I very much respect Annabel Ewing for what she has said and done, particularly around the issue of not conflating sex and gender. I recognise that, but I do think she is wrong in the conclusion she has come to, where she understands that there is a problem for women in relation to hate crime, but that it shouldn't be central to any strategy of government's legislation or the campaign round it, that women should be part of that. A number of arguments are made in this. First of all, it's very complex. I make the point again, the hate crime legislation in full is complex. That is our job, to work our way through complex legislation. We are told that a sex aggravator may work against women because of manipulative men. So because the perpetrators are ultra manipulative, we have to pull back. That is again a counsel of despair. It means we would never have legislated on rape, we would never have legislated on coercive control, and we would never have legislated on domestic abuse. And I make the point again, the domestic abuse legislation may be gender neutral, but what it does is protect women who are overwhelmingly the victims of domestic abuse. We're also told that women can wait, because it might only be a year. We're a bit vague about how long it will take, but women can wait till we make sure we get this absolutely right. On the other hand, when people have said perhaps it might be better relating to the complexities of this bill as a whole, to try and bring people together, to try and get our communities to understand what we were doing, should we pause this bill and build consensus? And we've been told, no, we cannot wait. Let the women wait, but not every other issue in relation to the bill. That does not make sense. Now, John Finney, in his contribution, said that he was not willing to jeopardise the talented group of women, at least one of whom will be representing a group who is actively opposed to the sex aggravator being in legislation, who's part of that group. But nevertheless, I accept it is a very talented group of women. The point we would make is there's a lot of very talented women right across our communities who understand exactly what hate crime is, and we should be talking to them about what their protections should be. It is ludicrous to say that the only way forward to address the needs of women is to set up a working group. I am sure the working group can do a lot of really good work. There are very talented people there. There is no need to stop putting this into the legislation and then let the group work on the detail. And if there are unintended consequences, they can address them. A lot has been made about the evidence that says that manipulative men would make this more difficult for women. But of course, this is an aggravator. The men are already manipulating the initial charge of violence. We know that, and we need to deal with that. That does not make any sense in relation to this point. And then I would want to talk just briefly about what the Cabinet Secretary has said. Let me be clear. I have a lot of respect for the groups that are opposed to the position I have taken. Indeed, when I was a minister, I funded these groups to ensure that women were protected in the justice system and women were protected by giving them refuge and support. So I have no problem whatsoever with these organisations. And my argument is not that they are silenced by their connection to their funding from the Scottish Government. It is that the Scottish Government overwhelmingly listens to them above any other group. And indeed, we found out this week that the Scottish Government does not have a list of groups of women to test their ideas against. The only people they've got are the 4 groups of people that they fund. That is a closed circle. And we want to break into that circle and say, you know, there's another set of ideas and arguments here. And they are that women do need protection in the law. It can be done in principle, and afterwards let the working group do its very best. I commend in particular Joan McAlpine for what she said, partly for a fantastic speech making the case, but also having the courage to indicate that she will support this against the position of her own government. And I am absolutely confident if the Cabinet Secretary allowed his backbenchers to do what they know is right, they would support the sex aggravator, they would support the working group doing the detailed work, and they would definitely support the definition of sex as is in the legislation. Now, it's clear this government has form in changing, I'll finish on this point, it has form in changing definitions. You are in the courts at this very moment defending a change in definition round the gender representation on boards legislation. That has been changed. Joan McAlpine was the person who took to the Scottish Government the attempt to change the Census Act to redefine the question on sex in the gender, and has informed a lot of the work around what is in court there at the end. So I would finish on this point. If you listen to women and you look at women's experience, it is self-evident that they should be in this bill. Women would not be arguing for something that was going to make women's lives worse. And I urge the Scottish Government to listen to women, to listen to what Tim Hopkins said, that people need to see themselves in this legislation. Women are people, and they, more than anyone, know that they need the protection of the law. I would urge across the chamber that people support my amendments, and if they can feel they can do no other, at least ensure that we don't have a working group that comes back in a year's time, having redefined the meaning of sex, men and women, behind our backs, and when people raise it, they will say, why are you moving against that change? We make the decisions in here and that, and let the working group do its best. But fundamentally, as we all know, that women face hate, violence and abuse and they deserve the protection of the law as much as anyone else.
Thank you very much. We're going to go straight to the vote. And the question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. This is the first division of the afternoon, so I'm going to suspend Parliament for 5 minutes to allow members to access the voting app and to summon members to the chamber and to allow other members offline to access the voting app too. Parliament is suspended for 5 minutes. Thank you, colleagues. We are now back in session and we're going to go straight to the vote. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Members may cast their votes now. This is Amendment 4 in the name of Joanne Lamont. I'm doing it too. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you had any difficulty in voting. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 4 in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 53, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I'm going to turn now to Group 2. This is on the threshold for and operation of offences relating to stirring up hatred. And before I call the first amendment in the name of Liam Kerr, as we're nearing the agreed time limit already, I'm prepared to exercise my power under Rule 9.8.4a to allow the debate in this group to continue beyond the limit in order to avoid the debate being unreasonably curtailed. Can I call Amendment 32 in the name of Liam Kerr, grouped with Amendments 33, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 30 and 31. Liam Kerr to move Amendment 32 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My amendments in this group split into two broad principles, and I'll speak to both in turn. The first two amendments, 32 and 33, both try to protect the right to private and family life, but in slightly different ways. At stage 2, I brought forward an amendment to provide a defence for words spoken in a private dwelling and which are not overheard by any other person except by those within, similar to those existing in public order laws in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Now, my intention was to reflect the fact that, as the committee unanimously agreed, this legislation describes itself as concerned with public disorder, because prosecution under these stirring up laws over private conversations in the home must surely constitute a violation of privacy and the human right to a family and private life. Now, during evidence taking, the committee heard concerns that allegations could be made by individuals after an argument at a dinner party or similar social event and investigated by the police. Callum Steele of the Scottish Police Federation warned us that conversations on contentious issues could be repeated innocently by children at school and lead to reporting. The police would have no choice but to investigate and take witness statements from others present at the time of the speech, which would presumably include one's own children. Now, without a private and family life defence, then, this bill could lead to the scenario where parents are censoring themselves in their own homes because they are anxious their children might repeat something they've said out of context. Presiding Officer, we must not make it the job of the police to investigate private disputes and to use the criminal law to set the parameters of acceptable opinion, even in the private sphere. Now, the Cabinet Secretary at Stage 2 expressed concerns about people stirring up in the home and then folk going out and expressing hate. And I heard his argument there. So I've drafted my amendments specifically to address those concerns. Amendment 32 makes clear that if a person behaves in a way that could constitute stirring up or communicates material that could constitute stirring up in their usual residence and no one outside the dwelling hears or sees it, they do not commit an offence. But the caveat I have added to that is that the defence is only applicable if the other people in the house at the time are either family or people with whom the house is shared, plus another person from a different household. So the beauty of this clause is that it entirely addresses the Cabinet Secretary's concerns whilst ensuring you can speak freely without fearing an investigation or prosecution. Very briefly, if I may.
I really thank the member for giving way. I just asked a very simple question. If I was beaten up because of the colour of my skin, do you think I would care if it was a stranger that was that the hatred was stirred up within them, or it was actually your brother that you stirred the hatred up? It wouldn't make a difference to me as the victim of that hate crime, whether that was a relative of yours that beat me up or a stranger that beat me up.
Liam Kerr.
No, of course it wouldn't. But what we're talking about here is the dwelling defence and how we protect people from the hate speech round their dinner table. And I'll address the point as we go through, because there's also a further amendment that I've put in at Amendment 33, just in case members remain concerned about the extra non-family person. Amendment 33 provides a defence if the only people present are your family or those who live with you. Presiding Officer, none of which I'm proposing is groundbreaking. There is precedent for a private and family life defence. Section 18 of the Public Order Act provides the offence is not committed if the accused's behaviour takes place inside a dwelling and is not seen or heard by others. Now, interestingly, the Law Commission in England recently reviewed whether this dwelling defence should remain in public order laws. And just last month, it announced that the mechanism should stay to ensure a proper balance between tackling vile behaviour and respecting privacy. Now, since the hate crime bill seeks to increase the coverage of the stirring up offence, it makes sense to import a similar dwelling defence to protect the right to a private family life and ensure that the public order element of the hate crime bill's title remains pertinent. And I will move those amendments in my name. Now, Presiding Officer, my amendments 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 and 31 are all part and go towards the same point. From the start of this process, I've argued that Part 2 needed to be removed and rethought because we have to get this right. Presiding Officer, in this, the most controversial bill in Scottish Parliament history, most of the concerns have centred on Part 2. Now, in a truncated timetable and extraordinarily difficult and unprecedented circumstances, parliamentarians, the committee of this Parliament have worked well. Vital changes have indeed been made. But despite all the evidence taking, all the amendments at Stage 2, all the emergency sessions of the committee, significant concerns remain. The bill, as amended, requires that behaviour must be judged abusive or threatening by a reasonable person and be intended to stir up hatred. Now, that's a considerable improvement, but these terms are not further defined. And whilst it's been argued that the meaning of these words will be obvious and that they will set a high bar, there is no doubt that the meaning of what is hateful, abusive and reasonable is contested. And even should some of the many further amendments pass today, there are still huge questions around, for example, what the police could be dragged into adjudicating under Part 2. Murray Blackburn Mackenzie warned, quote, if the bill is passed in the form the government is seeking, the freedom to make certain types of statements without risking at least serious disruption to life will now rest wholly on what frontline police officers decide in practice a reasonable person might judge abusive. And on the freedom of expression provisions that we'll look at shortly, whilst the Scottish Government has put together an alternative clause, which may still be further amended by the next group, we will all have had extensive representations suggesting it might still not be quite right. Members will have seen recent representations from many reputable organisations this week, raising concerns that the wording is not wide enough to put beyond doubt that merely offensive or controversial speech is not grounds for a stirring up hatred prosecution to take place. The Society of Editors illustrate my point, saying We fear that unless there are safeguards put in place, the reasonable person test stands every chance of being hijacked and used to silence free speech and penalise a free media. At the very least, the definition stands the chance of creating a chilling effect in the UK's media. Are they right? I don't know, Presiding Officer, but what if they are? Presiding Officer, there needs to be much more thought given to the content and compass of the stirring up offences. The Cabinet Secretary, this Parliament and hundreds of groups have tried for a year now to find the solution. But too many think that that solution may not have been found. So I offer this solution to Parliament. If Part 2 is removed from the Hate Crime Bill, it will allow the bill to proceed to consolidate existing provisions, to add a new statutory aggravator on age and remove the blasphemy offence. We can then come back in the next parliamentary term and a new administration can look afresh at this disputed area. Now, I can anticipate the worry that people will have, that if this part were to be removed, it could leave people unprotected. But let me allay those fears, because I've also proposed Amendment 31 that reinstates the existing protections provided by the Public Order Act to ensure that there is no reduction in existing protections should my amendments be accepted. So, Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 6 and its consequentials to remove Part 2 so that Parliament can, secure in the knowledge that there will be no reduction in protections, pass the rest of this bill and in the next Parliament allow more time for renewed scrutiny and stakeholder engagement of the stirring up offences to ensure we get them right, to protect what must be and who must be protected, while ensuring we do not infringe those rights which must not be.
Thank you very much, Mr Kerr. Can I call on Adam Tompkins to speak to Amendment 5 and the other amendments in the group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's been clear for months that notwithstanding all the criticisms that have been made of the Hate Crime Bill, a majority of MSPs support the legislation and that it will pass at stage 3 tonight and be enacted into law. So in all of my involvement with this bill, I have sought to improve it. I could, of course, have spent the last few months simply trying to obstruct this legislation, but as I've said, it's been clear for a long time that it's going to pass, so what would have been the point of that? I want to ensure that this Parliament passes good law, and my amendments to this bill, both in this group and in the next to be debated, are designed not to thwart the policy objectives of those whose bill this is, but to improve the delivery of those policy objectives in the law we make. Presiding Officer, I am in favour of hate crimes being crimes. I do not want to live in a country where people are free to threaten or abuse one another with the intention of stirring up hatred against them. But I am also passionately in favour of individual freedom and liberty. And when we are seeking to criminalise behaviour that stirs up hatred, we must do so with extreme care and caution. In particular, we must guard against two vices, either one of which could hold the good intentions of this legislation below the waterline. We must guard against vagueness, and we must guard against overbreadth. We must specify as precisely as we can exactly what it is that we are seeking to criminalise, and we must ensure that we do not inadvertently catch within the web of our criminal law behaviour that ought properly to be left free. And this, Presiding Officer, is what my amendments in both this group and the next are designed to achieve. And they do it by remembering this, that when we legislate as we are here on the terrain of fundamental human rights, our rights and liberties should be interpreted and understood expansively, and restrictions on our rights and liberties should be contemplated only where necessary, in the public interest, to safeguard a legitimate aim. So, Presiding Officer, stirring up offences are not new. This bill does not invent them, although it does expand them very considerably. We've had stirring up offences with regard to racial hatred since the 1960s, and they are found now in the Public Order Act of 1986. This bill, given its full short title, is called the Hate Crime and Public Order Bill. And this is not by accident. And yet it seems to have been overlooked in so much of the debate on and the commentary about this bill. The stirring up offences are offences against public disorder, and they sit alongside other public order offences: riot, affray, violent disorder, breach of the peace. Now, you don't need to be a lawyer to understand that in order to commit a public order offence, there needs to be a public element to what you do. You cannot commit riot in private, and nor should you be able to be convicted of stirring up hatred if what you have done occurred wholly in private and if there was no public element to it. This is the effect of the law at the moment. Section 18 of the Public Order Act, which criminalises the stirring up of racial hatred, provides that the offence is not committed if the accused's behaviour takes place inside a dwelling and is not seen or heard by others. Now, it is of course the case that the criminal law does not stop at the threshold of one's home. Our domestic abuse statutes are just one example of that. If I were to invite half a dozen pals to my home and treat them to a rant of anti-Semitic bilge, and they go off and desecrate the nearest synagogue, of course I should be liable for a hate crime. Of course I should. I've invited people into my home and used it as a platform for sharing my racist, bigoted views. Such behaviour would be caught by the hate crime bill as it is presently drafted, and my Amendment 5 would do nothing to alter that. But consider a different example. Imagine that I have a family gathering, a Friday night supper, at which my unreconstructed and somewhat embarrassing elderly uncle makes disparaging remarks about a same-sex couple. And my somewhat oversensitive 15-year-old daughter, offended at what she's heard, tells her best friend about what's been discussed around my family dinner table. Her friend's father is a police officer, and the next thing we know, there's a knock at the door, and my elderly uncle is under criminal investigation. Is this really where we want the hate crime bill to go? To family dinner table conversations, wholly in private, with no public element at all? I don't think so, Presiding Officer. And the Justice Committee didn't think so either. The Justice Committee didn't think so either. In its Stage 1 report, the committee reached the following unanimous conclusion, and I'm going to quote it in full. The committee believes that there should not be an absolute defence against prosecution based on whether someone was inside a dwelling or not when it comes to words expressed, behaviour, or the display of written material. However, care also needs to be taken that people are not investigated for, charged with, or prosecuted for offences based on their personal views, however abhorrent others may consider them to be, if the expression of those views took place in a private space, such as their own house, and there was no public element, unquote. The unanimous all-party conclusion of the Justice Committee, who took extensive evidence on this point. And giving effect to that conclusion is exactly what my Amendment 5 does. We all need a safe space where we can let off steam. The right to respect for private and family life and for home is a fundamental human right. If we abuse our homes, inviting others into them and converting them into platforms for threatening or abusive behaviour that intends to stir up hatred, then of course the criminal law should apply. So my amendment is not a dwelling defence. It doesn't exclude everything that happens inside the home from the criminal law. It's a privacy defence. It protects the privacy of wholly private family conversations, and it reminds us that offences against public order need a public element. So if there is any public element of whatever nature, then my Amendment 5 would not apply. It applies only to wholly private behaviour. And that zone of privacy, if you like, is defined expressly by reference to the right for respect for private and family life in Article 8 of the European Convention. Presiding Officer, there is a realm of personal liberty which the government may not enter. Existing stirring up offences recognise this, and so too should the new stirring up offences which we are creating in this legislation. And for these reasons, I urge Parliament to support the amendment in my name.
Thank you very much, Mr Tompkins. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 30 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will speak to the amendments in the group, and I will begin with Amendment 6. But before I do, I will start in the same place that I did in my response to Joanne Lamont's amendments. I suspect many members of the Conservatives in this debate and I will disagree on a number of amendments, but not for 1 second do I doubt Liam Kerr or indeed Adam Tompkins or indeed any of the Conservative MSPs do I doubt their commitment to tackle equality or indeed to tackle hatred in any form that it exists. And I think it is important to state that. I won't do it at every single contribution that I make, but I think it is important to state that because this has been a heated debate at times, not just in this chamber, in this parliament, but out with as well. And I think it is important to just put on record how I certainly know, because I've been the victim of hatred, as many know, and I've had messages of support from right across the chamber, which I greatly appreciate. Turning to the amendments at hand, if I may, if I start with Amendment 6, I must confess I'm somewhat surprised that Liam Kerr has chosen to lodge Amendment 6, which effectively strikes out the stirring up offences. It was only a few weeks ago he lodged an absolutely identical amendment at Stage 2. And then after listening to my very persuasive speech, it must have been, he was so convinced by my arguments that he voted against his own amendment. So I very much hope this is a case of history repeating itself today. But while I commend Liam Kerr's persistence, if not his confusion, over these issues, I cannot support what I would consider to be quite a regressive amendment. I would urge members to wholeheartedly reject Amendment 6. I believe that our criminal laws should provide comprehensive protection for our most vulnerable groups in society from the very damaging effects of behaviour that stirs up hatred through a standalone offence which reflects the precise nature and the gravity of its effects. This will make it clear this type of behaviour attracts particular condemnation by society and it simply will not be tolerated. Liam Kerr's Amendment 6 unfortunately disregards the recommendations of the Justice Committee in this area. It would result in Scotland actually having the weakest protections in the area of stirring up hatred across the whole of the UK. We sometimes forget in this debate that there are stirring up offences that exist right across the UK, in England and Wales, and indeed in Northern Ireland. But if we were to accept Liam Kerr's amendments, Scotland would, by quite a distance, have the weakest protection in law for those vulnerable communities. Presiding Officer, support for Liam Kerr's Amendment 6, I think, would send a very damning message to all victims of hate crime. As has been recognised time and time again through the very compelling testimony of stakeholders who represent victims, but also victims themselves, that behaviour that stirs up hatred can have a really corrosive effect. It can result in entire communities feeling isolated, feeling scared, feeling vulnerable to attack. In the most serious cases, it can directly encourage, of course, activity and assault, which threatens or endangers life. Members may well remember the so-called Punish a Muslim Day in 2018. I think, if I remember correctly, Anna Sauer raised the issue in the chamber with the First Minister. Leaflets were distributed in schools, at workplaces. They were put through the doors of mosques, all to threaten an entire community. People were to be, quote-unquote, awarded points for pulling off the hijab of a Muslim woman or to pull the beard of a Muslim man. This, of course, with the intent of frightening and scaring, intimidating, and, of course, at its worst effect, assaulting and endangering the lives of the Muslim community. And Muslims were frightened. I know that not just from my personal experience, but from speaking to that community often. Muslims were frightened. They feared for their own safety. Some of them took a day off work. Some of them felt they had to keep their kids off school. Some of them didn't attend the university or college, all because they feared attack for no other reason than their faith. So if we accepted Liam Kerr's amendment, then we would not be giving them the protection in law when an entire community, like the Muslim community were during Punish a Muslim Day, would not be giving them the protection that they so well deserve. So, Presiding Officer, in short, I hope members will stand shoulder to shoulder with victims of hate crime and vote against Amendment 6, which, if agreed to, I think would send a very harmful message to the people of Scotland. Amendments 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 and 31 from Liam Kerr are largely consequential to Amendment 6. So I would ask members to reject them also. If I turn to the various amendments that have been lodged in relation to a dwelling defence or indeed a public element to the offences of stirring up hatred. Amendment 5, lodged by Adam Tompkins, and I appreciate the amount of engagement the convener has given me during this passage of the debate, but also on particularly Amendment 5 and this issue of the public element, which I know has exercised him genuinely from the very beginning of this bill's introduction. What it seeks to do is introduce a statutory defence for those who commit offences or stirring up of hatred under Section 3, where that offending behaviour occurs, quote unquote, wholly in private and there is no public element. Similar amendments were advanced by Liam Kerr at stage 2 and heavily defeated, where all members, with the exception of the Scottish Conservatives, voted against them. I listened carefully to Adam Tompkins' speech. He rightly highlighted the dangers of vagueness, of not being specific enough in how the criminal law operates within the bill. However, I would take some issues with the characterisation that somehow the offences as they are now provided in the bill, much improved as they have been through the scrutiny process, as vague. Yes, of course I'll give way.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary. He will be aware that Lord Brackadale supported the inclusion of a dwelling defence, a dwelling provision, when he gave evidence to the Parliament. So precisely why, in legal terms, is the Cabinet Secretary not going for this? Has he had legal advice on this?
Cabinet Secretary. Yes, of course I've had advice from the Scottish Government Legal Directorate, also from my officials, but I will come to explain why I'm not supporting Lord Brackadale. I didn't accept all of Lord Brackadale's amendments, as we saw with his recommendation around race, his recommendation around gender aggravators, he called it. So you know, Lord Brackadale and why I didn't agree with him, I will come to exactly at this point. It's entirely clear that, for me, the offences are, I think, entirely clear now, that where you have a new stirring up hatred offence, it can only be committed where a reasonable person, and that is a common law term, a reasonable person test, a reasonable person, so an objective test, would consider behaviour or communicated material, wherever it might take place, to be threatening or abusive, intended to stir up hatred, and the behaviour or communication of that material was not reasonable. Presiding Officer, Amendment 5 creates the same entirely artificial distinction as those amendments which were roundly rejected during stage 2. Fundamentally, I think Amendment 5 fails to recognise that when the offence of stirring up hatred occurs within a private space, that does not avoid the wider harmful impacts that such offences seek to prevent. Let us all be clear, the effect of behaviour that stirs up hatred can and will be felt well beyond the four walls of the private space or dwelling in which they occur. It has the potential for life-threatening implications for members of the targeted group if the incitement of acts of violence through threatening or abusive behaviour intended to stir up hatred are acted upon. I am firm in my view, if someone engages in threatening or abusive behaviour or communication with the intention of stirring up hatred, the criminal law should be capable of addressing such conduct, regardless of where it occurs. It's also important to ask ourselves, what exactly is the meaning of behaviour that occurs, quote-unquote, wholly in private, with, quote-unquote, no public element for the purposes of Amendment 5. I'm afraid it's not clear at all, and the wording of the amendment provides us, in my opinion, with very little guidance. Wholly private from whom? Members of the public? People who do not live at the address where relevant behaviour may have occurred? There's no specific definition in the amendment. There is, of course, a reference to a requirement to have particular regard to the right to respect for private and family life under Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights. That right does not preclude the application of the criminal law in private spaces. If that were not the case, it would mean that laws that protect people from assault, domestic abuse, threatening or abusive behaviour or sexual offences, to name but a few, would not receive protection if the conduct occurred in private. So why should stirring up of hatred be any different? The effect of the proposed amendment or proposed defence in Amendment 5 and the behaviour it seeks to exclude from the scope of the stirring up offences is therefore potentially far-reaching. It would appear to me that Adam Tompkins' Amendment 5 would mean where a large group of people are invited to meet in a private space for the purposes of stirring up hatred against any group, are Catholics who attend the local parish or Jewish people who attend the local synagogue. If words or materials are exchanged during this meeting which are threatening or abusive and intended to stir up hatred, and these are only seen or heard by people within that private space, this would mean there would be no public element has occurred, and no stirring up of hatred offences, in 1 second I will, of course, and no stirring up of hatred offences would be committed. Instead, for an offence to be committed, it would seem to require people in public places, e.g. on a street pavement, to see or hear the abusive or threatening behaviour or material. This ignores entirely that this private stirring up of hatred can still inspire equally harmful acts of hatred outside of the private space. And I give way to Adam Tompkins.
Adam Tompkins.
I fear that the Cabinet Secretary, no doubt inadvertently, is mischaracterising the nature of what is said in Amendment 5. It's perfectly clear from the words of Amendment 5 that if anybody invites members of the public who are not members of their family into their home for a meeting about anything, that's not a wholly private event. That is an event with a public element. The Cabinet Secretary says that this is an amendment that lacks definition. Well, I say to him that public element is a phrase which is drawn directly from the Scots law of breach of the peace, and wholly private is expressly defined in the amendment itself by reference to the fundamental human right for respect to private and family life. So none of his criticisms with regard to the wording of my Amendment 5 are, with respect, justified. None of them.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I will come to that point, actually. And MSPs will be well aware by now that the first element of the threshold of the new stirring up of hatred offences is a requirement for behaviour or communicating material to be threatening or abusive. For me, that is the same threshold that has existed in Scots criminal law since 2010 with the statutory offence of threatening or abusive behaviour. Yet that offence, which has been prosecuted thousands of times over the last decade, does not have a defence if it occurs in private. For very good reason, because why should threatening or abusive behaviour be treated differently depending on the conduct, on where the conduct may have occurred? It would mean Scots law operated so that threatening or abusive behaviour without the intention to stir up hatred is an offence when committed wholly in private, while threatening or abusive behaviour with the intention of stirring up hatred would not be an offence if committed wholly in private. That, to me, does not seem to be a sensible approach for Parliament to adopt. I note that Mr Tompkins suggests you don't need to be a lawyer to understand a public order offence requires a public element. I should say the public order element of the long title is to do with the blasphemy law, the repeal of the blasphemy law. But, Presiding Officer, while of course I am not a lawyer and I would not claim to have the expertise that Adam Tompkins does as a professor in law, but I do fundamentally disagree with the statement on a point of principle. The very purpose of the offence is that hatred is stirred up in others. So comparisons about being able to riot in private completely miss the point of the offence. If a person stirs up hatred in others and those others attack Catholics, Protestants, Sikhs, etc., as a result of hatred being stirred up in them, it should not matter at all where the hatred was stirred up. The effect is very much the same. Groups have been singled out for hatred and they have been attacked for who they are. I thought Dr Kayembe, the newly elected rector of Edinburgh University, when she was on, I think it was BBC Reporting Scotland last night, responding to Adam Tompkins' amendments, made a very persuasive case about how her children have been racially abused by other children. And no doubt that a lot of that hatred has come from the family home, probably in a private space, possibly from their parents or an older sibling. And I think that is worth listening to. On Adam Tompkins' example of an unreconstructed uncle, and we all have the unreconstructed uncle in our families, the example he gave of the unreconstructed uncle saying something that was perhaps not acceptable or offensive to a same-sex couple, that would not be prosecuted. Why? Because it would not meet the threshold that a reasonable person would view that as threatening or abusive. But if it did, just say for the purposes of his hypothesis it did, would it really, genuinely, do we think it would reach the threshold of being intended to stir up hatred? And that would be proven beyond reasonable doubt in a court. I do not believe that to be the case. Similarly, Amendments 32 and 33, lodged by Liam Kerr, are yet a kind of further attempt to introduce a dwelling defence. I don't think I have to go into too much detail. I've taken a fair bit of time on Adam Tompkins' amendment, but fair to say, just my point before, that simply creating an artificial distinction that if that hatred is stirred up in your sister or in your brother or in your child or in your stepchild or in your grandchildren, then somehow that should not be prosecuted. It is misunderstanding that when that hatred is stirred up in that individual, and that individual goes up and beats up somebody or threatens somebody because of their sexual orientation, because of their transgender identity, because of their disability, because of their faith, because of their colour, then they should not be prosecuted simply by virtue that the person that instigated that hatred was their brother or their uncle or their mother or their father. That, to me, makes no sense whatsoever. So I would ask MSPs to oppose Amendments 32 and 33. I will finish on Amendment 30 in my name. It makes a change to Schedule 1 of the bill, which deals with the treatment of offences in the bill in relation to providers of information society services. The inclusion of provisions in Schedule 1 followed the requirements of certain articles in the EU's e-commerce directive. This is commonly done in legislation. In accordance with the e-commerce directive, paragraph 1 of Schedule 1 provides that proceeding for such offences may not be instituted against a non-UK service provider established in the European Economic Area, unless it's necessary and proportionate in the public interest. Obviously, with the change in relationship between the UK and the EU arising from the EU exit and the end of the transition period, has given rise to concern that paragraph 1 of Schedule 1 is currently framed makes an unjustifiable distinction in this context between non-UK service providers established in the EEA and those established elsewhere, including in the UK. That difference in treatment could potentially be in conflict with ECHR rights. So Amendment 30 simply seeks to rectify that. So I would ask MSPs to support Amendment 30 and oppose all other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Can I call John Finney to be followed by Liam MacArthur?
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer, and I'll seek to be brief. I think it's important to say the extension of the bill of the existing offence of stirring up racial hatred to cover other characteristics is to be welcomed. It seems to me it doesn't matter how mildly Mr Kerr wants to revisit this situation. The idea, particularly coming from a unionist, that our communities would have less protection from elsewhere in the United Kingdom, this seems to me to be at best confusing, I think was the word that the Cabinet Secretary used. In relation to the dwelling offence, I think I'll not reiterate much of what the Cabinet Secretary said. There is, of course, sanctity of a dwelling, but it doesn't mean that there isn't state intrusion when it's appropriate. And if your local family of neo-Nazis are getting together to discuss their vile deeds, then I think the location is irrelevant. It's how that manifests itself, and we must protect our community. Now, we've heard various examples, but for instance, where Mr Kerr's amendments of removing the stirring up to be moved, one of the examples we were given in a briefing was a situation where leaflets were put through a door. On one side of the leaflet, there was an image of a mannequin being hanged. On the other side, the leaflet said the only debate about homosexuality was how to carry out the execution and called for the death penalty. Now, that was clearly threatening and intended to stir up hatred. I think we need to be very cautious here and very cautious of who we're pandering. I'll leave it there. Thank you, President Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Finney. Can I call Liam MacArthur to be followed by Neil Bibby?
Thanks very much, President Officer. I'm actually grateful to Adam Tompkins and Liam Kerr for allowing Parliament as a whole to the opportunity to consider the issue of the so-called dwelling defence, or as Adam Tompkins referred to in his amendment, a privacy defence. I'm afraid that in pursuing their objective, Amendments 32 and 33 rather get lost down the rabbit hole. But Amendment 5 from Adam Tompkins, I think, rather better reflects the point of principle at stake here. He has talked, I think, with great force and some persuasion about how this bill should not engage with discussions that take place around the family dinner table. As a Liberal, I would tend to agree with that sentiment, reflected, as he reminded us, in the recommendation, one of the recommendations the committee reached unanimously. But I don't think, in effect, this amendment would give effect to what Adam Tompkins is seeking to achieve. To avoid the rabbit hole down which Liam Kerr and his amendments have disappeared, Adam Tompkins has opted for a broader definition of protection he seeks to afford. Unfortunately, this leads to the opposite problem of vagueness that opens up the potential for unintended consequences and loopholes that could be exploited for all manner of behaviour that I know Adam Tompkins would be the first to condemn and abhor. In a digital age, the effects of actions and speech that take place behind closed doors can be far more far-reaching than ever was the case when such dwelling defences might have been more reasonably argued. Moreover, it's worth bearing in mind that the right to privacy under Article 8 of the European Convention does not preclude the application of criminal law in private spaces, as the Cabinet Secretary reminded us. If that were the case, laws protecting people from assault, domestic abuse, threatening or abusive behaviour or sexual offences would be hard to prosecute if the conduct occurred in private. And why should stirring up hatred be different? I recognise and respect the genuine and legitimate concerns Adam Tompkins is seeking to address through his amendment. I think Liam Kerr's motivations, as evidenced by his other amendments in this group, appear rather different. But on balance, these changes, I fear, risk doing more harm than good. The idea that private places should be a sanctuary for harmful behaviour requires to be challenged, and on that basis, Scottish Liberal Democrats cannot support Amendments 5, 32 or 33, or indeed the other amendments from Liam Kerr in this grouping. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr MacArthur. Can I call Neil Bibby?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Part 2 of the bill has been one of the most controversial elements of it. We acknowledge and welcome the significant amendments made by the Justice Committee at Stage 2 to strengthen the provisions within it. By introducing the reasonable person test and a requirement to prove that there was intent to stir up hatred, these provisions are now in fact stronger and have a higher legal threshold than the current stirring up hatred offences in the Public Order Act 1986. We have, however, carefully considered further amendments at Stage 3 to provide further clarity and reassurance. There's been much debate around the decision not to include a dwelling defence, as is currently provided in the Public Order Act. As Liam Kerr said, there are real questions about enforceability. We understand the evidence brought forward and reiterated by the Cabinet Secretary and Liam MacArthur that there isn't a dwelling defence in place for other criminal acts in Scotland. However, we believe, like Adam Tompkins, that in criminalising speech in particular, there must be due regard for the rights afforded under the ECHR. I noted the view of Dr Andrew Tickell, who told the Justice Committee, although not convinced of the need for a dwelling defence, said there may be consideration needed on a requirement of publicity to comply with the ECHR, as is now required for common law breach of the peace. I'm persuaded Adam Tompkins' amendment strikes that balance to ensure that there must be a public element to the offence and to clarify the rights to a private life under Article 8 of the ECHR. We will therefore support Amendment 5, although we will not support Amendments 32 or 33. As I mentioned previously, there were significant amendments at Stage 2, with further amendments being determined today at Stage 3. We believe that Part 2 of the bill is necessary and it provides the legal protections required. Therefore, we will not support Amendment 6 and the other amendments from Liam Kerr to remove it from the bill. We will also be supporting Amendment 30 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr Bibby. And can I call on Liam Kerr to wind up and to press a withdraw? Amendment 32.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I genuinely thank members for their contribution to this debate, and I do associate myself with the Cabinet Secretary's opening remarks about respectful debate. Let me just very quickly address some of the points raised. On the dwelling or privacy defences, the Cabinet Secretary raised his concern that he expressed at Stage 2 and that he made in response to Adam Tompkins about people being invited into the home and being stirred up with no criminality potentially attaching to the homeowner. I don't think that stacks up, because that is precisely how I've drafted my clauses, and indeed has Adam Tompkins, to ensure that the homeowner can't do that. And MSPs will have noted Adam Tompkins' intervention on this matter to the Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary also raised that he was concerned about people intentionally stirring up hatred from the privacy of their house, perhaps to take some remarks he's made in the media on the internet, and this defence would potentially protect them. But again, I don't think that stacks up, Presiding Officer, because the Cabinet Secretary will have noted, free to disagree, perhaps pointing out that people who publish vile statements online could already be committing a crime. So I cannot see that this is an argument against a dwelling defence. But in any event, I remind the Cabinet Secretary and indeed the Chamber that Lord Bracadale, whose review formed the basis of this bill, told the Justice Committee that concerns about extending public order offences into a purely private setting were, quote, well-founded. And Adam Tompkins reminded us that the all-party committee was unanimously clear in its Stage 1 report, Care also needs to be taken that people are not investigated for, charged with or prosecuted for offences based on their personal views, however abhorrent others may consider them to be, if the expression of those views took place in a private space such as their own house and there was no public element. The committee was unanimous and it was correct. Presiding Officer, Adam Tompkins hit the mark. This is the Hate Crime and Public Order Bill. There has got to be a public element, as otherwise we are policing private thought. And that is precisely what this bill should not be doing. And finally, on the dwelling or privacy defences, I cannot understand why, if when Lord Bracadale, the Law Commission in England, and distinguished legal experts support such a provision, and given existing laws catch harassment, threatening and abusive behaviours and breach of the peace, why the Cabinet Secretary is so opposed. His arguments do not defeat theirs, so I will be pressing those amendments. And finally, Presiding Officer, on the removal of Part 2 point, again, I've listened very carefully to the points made across the Chamber, and I readily acknowledge how far this bill has come in its development. But what it doesn't do is allay the concerns that have been raised by many, many people, even on the amended version. I listened to concerns that several raised around the protections if Part 2 wasn't there. But it doesn't change. None of what we heard changed that there is something already there. As Adam Tompkins said, this is precisely why I've proposed Amendment 31 that reinstates the existing protections provided by the Public Order Act to ensure there is no reduction in existing protections should my amendments be accepted. Indeed, the Criminal Justice and Licensing Act currently covers threatening and abusive conduct. Statutory aggravators already attach greater severity to crimes motivated by hatred against others. Indeed, just by way of example, Presiding Officer, support for my position comes in the government's own financial memorandum, which states that, quote, the conduct in question would already constitute existing criminal offences, such as breach of the peace or threatening or abusive behaviour. Presiding Officer, we must make law to protect people, but we must also make good law, and law which does what it needs to do without unintended consequences. That is what I seek to do in my amendments, and I press Amendment 32 in my name.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. So the question is that Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division. This will be a 1-minute division in the name of Liam Kerr. Members may exercise their vote now. This is a 1-minute division on Amendment 32 in the name of Liam Kerr. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Alison Johnson for a point of order. Alison Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was unable to vote and I would have voted no to Amendment 32.
Thank you very much, Ms Johnson. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added to our voting tally. The result of the vote on Amendment 32 in the name of Liam Kerr is yes 30, no 89. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 33, Liam Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 33. This will allow a 1 minute division. Amendment 33, 1 minute division. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. The result of the vote on Amendment 33 in the name of Liam Kerr is yes 30, no 90. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 3, Freedom of Expression. And before I call Amendment 1 in the name of Adam Tompkins, I just highlight to members that we are exactly 45 minutes behind. 45 minutes behind where we thought we would be at this stage. And we're already scheduled to run till 8 o'clock. So I recognise these are important matters. Members feel strongly on them. However, if members could curtail their remarks slightly, that would be helpful. Can I call Amendment 1 in the name of Adam Tompkins? This is grouped with the amendments as shown. Adam Tompkins to move Amendment 1 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We come now to the core issue which this bill confronts, and I fear, despite what you've just said, this may take some time, and I hope members will feel that they can speak freely about it. The core issue is how to legislate effectively against hate crime, whilst at the same time protecting freedom of speech. And this is a dilemma, Presiding Officer, on the horns of which the bill has been caught since it was first introduced, and it's still not yet resolved. We have, however, come a long way. And in order to set today's debate on this group in context, I do want briefly to remind the Chamber, if I may, of the moves that have already been made to bring the bill into line with freedom of expression. First, all the stirring up offences, other than with regard to race, can be committed only intentionally. If someone is merely reckless as to whether hatred will be stirred up, that will not be enough to trigger the criminal law. They must intend it. Second, specific offences relating to theatres and public performances have been removed from the bill entirely. Likewise, the offence of possessing inflammatory material that may stir up hatred has been removed from the bill. All of these changes were made because of the huge volume of concerns about free speech that the bill, as it was first introduced, generated. At stage 2, Presiding Officer, a further and, to my mind, critical change was made. The stirring up offences, all of them, were amended so that they can be committed only where a reasonable person would consider behaviour to be threatening or abusive. Now, from a free speech perspective, I think this is the single most important change that the bill has undergone. Just because someone feels threatened or abused, this will not be enough to trigger criminal liability, unless a reasonable person would find the behaviour to be threatening or abusive. Yes.
Joanne Lamond.
Would you accept in some contexts the reasonable person is being directed by an institutional drive to have a particular attitude, and for some women the idea of the test of simply a reasonable person is not sufficient?
Adam Tompkins.
I certainly accept that some women have expressed that view very forcefully on social media and elsewhere, and I'm going to come on in my remarks to address it directly. if Joanne Lamont will forgive me. So essential though this change of reasonableness is, and welcome as it is, even this does not go far enough to ensure that the bill can operate in a way that fully respects freedom of speech. And there has been much toing and froing about how the bill should reflect and incorporate that all-important free speech principle. Now, some commentators have, I think, quite wrongly said that this aspect of the bill has been rushed. And I'm sorry, but this could not be further from the truth. The Justice Committee took extensive evidence on the free speech implications of the bill at Stage 1 and wrote about that evidence at length in our Stage 1 report. And at Stage 2, even though most of the amendments relating to free speech were not pressed to a vote, there was a very full and open debate on the issues, a debate which, as ever in the Justice Committee, was conducted both robustly and respectfully. After Stage 2 was completed, the Cabinet Secretary published a number of options for a free speech clause to be added to the bill, and we published a full and open call for evidence on those options, and we were delighted to be able to host a public roundtable with a broad range of stakeholders and expert witnesses to discuss them with the Cabinet Secretary. Indeed, I would go so far as to say, Presiding Officer, that I do not know of any issue relating to any bill passed in this session which has been subject to more scrutiny and to more detailed and expert scrutiny than the free speech implications of this bill. Which brings me to the substance of the amendments before us. I'm going to start, if I may, with Amendment 11 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. I welcome Amendment 11 and I will vote for it. But on its own, and in the context of this particular bill, it does not go quite far enough, and I want to explain why. Amendment 11 provides that as regards the protected characteristics of age, disability, sexual orientation, transgender identity, and variations in sex characteristics, behaviour or material is not to be taken as threatening or abusive if it involves discussion or criticism of matters relating to those characteristics. So, to be clear, and I bring myself directly to the point raised by, I think, by Joanne Lamont, it will not be a hate crime to criticise aspects of policy relating to transgender identity. And it would not be a hate crime to discuss whether marriage or the adoption of children should be extended to same-sex couples. There has been so much fear stoked in relation to these matters, Presiding Officer, that it is really important to set this out. Criticising, in 1 second I will, criticising policy relating to transgender identity is not a hate crime under this bill. Even if you express yourself in a manner that others find transphobic, it is not a hate crime to discuss or to criticise matters relating to transgender identity. And if Elaine Smith wants to intervene, I'll happily give way.
Elaine Smith.
I would thank you very much, Presiding Officer. So just for clarity on this very point, I wonder if the member can just tell us, would your amendment mean that a woman could be sure that she would not be treated as being abusive or threatening solely for saying, and I'm going to give you a few examples, there are two sexes and people can't change sex, a woman is an adult human female, male people shouldn't play in women's sports, access to single-sex spaces like changing rooms should be based on sex, not gender identity, women's prisons should only be used for biological women. That's just a few examples, and I would be very grateful if you could just be clear that your amendment, what it exactly means.
Absolutely. Look, those questions go to the heart of this issue, and I very much welcome the fact that we're having this debate on the floor in the chamber this afternoon, Presiding Officer, and I do want to address precisely those questions. If you want to argue, even if you want to campaign robustly for women's sex-based rights, if you want to argue that sex is immutable, if you want to argue that sex is binary, you are not committing a hate crime, even if somebody else is offended or shocked or disturbed by what you have to say. Even if somebody else is very upset by what you have to say and accuses you of transphobia, you are not committing a hate crime unless you cross that threshold of saying something which is not merely offensive, but saying something which a reasonable person would hold to be threatening or abusive in a manner that intends to stir up hatred. At least that is the effect, or will be the effect of this bill, if the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment number 11 is accepted by the Parliament today, and in addition, if my Amendment number 1, which I'm speaking to at the moment, is also accepted. So perhaps I can just turn my attention to the detail of those amendments. Amendment 11 makes additional provision relating to religion. It provides not only that discussion or criticism of religion is not to be taken as threatening or abusive behaviour, it provides also that expressions of antipathy, dislike, ridicule or insult are not to be taken as threatening or abusive as regards religion. And in this, the bill brings into Scots law the free speech safeguards as regards religion that already exist in the law of England and Wales. It's to be noted, however, and again this goes directly to the point that Elaine Smith is making, it's to be noted that under Amendment 11, expressions of antipathy, dislike, ridicule or insult are protected as free speech only as regards religion and not as regards any of the other protected characteristics. As such, speech which is so critical of, for example, policy relating to transgender identity that it crosses the line and may be regarded as an expression of antipathy or dislike will not be protected by the Cabinet Secretary's amendment, which is where my amendments 1, 2 and 3 come in. My amendments, which are not probing amendments, Presiding Officer, I do intend to press them, are designed to sit alongside and to complement the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 11. There is nothing in any of them that cuts across the Cabinet Secretary's policy intentions or objectives. And they are three different ways of seeking to achieve the same thing. Now, we don't need them all. We need only one of them. So if Amendment 1 is accepted, I won't move Amendments 2 or 3. And if Amendment 2 is accepted, I won't move Amendment 3. The aim of all three amendments is clearly and on the face of the bill to distinguish the threatening or abusive behaviour which we are seeking to criminalise from speech which is, as it were, merely offensive, shocking or disturbing and which should not be caught by the criminal law. Let me explain a little more about this distinction, Presiding Officer. My right to free speech extends, Presiding Officer, it includes speech which you might find offensive, shocking or disturbing. I do not have the right to express myself in such a way as threatens or abuses you, but if short of that, I choose to speak in a way that upsets you, that shocks or disturbs you, that offends you, too bad. These principles are fundamental to the way the European Court of Human Rights understands the right to freedom of expression in Article 10 of the ECHR. Indeed, the very words offend, shock or disturb in my amendments are lifted directly out of that court's case law that has been endorsed and read into our own law by the courts here in Scotland as elsewhere in the United Kingdom. This could not be more important, Presiding Officer. As the English judge, Lord Justice Sedley, said in one of the leading cases, the right to speak only inoffensively or in a manner that the state approves of is not worth having. That's not free speech at all. That's controlled speech. That's licensed speech. Now, happily, Presiding Officer, in the context of this bill, these principles have been uncontroversial, uncontested and accepted by all. The Cabinet Secretary endorsed them when he gave evidence to the Justice Committee in October, and the Justice Committee itself in turn did likewise, again, unanimously. But that's not enough. Presiding Officer, that's not enough. It's not enough that we all think and say that this bill does not seek to criminalise speech, which others may find offensive, shocking or disturbing, but which does not meet the threshold of threatening or abusive. It would not even be enough to say that in the bill's explanatory notes. We need to write it into the bill itself. And I'm offering Parliament, in 1 second, I'm offering Parliament three different ways of doing that. The first, Amendment 1, is based on wording used in the Human Rights Act. The second is based on wording that was used in the European Communities Act. And the third is based on wording used in the Public Order Act. I happily give way to Mr Findlay.
Neil Findlay.
Thanks, and the member's making an excellent speech. I've sat and watched this debate and said very little in this debate, or indeed as this bill is going through Parliament, but the more I'm hearing today, and that's why I've sat in for the duration of it, is that is causing me great concern. I think many of us, if we're being honest, believe that there should be hate crime legislation, a reform of hate crime legislation. But how it is being done in this bill is not it. And I think that many people would want, out in the community and in here, would want the government to withdraw this bill and come back, whichever party wins the election, come back with properly thought out legislation that carries an overwhelming majority in this place, but also carries the confidence of the people who are victims of hate crime.
Adam Tompkins.
That is exactly the position of the Scottish Conservatives, Mr Finlay. Welcome aboard. That is the effect of the Amendment 6, which was just moved by my friend and colleague Liam Kerr, which was just debated in the previous group. So there are three different ways here in Amendments 1, 2 and 3 of achieving the same policy ambition. And of the three, Presiding Officer, my preference is for the first formulation. And this provides that when considering whether behaviour was reasonable, as the bill already requires the courts to do, the courts must have regard to the right to freedom of expression, including the general principle that that right extends to the expression of information or ideas that offend, shock or disturb. Now, this formulation in Amendment 1 has been carefully drafted. Its language is drawn directly from and mirrors the Human Rights Act, Article 10 of the European Convention itself, and the European Court's key case law on free speech. And as I said, this amendment is designed to sit alongside and to work with the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 11. It writes into our law core principles of free speech, which were unanimously accepted and endorsed by this Parliament's All-Party Justice Committee in its Stage 1 report on this bill. And I very much hope, therefore, that Parliament will be able to accept both my Amendment 1 and the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 11.
Elaine Smith.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I think it boils down to this, though. What is a reasonable person? You know, if the member could perhaps answer that in his amendment, because it may be that an MSP is a reasonable person, but they objected to speeches last week, which members thought were reasonable as being transphobic. So that's the first thing. The principal of Edinburgh University, would he be considered a reasonable person? But he's reported stickers that said adult human female to the police. So we have to understand what a reasonable person is.
Adam Jones.
Well, I completely agree. And that's exactly why I've moved this amendment, Presiding Officer, because I don't think that relying on the idea of a reasonable person is essential, but I don't think it's enough. I think in addition to that, we need, on the face of the bill, to specify exactly what we mean. And what we mean is that just because you are offended by what I have to say with regard to transgender identity or any of the other protected characteristics does not mean that I am committing a hate crime. Yes, you can go off and call me transphobic if you want, but that doesn't mean I'm committing a hate crime, because your sense of being offended, your sense of being shocked or disturbed by what I have said might very well upset you, but it does not trigger the criminal law. And relying on a test of reasonableness alone, important and essential though that is, doesn't do the job, which is why I'm saying that we need, in addition to that, to legislate expressly to say that speech which is offensive, shocking or disturbing does not meet the criminal threshold. The criminal threshold is threatening or abusive speech which intends to stir up hatred and, in the circumstances, is not reasonable. So, Presiding Officer, to conclude, if the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 11 and my Amendment 1 are both accepted by the Parliament, then there will, with respect, be no need, in my view, for any of the amendments to the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 11, which have been lodged by Joan McAlpine and Joanne Lamont. The substance of what Joan McAlpine wants to do in her Amendment 11G will be done by my Amendment 1, but in a manner that works with, rather than cuts across, what the Cabinet Secretary is seeking to achieve. And the specific examples in Joanne Lamont's amendments, which Elaine Smith has put to me during the course of this speech, examples of speech which ought to be permitted, will not need to be written into the law, because it will be clear in each case that the combination of Amendments 1 and 11 already have the effect that she is seeking to achieve. So to conclude, Presiding Officer, I would urge the Parliament to accept my Amendment 1 and the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 11 and the consequential amendments in our names 13, 14, 34, 16, 18, 19, 20 and 22. If these amendments are accepted, then I think it follows that Amendments 11G, 11B, 11C, 11D, 11E and 11F in the names of Joan McAlpine and Joanne Lamont do not need to be pressed. Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Mr Tompkins. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 11 and the other amendments in this group?
I will, Presiding Officer, I will speak to Amendment 1 and all others in this group. Perhaps before I do, I wouldn't mind addressing Neil Findlay's point, and he's obviously happy to come back in an intervention. When he says he has spoken to victims of hate crime and they don't want this bill, I have no idea who on earth it is he is talking to. BEMIS, one of the national racial equality organisations, sent around a letter saying that they support the bill, and 20 organisations signed up to that. Muslim Council of Scotland, Scottish Council of Jewish Community, Humanist Society, Scottish Women's Aid, Victim Support Scotland.
Sorry, Cabinet Secretary, point of order for Mr Findlay.
Presiding Officer, we've got a duty to be accurate in here. I never said what the Cabinet Secretary has just accused me of saying. So please correct the record.
Okay, Mr Findlay, that's not a point of order, it's an argument, but Cabinet Secretary.
And I would have given way after I finished my point. I'm happy to look back at what he said, but he said in a way that this bill is supported by victims of hate crime. I am telling you it's supported by victims of hate crime. I've just read you a list and I could go on and on and on. So when we are purporting to speak on behalf of victims of hate crime, I would suggest to Neil Findlay, gently suggest to him, that he actually speaks to the organisations that have represented victims of hate crime for many, many years. In terms of the amendments that we are debating right now, I will speak to Amendment 1 and all other amendments in this group. Before I do, I would agree with many members who have spoken on this issue during the parliamentary process of this bill. Some, though, have argued that there is a tension between hate crime law and freedom of expression. I'm not persuaded by that. I don't think the two have to be mutually exclusive. I think you can have strong protections in law against hate crime and at the same time have strong freedom of expression clauses. Let me also state very clearly, the bill has never been about prosecuting the offensive. In fact, the word offensive doesn't appear in the bill. I and others may find a person's speech to be distasteful, to be abhorrent, to be deeply offensive, but that in itself is not grounds for prosecution under this legislation. Presiding Officer, this bill is fundamentally different now than it was when it was introduced to this Parliament. Many changes have been made, and Adam Tompkins, I think, articulated well some of those changes, in particular to Part 2 in terms of the stirring up of hatred offences themselves. The bill now requires there to be an intention to stir up hatred, that a court will objectively assess whether behaviour or material is threatening or abusive. Each element of the stirring up of hatred offences to be proven beyond reasonable doubt with corroborated evidence. And there is, of course, the availability of a reasonableness defence. In fact, and I'll quote the Justice Committee convener, I thought he articulated it well when he said, and I quote him, "The way in which the scope of those offences has been narrowed and sharpened will do much more to protect and reassure than any formulation of words about freedom of expression." I agree. The amendments in this group in my name will complement these safeguards because although I do agree with them, I also agree with his point that you have to have words on the face of the bill that give reassurance to people who have genuine and legitimate concerns about the impact of any legislation, particularly, of course, this one, to their free speech and freedom of expression. Amendment 11 was one of the 4 options that I provided to the Justice Committee for the roundtable session. I agree that it was a very good roundtable session. This issue has had a lot of scrutiny. I was quite persuaded by Danny Boyle at BEMIS, which an organisation that many members will know, as to the harm that could be caused if race was included in any freedom of expression clause, essentially arguing that that freedom of expression clause does not exist for other stirring up of racial hatred offences across the UK, and therefore why is race being included in our discussion. So I was convinced by that argument. What Amendment 11 does is it ties freedom of expression provision to the operation of the stirring up of hatred of offences. It does that by indicating whether certain types of expression used in behaviour or material could in themselves meet the threshold of the offences. For example, Amendment 11 makes it very clear that criticism of matters related to, say, transgender identity are not solely to be taken to be threatening or abusive. If, however, the criticism was expressed in a way which a reasonable person would consider threatening to trans people, or threatening trans people with violence, for example, it could, of course, still amount to behaviour that is threatening or abusive. Can I say to Elaine Smith, who made an intervention, to Adam Tompkins, in the list of statements that Elaine Smith articulated, none of those would be prosecuted if they were simply statements made in a chamber, in discussion, even if that discussion was robust. What would have to be done for them to be prosecuted is that a reasonable person, and by the way, a reasonable person test is a common test used in many pieces of legislation. I can provide in writing to Elaine Smith a number of pieces of legislation that use that reasonable person test. That it would have to be proven that those statements were made and could be made in a threatening or abusive manner, and, because even if that test was met, and let's say there's some dubiety about that test, they would still have to be proven beyond reasonable doubt that those statements were intended to stir up hatred. And simply and solely, I think was the word that Elaine Smith used, solely articulating those statements would not be prosecuted, regardless of the robust nature of that discussion. There are a number of amendments which are consequential to Amendment 11. They're Amendments 13, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20 and 22. Before I discuss further amendments in this group, I would reflect the Justice Committee Roundtable on the 22nd of February. Heard very powerful evidence from Iain Smith from Inclusion Scotland. I think many colleagues in this debate will recall Iain Smith from his service as a Liberal Democrat MSP. I thought he spoke incredibly eloquently at the Justice Committee Roundtable on the importance of a freedom of expression provision. I'll just quote him. He said, "It's important that the bill should send out a clear message about what is and is not acceptable. In that regard, we do not think it appropriate that the bill should list behaviour or language that is acceptable. As I've mentioned, expressions of antipathy, dislike, ridicule or insult are not without consequences for those who are subject to them. They can legitimise prejudice and lead to more serious consequences, even if that is not intended. Do we want to say that it is acceptable to ridicule a disabled person who finds it difficult to get onto a bus, thereby causing it to be late, or who is prevented from doing their daily shopping because they are subjected to expressions of dislike or insult? I do not think that the Parliament will want to say that for disabled people. Why should it want to say that for any other group in society? And we ask members to think very carefully about that." End quote. Presiding Officer, Amendment 11B from Joanne Lamont would insert new wording into the freedom of expression provision. It would have the effect of adding new specific wording to the operation of the provision, so that certain matters that are asserted and the advancement or rejection of propositions that follows from those assertions would be explicitly referred to in the provision. All of the matters listed in Amendment 11B are covered by the wording of Amendment 11, which captures discussion or criticism related to each of the characteristics, except, of course, crucially race, which I have already mentioned. I don't think there is a need to include a laundry list of specific words as wording as suggested. My worry by doing so, it runs a risk of suggesting that discussions or criticisms of matters, which is a wide category, somehow does not encapsulate the matters listed by Joanne Lamont. If you create a non-exhaustive list, the problem, of course, is that it is, by definition, non-exhaustive. There could be some confusion over what is not included within that list. So I would ask MSPs to oppose Joanne Lamont's amendments. I also agree with Adam Tompkins that if his Amendment 1, which I will speak to shortly, is accepted, then there is no need for the other freedom of expression clauses advanced by Joan McAlpine or indeed Joanne Lamont. And I will discuss Tompkins' amendment, and in particular his Amendment 1. I'll explain his approach in Amendment 1, which has regard to freedom of expression, including with respect to the effects of behaviour and material as part of the operation of the reasonableness defence. And I think that is a better way of approaching this. Amendments 11G from Joan McAlpine is similar to elements of Amendment 11F. I would add wording into a freedom of expression provision in Amendment 11 so that in respect of discussion and criticism being covered, it would make clear that included when such discussion or criticism was perceived as offensive. Although I understand what Joan McAlpine is trying to do with that, my concern has always been that could have unintended consequences of implying that criticism which is offensive could never be considered abusive, no matter how extreme the offensive nature of that criticism. So if behaviour was, by a reasonable person's definition, threatening or abusive and intended to stir up hatred, then it may not be prosecuted because it is also, in most cases I suspect, perceived to be offensive. Turning to Adam Tompkins' amendments, the Government will be supporting Amendment 1 and 34. Amendment 1 would apply for all the stirring up of hatred offences in situations where a person has been found to have behaved or communicated material that was threatening or abusive and intended to stir up hatred, and is claiming that such behaviour or communication of material was reasonable in the particular circumstances. For the stirring up of racial hatred offences, the additional threshold of insulting and likely to stir up hatred are covered as well. The effect of Amendment 1 is that a court would require to have particular regard to the importance of freedom of expression under Article 10 of ACHR when determining whether a reasonable defence was made out. In doing so, the court must have particular regard to the general principle that the right to freedom of expression applies to the expression of information or ideas that offend, shock or disturb. I believe that giving that reassurance in the face of the bill is absolutely right. We have had a number of stakeholders concerned that their right to shock, offend or disturb would be compromised potentially by the bill. This puts that beyond reasonable doubt and does it in a way tied to the reasonableness defence, which does not have unintended adverse consequences. I note, I think I heard Adam Tompkins correctly, that if Amendment 1 is accepted, then he would not pursue or press Amendment 2 and 3, and therefore I suspect in the interest of time I don't have to go into the details of my concerns around Amendments 2 and 3. So, given the concerns I have expressed, I cannot support Amendments 2, 3, 11G, 11B, 11C, 11D, 11E and 11F, but I am supporting, as I say, Amendments 1 and 34 in the name of Adam Tompkins, and ask MSP to support my Amendments 11, 13, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20 and 22.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Before we call the next speaker, it will be Joan McAlpine. We've just gone past the deadline for Group 4. So, exactly. So may I invite the Minister for Parliamentary Business to move a motion to extend our timeline. The question is that the time limit by which the debates on Groups 3 and 4 must be extended by 30 minutes. Would the Minister move such a motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So again, the question is that the time limit by which the debate on Groups 3 and 4 must end is extended by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. And we might have to revisit that issue. Can I call Joan McAlpine to speak to Amendment 11G and the other amendments in this group? Joan McAlpine.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's Freedom of Expression amendment and I will of course support it, and I also support Amendment 1 in this group in the name of Adam Tompkins. But I don't think either go far enough in terms of protection from vexatious complaints of hate crime. Adam Tompkins' amendment may offer a defence in court, which is welcome, but will not necessarily prevent arrests, accusations or investigations. Both these amendments fall short of implementing Brackendale's recommendation that there needs to be clear lines in law between what is criminal and what is not. I totally oppose threatening and abusive behaviour, which stirs up hatred, and I'm in full agreement with the Cabinet Secretary on that. But it's very clear that many individuals and organisations are concerned that citizens could be falsely accused of such crimes. The bill's reasonable person safeguard is welcome and will work well in most instances. However, it will not work where there are very polarised views, and in particular the debate around women's rights and trans identity means that views which might be considered inoffensive and factual by some people will be perceived as hateful and abusive by others. My Amendment 11G seeks to address that problem without extending the freedom of expression given to religion to other characteristics, as I too am aware of the unintended consequences that might cause, particularly in the protected characteristic of disability. I know that it is not the Cabinet Secretary's intention to see people falsely accused. On the 26th of October last year, he told the Justice Committee that, quotes, people should have the right to be offensive and to express controversial views. My Amendment 11G puts this reassurance on the face of the bill within his freedom of expression provision in a way that is absolutely crystal clear and will help law enforcement. I don't agree with the Cabinet Secretary's suggestion that my amendment will result in anyone accused of stirring up hatred somehow to get away with it by using a defence that it was only perceived as offensive. In his amendment, the word solely involves and includes still stands and leaves wide scope for genuine hate crime to be prosecuted, even if my amendment is passed. You will see from your MSP inboxes that many people share my concerns about the need to strengthen freedom of expression, and in particular women concerned about calls that anyone who identifies as female must be accepted as such without exception, to use the words of campaigning groups. Those women have been accused of hate speech, including by people in positions of authority, such as politicians, and I would associate myself with remarks that Joanne Lamont made about Patrick Harvey, MSP. Women branded hateful include sportswomen like Martina Navratilova and Sharon Davis after they raised concerns about female sports. Women's Hour's Jenny Murray, often considered a national treasure, Germaine Greer and even J.K. Rowling after she disclosed details of her own domestic abuse, have all been no-platformed and accused of hate. Lesbian feminist philosophers such as Professor Kathleen Stock, OBE, of Sussex University, have been subject to terrible abuse, and human rights lawyers such as Professor Rosa Friedman of Reading University had urine smeared on her office and was followed home. Even doctors who expressed concerns about the significant rise in children being medicalised with things like puberty blockers, such as Martin Evans and David Bell of the Tavistock Clinic, they have been accused of hate. In England, the criminal defence barrister Alison Bailey, a black lesbian feminist, is currently challenging a very well-known publicly funded charity who had pressed her employer to take action against her. Some women have already lost their jobs for talking about these issues. So there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that the individuals who have no platform, bullied and tried to silence these respected men and women will use the hate crime legislation. And in doing so, they will consider themselves to be perfectly reasonable. Many will be in influential senior positions in public bodies. A couple of years ago, a spokesman for the Scottish Trans Alliance urged supporters to report feminist stickers opposing the GRA, which were, I believe, in Edinburgh, to report them as a hate crime. Many public authorities, including the police, receive training from trans rights organisations whose definition of hateful behaviour is very wide indeed. In England, groups of police officers have taken public positions in these matters, including some on Merseyside recently who displayed a poster on social media saying it is an offence to be offensive. The Chief Constable later apologised, but clearly there are people in law enforcement who share these views. There are people in senior positions who share these views, and all of them would consider themselves reasonable. It would be nice to think that Police Scotland would take a more sensible view, and I hope that they will, but good laws should not be made by crossing our fingers. I believe that my amendment will give clarity to the police on the face of the bill and protection to members of the public, and I encourage MSPs to support it for that reason.
Thank you very much, Ms McAlpine. Can I call Joanne Lamont to speak to Amendment 11B and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I do recognise we're under pressure of time, but unless people have been absent for the last couple of years, they might not have noticed this is a very serious debate, very highly contentious, and if people are fed up at having to sit and listen to it, perhaps they shouldn't be in the chamber at all and not recognising the significance of what we're doing here. I'm sorry if we're boring you, but it is a responsibility as MSPs to address these serious questions. I'm happy for people to stay and listen and to contribute, but I resent in the strongest terms the implication that we are wasting people's times in this legislation. The Minister is not saying that, but it was clear from the reaction to what the Presiding Officer said that people were concerned we might be taking too long over this. So forgive me. I'm not going to take...
Order, please.
Does somebody want to come in?
Sorry, is it Bob Doris? Bob Doris.
Thank Joanne Lamont for taking the intervention. I just want to put on the record that I'm sitting listening carefully to all the amendments and actually greatly value and appreciate. Don't always agree with everything that's been said, but I find it informative and helpful. and I wouldn't want your intervention, Ms Lamont, to suggest that I'm somehow not engaged with her. I promise you that I am.
Joanne Lamont.
I apologise, particularly in this legislation, for being rather broad brush. I think we did hear the groans at the idea we might be kept a bit longer, and it is a really serious matter for all of us. But I appreciate very much what Bob Doris has said. In terms of the amendments I have listed here, I'm not going to go through them all in detail because, of course, you will have read my letter already, but I want very quickly to talk about some of them and then to make some important points, I think, of the whole question of freedom of expression. In 11B, you should note that this amendment in this group is the one which most fully implements Lord Brackadale's recommendation that the bill should include provisions which help to clarify the line between the criminal and the non-criminal, and it puts in the face of the law a range of statements which should not be deemed abusive just in their own right. And we have never really had an explanation from the Cabinet Secretary for his rejection of a number of the recommendations from Lord Brackadale, but that is one of them. 11C adds a subsection to protection for freedom of expression in relation to religion, to expand it to cover non-religious beliefs and practices. 11D has a new freestanding section which provides that nothing in the Act shall be taken as requiring a person to profess any belief or to use language as if they held any belief. It is remarkable that we maybe feel that we need to put that in legislation. 11E adds two new subsections to Amendment 11, which taken together allow examples of behaviour or material which is not to be taken to be threatening or abusive to be added to the section using regulations subject to the affirmative procedure. And 11F introduce a definition of discussion or criticism to make clear that it includes the expression of opinions which have the capacity to offend, provoke, discomfort, shock or disturb, including those expressed as antipathy, dislike, ridicule or insult, and includes the rejection of any belief. I recognise that this is a very difficult debate, and particularly I agree with the Cabinet Secretary that the comments by Inclusion Scotland do have force. But we should be ensuring that the law does not allow somebody to berate anybody and to deny people their rights. It's not just about speech. That, in my view, would constitute a breach of the peace. And behind that, we should, of course, have a whole series of measures to address why somebody on earth thinks that that's acceptable behaviour. So I'm not wanting to do anything in particular around the rights of disabled people, because I can see how particularly I know that they can be targeted and suffer all sorts of disadvantage. And that is the dilemma, I think, about finding the balance, but making sure that people are protected from hateful and terrible behaviour, but we also have the right to debate ideas. And I do sometimes think that the demands for freedom of expression, that folk have now got to the place where they think demands for freedom of expression are for people on the right, for people who are conservative in their views, socially conservative or whatever. And clearly there are some people who are making that case on the basis of their particular views at a particular time, which some people may regard as on the political spectrum on the right. But the truth is, we all need protection from freedom of expression. My party is founded saying things and believing things that at the time were regarded as out there, unacceptable. The women's movement knows that they had to break barriers. They had to say things that were seen as unacceptable, that the establishment didn't regard as reasonable, and at a time would have been regarded as beyond the pale. And we can see in more recent history how social movements, indeed the LGBT communities themselves, social movements have said and challenged things which people would have regarded beyond the pale. So we know that it is necessary for us to have freedom of information. And I note Adam Tompkins' amendments. I have to say that I feel he is being optimistic in his interpretation of what these amendments would do, because of course you would still have to pass a number of tests, including whether it was, you need to persuade people that you were being reasonable. You might end up in court, even if you've done something entirely reasonable, even if you're exonerated, but you may end up people having to meet those challenges in court, which is something I don't think is reasonable to expect from people who are simply expressing a view. And the Cabinet Secretary does talk about the important work that was done at stage 2, and I recognise that. But even at the round table, where the level of response was massive round the freedom of information. The truth is that the positions that were taken by some of the witnesses here simply, particularly the women's organisations, there was no evidence of a shift. The Cabinet Secretary was very good about meeting with me and listening to my views. It did not shift his position. So there's a difference between facilitating a debate and moving the debate as a consequence of what people have said, and I don't think enough has been said. So my amendments try to test what it is reasonable for people to be able to say. And I think I would have to underline the points that made so effectively by Joan McAlpin about what the debate and the challenges are for many women just now. What is regarded as reasonable and acceptable? What is losing people their jobs? What is silencing many of our young women who tell me, who contact me privately and say, I can't do that. I can't say that because in the work community I'm in, it's utterly unacceptable and there would be consequences. Or indeed in the social circles that I move in, it would be utterly unacceptable. And I finish on a couple of last points, Presiding Officer. I went to a meeting at Edinburgh University, it must be, a couple of years ago now. And I've been going to political meetings for a very long time. I cannot remember ever being at a meeting that was so conscious of the need for security. And a women's meeting to talk about these issues. And we needed security that I don't recall ever seeing. That tells you what it's like for a woman who wants to express the views that are put in these amendments that I have mentioned today. The scale of the challenge, the silencing, the chilling is real. Now, it's not that real for me. I'm old. But it is real for younger people who feel that they can't freely express their views. And I think Adam Tompkins, with respect, is offering hope, but no guarantees. And I'll finish on this final point, on Amendment 11B. This amendment provides a clear point of reference in the face of the law for those taking part in debates on sex and gender identity. It puts beyond doubt that certain things should not be treated as being abusive or threatening under the law based simply on their content. Those things are asserting or advancing or rejecting any proposition which follows from the view that sex is physical, binary characteristic that cannot be changed, that the terms woman, man and related terms refer to sex as such a characteristic, and that a person's sex may be relevant to that person's experience or relevant to other persons. You have had a briefing about this amendment from the Equality Network, and it calls this an unnecessary laundry list. What are we women like with our laundry lists? An unnecessary laundry list of matters relating specifically to transgender identity that, quote, includes propositions that fundamentally undermine trans people's long-established rights. A list of approved statements that include attacks on the fundamental rights of one group of people that says that trans people's rights are open season for attack. That is the interpretation of the Equality Network of what other people would regard as an entirely reasonable, legal, logical, sensible thing to say. That there are two sexes. That we are entitled to say that is described as a fundamental attack on the rights of one group of people. Well, I say sex is a physical, binary characteristic that cannot be changed. The terms woman and man refer to sex as such a characteristic, and a person's sex may be relevant to that person's experience or relevant to other persons. Colleagues, we have a choice. Give women the protection they need to talk about their reality, in ordinary words, safely. Or to endorse the view that just talking about this reality and what it means to them, in their own words, is of itself some form of attack, something to be condemned. I know what my choice is. It is the one that will let me leave this Parliament, knowing that I fought right to the end for women's rights, including the most basic right of all, the right to for women to name these in their own terms. And I urge people to support the amendments in my name, and particularly to support the amendment in Joan McAlpine's name.
Thank you very much, Ms Lamont. I'm going to call Sandra White to be followed by Neil Bibby. Sandra White.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to touch on Amendments 1, 34 and 11, basically. And I must say, I think the speeches from Jan Lamont and Joan McAlpine are absolutely excellent, and freedom of expression is for everyone, and this is a very, very important part of this particular bill. I also was a bit concerned in regards to judicial, going to court, etc. But having listened to the contributions from particularly Adam Tompkins in Amendment 1, I feel that the Amendment 1 which he has put forward actually, covers most of the issues which I had a bit of concern about. And I do thank Adam Tompkins for both of these amendments, and also Amendment 11 and others from the Cabinet Secretary, which I'm going to support all of them, and Adam Tompkins' amendments. But just two wee questions, basically. Will these amendments in this bill cover the fact that if you happen to either communicate or say something about a government in another country, would this cover you actually not being a hate crime? That's the first one I want to ask in that respect. It's very important to me because I look internationally, not just to Scotland also. The other issue I wanted to raise, and perhaps the Cabinet Secretary could answer this particular question, when we're talking about this bill and it's going to go through, and others have raised this, about people knowing about the bill, can I ask, or can I suggest, I'm sure it'll be in the bill, if we're going through with this bill, and particularly freedom of expression, we need to ensure that Police Scotland is trained and they're told about this and how they approach it. I think also the Crown Office and the Procurator Fiscal Office has to be trained and educated towards that. And then, most importantly, the general public have to be educated into what exactly this bill means, in particular the freedom of expression. So I'll leave it at that, just to see if they cover the one I asked and the two questions I asked. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms White. Can I call Neil Bibby to be followed by John Finney?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There has been widespread concern and debate around the potential effects of Part 2 of this bill on freedom of speech. It's important that whilst there are strong protections against hate crime in this bill, that there is clarity around what sort of speech is protected. We welcome amendments that seek to provide this clarity and also to provide further reference on the face of the bill to existing protections around freedom of speech afforded by the ECHR, particularly Article 10. We support Amendment 11 from the Government, which provides for a general freedom of expression clause that discussion or criticism of any of the protected characteristics is not in and of itself to be taken as threatening or abusive. It's important that there's a general provision rather than specific clauses aimed at specific groups other than religion, which is a slightly different clause, but one which is widely accepted. We also support the technical and consequential amendments in the name of Hamza Yusuf, which replace existing freedom of expression clauses and clarify the language on the bill. Importantly, we also support Amendment 1 from Adam Tompkins and consequential Amendment 34, which provides further clarity on rights under Article 10 of the ECHR and reminds police and the courts that in the enforcement of these provisions, due regard must be had for these rights. The rights under the ECHR are well established and well understood by the courts and apply to information or ideas that offend, shock or disturb. I welcome the clarity this amendment provides, and it is important that Parliament supports its passing. In our support for Amendment 11, I noted that we believe that there should be a general freedom of expression provision. In general, it is bad law for legislation to be so prescriptive in what is allowed, as any text cannot cover every eventuality. We believe that the general provisions such as Amendment 1 better protect freedom of expression rather than the non-exhaustive list which may only be relevant in the context of current political debate and so cannot support Amendment 11B or 11E. We accept that there will be deeply held but contested views regarding some of the characteristics protected under the bill. However, we're not certain that this will be the case for all, for example, age and disability, and for that reason we cannot support 11C. Finally, we will support 11G in the name of Joan McAlpine and 11D and 11F from Jonathan Lamont. While these amendments may not strictly be necessary, especially should Amendment 1 and 11 pass, we believe that they will provide additional clarity and reassurance on the face of the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr Bibby. Can I call John Finney to be followed by Jenny Mara? John Finney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking Adam Tompkins? I'm a member of the Justice Committee, and Mr Tompkins gave a very accurate resume of the progress, yes, progress that's been made with the bill. And I'm sure they'll confirm with me that absolutely no one was in touch to say they're not in favour of freedom of expression. And he rightly identifies that there's fear being stoked about this issue. And I'd maybe ask some of his colleagues to reflect any role they may have played in that stoking. What we do have is a threshold with a high bar, and that's been enhanced as we've gone along. And I have to say that perhaps I have more confidence in police judgment on dealing with reported incidents, and indeed the Crown Office Procurator Fiscal's approach to prosecution in relation to them than maybe some of my colleagues. I want to say that it's disappointing that the everyday operation of our legislator, the ongoing talks between parties and the government to resolve issues, was characterised by some as being sinister. The convener and the Cabinet Secretary are to be commended for this work in this area. There was extensive consultation, additional evidence that was taken. The Scottish Greens are happy to support Mr Tompkins' Amendment 1 and 34 for the additional assurance it will provide. And the important phrase that the Court will have regard to the provisions therein. Likewise, the Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 11, with the very product of that engagement I referred to, gives clear reassurance that legitimate comment, criticism and debate would not fall foul of the offence, including opposition to the proposed forms of the gender recognition law. The purpose of freedom of expression is to provide reassurance, to avoid self-censorship of legitimate free speech. But of course, it's not carve a hole in the stirring up offence. And should Amendments 11 and 1 pass that, and that will cover all discussion or criticism of any matters relating to any of the characteristics. Amendment 11B seeks to add an additional, I'll call it, list of matters relating specifically transgender identity. Now, a previous speaker quoted, but wasn't it a complete quote, so let me add in an important word, including provisions fundamentally undermining transgender people's long-standing convention right to be legally recognised in their transition gender. Gender recognition has enabled trans women to be legally recognised as women for all purposes since 2004, and that recognition has been in place for much longer in many areas, including obtaining a passport, driving licence, medical records, etc. Of course, people should be free to discuss or criticise this fundamental human right without being criminalised, unless, of course, that's done in an objectively threatening or abusive way and intended to stir up hatred. And Amendment 11 already provides that reassurance. As the Equality Network said, but to add into legislation a list of approved statements that include attacks on the fundamental rights of one group of people is wrong, and I fully agree with them. Thank you, President Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Finney. Now, before we move on, apologies for interrupting the flow of this group, but we're again up against the time limits that have been set for this debate. So just to explain what's going to happen, normally you can only allow an extra 30 minutes within a debate or the timelines, so we're going to have to suspend standing orders and then ask for another 30 minutes. So can I ask, first of all, point of order, Mr Finlay.
I wonder if you could advise us of timings. For some of us who are not allowed to stay over, then we have to ensure that public transport is running and trains are on a limited timetable. So if we're going to stay over, if we're going to stay late, that's absolutely fine. We just need to know very early so we can arrange for accommodation or something.
We're not at that stage at all, Mr Findlay. Just the first vote before we started off discussion this evening, this afternoon, was a vote setting the timetable for the bill and the for discussion of the Stage 3 amendments. And that foresaw us finishing around about 7 o'clock, with then a debate following, which would finish around 8 o'clock. Now, we're running roughly 45 minutes behind, but we've extended for half an hour. I'm just going to ask the Minister for Parliamentary Business if we can extend for another half hour. But I'm also going to implore members to try and curtail their remarks a little bit so we can catch up. But I recognise this is a very important debate, so I want to allow time for it. So may I, first of all, begin by asking the Minister for Parliamentary Business, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to propose suspending the last sentence of Rule 9.8.5a, Would the Minister move such a motion?
I move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So the question is that we suspend the last sentence of Rule 9.8.5a. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. And now, under the Rule 9. The amended Rule 9.8.5a, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the next time limit is extended by a further 30 minutes. Will the Minister move such a motion?
Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So I'm moving. The question is that we extend the time limit by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you very much. Point of order, Liz Smith.
Thank you. Presiding Officer, can we seek some guidance about timings? This is one of the best debates that I've heard in this Parliament, and I think it's very important that people are allowed to have their say on what are obviously very important issues. And therefore, I think I can foresee several extensions of time. I just wonder if you could give us some guidance about what you think the finish time will be for today.
Very difficult to say. I would suggest that the group that we're on now is perhaps one of the most contentious, that others may not be quite as robustly debated. However, we will see. What I would suggest is that, like you, Ms Smith, I recognise not just the need, but the necessity of debating these matters properly and fully and allowing members the chance to express themselves on the floor of the chamber. I'm just asking that members try to do so concisely if they can. So I'm not asking them to not speak, just to try to do so concisely. Joanne Lamont.
On a point of order, as someone who's perhaps one of the culprits, is it possible for the presiding officer to take soundings about moving the debate post stage 3 amendments to later to tomorrow, or to a point that parties could be agreeable? And that would mean we'd be able to concentrate on these amendments without feeling that the last bit is either going to be rushed or it's keeping people back who clearly appreciate that people have caring responsibilities and so on.
I recognise that point of order. Can I just say, first of all, I have already taken soundings on that very issue. The soundings came back that members at that stage, the business managers, were not minded to move. However, things change as the evening progresses. So I think we will take soundings again on that issue. Can I just stress again, these technical matters about process, do not let them get in the way of the debate. It's very important that members have the confidence to be able to express themselves and feel able to express themselves and feel satisfied with the nature of the debate. And certainly, as far as I'm concerned, that is what's happening at the moment. So if we can move back on to the debate itself, can I call Jenny Mara to be followed by Patrick Harvey. Jenny Mara.
I'm glad you said that, Presiding Officer, because I'm quite keen to try and express myself as fully as I feel is necessary. Amendment 1 in the name of Adam Tompkins, I think, is helpful, but in my view, it doesn't go far enough. I want to speak in support of the amendments tabled by my colleague Joanne Lamont. Presiding Officer, hate is now such a contested term, and I am worried that members of this Parliament are complacent about the atmosphere in which women are currently arguing that sex is something that continues to matter in shaping their experiences of the world. And I know this from my own experiences over the last 2 years, saying that sex matters. I was branded hateful online for questioning NHS Scotland policy, which stated that a baby's gender was assigned at birth. I know that not to be true, and that my son's own sex was clearly observed and recorded at birth. But for that branded to be hateful is perhaps an example of the atmosphere that we are operating in. Now, the campaign group Women's Place UK, who submitted written evidence on the bill at stage 1, told us about the violent threats and protests they have faced at almost all of their 27 public meetings, including a bomb threat. I was at the meeting that Joanne Lamont talked about, and many other of my colleagues in the chamber were as well, and never have I felt the intimidation at over 25 years now of going to political meetings that I did then. That was at Edinburgh University. And just yesterday, the Edinburgh University student newspaper reported that transphobic stickers had been found on campus. Now, these stickers included one that said, do you believe that male-sexed people should have the right to undress and shower in a communal changing room with teenage girls? Now, when similar stickers were found on campus previously, an activist group encouraged people to report them to the police. The university principal was reported to have said the perpetrators would be traced via CCTV footage, and he reported stickers to the police. Now, Adam Tompkins, in his contribution, told us that the test is that the person shows they were being reasonable in the circumstances. I would ask him both about the sticker posters and the Edinburgh University principal. Were they being reasonable in the circumstances? Presiding officer, I don't think the Tompkins amendment is clear enough. Professor Tompkins knows as well as I do that over the years the courts have been biased towards women. And indeed, there was a book written about this and draws on Scottish examples by Helena Kennedy, the very person who is heading up the working group. We know that they have been biased over years. And it was just about 2 years ago that a dental student in Scotland got off with sexually abusing a young girl because the male sheriff said it would be harmful to his dental career to have this crime against his name. The bias is apparent. So I would ask Professor Tompkins, does his amendment not require the more specific detail that Joanne Lamont has provided? And indeed his contribution in the Group 2 debate, saying that more specifics are required in the legislation, would suggest that perhaps he does. Presiding officer, I would draw my remarks to a close by saying that in an atmosphere like this, anything short of a provision which puts beyond doubt that basic statements about sex are not of themselves abusive under the bill will leave women exposed to unpredictable judgments by frontline police officers and the courts. And before that, maybe even their employers. The only safe option for women will be constant self-censorship, which will be an invisible corrosive effect and antithetical to healthy democratic debate. The Parliament should not be so complacent about setting up such a situation. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms Mara. Can I call Patrick Harvey to be followed by Elaine Smith? Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd draw members' attention to my entry in the register of members' interests, which shows I'm a member and supporter of a number of equality groups, which for decades have fought not only for my human rights, but for the human rights of many others. I certainly don't intend to ask to speak in all of the groups today, but I do feel the need to contribute on this group, especially given the extraordinary personal comments made about me earlier. We all know that legislation we pass in this Parliament cannot breach ECHR. If it attempts to do so, it can be struck down by the courts. And we know that a stirring up hatred offence has been in operation for decades without having been found to breach freedom of expression rights. But not everybody knows that this protection exists, and if there is a need for reassurance in the bill, without undermining the operation of the offence, as agreed through cross-party discussions leading to Amendment 11, then so be it. But some members have instead sought, either directly or tacitly, to have this bill endorse behaviour which is prejudiced, even if it isn't within the scope of the offence. We've already seen attempts to secure explicit legal protection in this bill for practices like dead naming and misgendering. While it may be possible for such expressions to be made in ways which do not meet the tests of this offence, nobody should be in any doubt that they very frequently form the basis of abuse directed against trans people in our society. And now, among other troubling amendments, Amendment 11B seeks specific legal protection, not for all views on a contentious topic, but solely for the expression of three beliefs which, taken together, represent a position which is incompatible with the Gender Recognition Act in any form, an act which has been in place for over 15 years, precisely because its absence was ruled a breach of trans people's human rights. Though some people seem unwilling to even acknowledge the existence of transphobia and even seek to defend its proponents, recent years have seen the growth of an extraordinary wave of hostility to trans people in politics and in the media, and promises made to them by all 5 parties here in this Parliament have been broken. Attacks against their equality and human rights and their access to healthcare are routine, as are attempts to claim that everyone supporting trans equality is a misogynist. And of course, I'm not just referring here to the spurious and absurd allegations made against me, because it also ignores the fact that so many of Scotland's women's and feminist organisations are intersectional and trans-inclusive, rejecting the idea that trans people's rights and women's rights are in conflict. I've even seen well-respected organisations like Rape Crisis Scotland and Glasgow Women's Library denounced as misogynist simply because they don't discriminate against women who are trans. All of this is, of course, deeply harmful to trans people, and it would be made far worse if Parliament today passed amendments seeming to legitimise such attacks against them. But we should also be clear about the deeper threat. There are anti-trans campaigners openly working with religious far-right organisations from the US, which in turn are open about their strategic goal of using trans equality as a wedge issue to fragment the equalities movement. At least one such organisation is already active in Scotland and has been quoted approvingly by members of this Parliament. Let's not kid ourselves that if they succeed in opposing trans people's equality and human rights, that they will be satisfied with that. Their next target may be sex education, or equality in family law, or HIV drugs on the NHS, or abortion rights. You don't need to look far to find anti-trans activists arguing against all of these things. I was elected to this Parliament in 2003 in the wake of the defeat of the appallingly hostile and prejudiced campaign to prevent repeal of Section 2A. That issue was a test case, and since then, this Parliament has never once voted directly to oppose the equality and human rights of Scotland's queer communities, though there have been some close calls. It's dismaying to see amendments today which would end that proud track record. Presiding Officer, I hope Parliament will reject the hostile amendments in this group, which are designed not to improve the treatment of hate crime in our society, but to further an agenda of fragmenting the equalities movement. Because whether in the remaining days of this Parliament or in the years ahead for the next, that is an agenda which doesn't only threaten trans people. Ultimately, it will threaten any and every marginalised group whose rights have been won by solidarity and are opposed by those seeking to fragment us against one another. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Harvey. Can I call Elaine Smith to be followed by Liam MacArthur?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, I think we're quite clear now about Mr Harvey's views and motivations. Can I just read out, I wasn't going to do this, I had remarks I wanted to make, but I'm just going to read out the tweet from about last week's International Women's Day debate. The tweet said, "Oh, there's a vicious bit of transphobia in the International Women's Day 2021 debate. Thanks, Joanne." The reply from Mr Harvey said, "I'm sorry to say we can expect more of that when it comes to stage 3 of the hate crime bill." Now, I would ask anybody in this chamber to look at those International Women's Day speeches last week and to tell me where the transphobia was in any of those speeches. Presiding Officer, I'm rising to support amendments in the name of Joanne Lamont and Joan McAlpine. I will also be supporting Amendment 1 in Adam Tompkins' name. There are many grassroots women's groups, some religious bodies and many constituents who have expressed concern to me about the freedom of expression, and they are concerned that the government's amendments do not go far enough to protect free speech. Women are particularly concerned by the amendments by the government will not be enough to prevent the chilling effect on women's ability to discuss and debate their rights. And we are seeing it played out. We're seeing it played out just now. If anybody wants to go onto Twitter and see what people are saying about me, about Joanne Lamont, then I think you'll find there are some chilling effects already. Those rights that we want to discuss, the rights that exist in law, they're protected for good reason, and they're based on the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. I have to say, Presiding Officer, that I am now extremely careful with what I say around rights that I have taken for granted in the past. I cannot believe that this is what women are facing in 21st century Scotland, to be silenced from speaking about rights that are protected by the law and self-censoring, as Jenny Mara said. It really is shocking. And I am personally conscious that any reference to sex-based rights, sex discrimination and sexism, and not gender, sex discrimination, will immediately attract accusations that I am being hateful or transphobic. My carefully drafted factual speech, much of it based on my own lived experience as a woman for the International Women's Day debate last week, was attacked in that way. And as I've said, we see attacks right now all over Twitter. Therefore, I will be supporting amendments in this section by Joanne Lamont and Joan McAlpine to give clarity to those like the police who have to interpret this legislation later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I call Liam MacArthur?
Thank you very much. Presiding Officer, before turning to my remarks, I would, I think, echo the comments from Liz Smith earlier on. I think the contributions we've heard in relation to this grouping have probably been shocking and disturbing and offensive to some. But I think everything that has been said needed to be said in the context of this debate. And I think Joanne Lamont spoke very passionately from her perspective on this issue, and that's a voice that needed to be heard in this debate. Likewise, Patrick Harvey. I think, while I cannot necessarily support Joanne Lamont's amendments, I very much thank her for pursuing this through stage 2 and stage 3 of the scrutiny of this bill, and indeed providing colleagues with very detailed and cogently argued evidence to support those amendments. Can I also thank Adam Tompkins for the way in which he initiated the debate on this grouping. I think it's the way in which he stewarded the scrutiny of this process within the committee. He laid claim to having helped and secure the reasonableness test. I may lay claim to having pushed the Cabinet Secretary towards making the stirring up offences intent only on the back of the debate we had in September, but I would certainly agree with them that even in combination those two changes were insufficient, which is why we are back here at stage 3 considering the amendments we are. And this goes to the very crux of the debate around this bill. The Justice Committee has faced a fairly remarkable challenge in how to strike an appropriate balance between, on the one hand, protecting those who may be vulnerable to hate speech, and on the other, our fundamental right to freedom of expression. That right is not unfettered, of course, but nor should it be unduly constrained by a requirement to be either polite or respectful. In the words of Lord Justice Sedley, the unofficial patron saint of the hate crime bill, so frequently has he been prayed in aid, freedom to speak only inoffensively is not worth having. Striking the appropriate balance by turning intention and aspiration into black letter law has, though, proved enormously challenging. Stage 2 saw various amendments lodged, each seeking to provide protections in relation to speech and debate around various protected characteristics. None, however, was entirely satisfactory. My own attempt adopted a broader catch-all rather than applying different thresholds for different characteristics. This approach if not the precise wording, seemed to attract majority support and has formed, I think, the basis of the amendment brought forward here by the Cabinet Secretary this afternoon. Amendment 11 offers reassurance around the freedom of expression for each of the new characteristics added under the bill. It avoids singling out and reflects the fact that freedom of expression is a general right that should apply across all subjects. The exception, of course, relates to religion, reflecting the pretty much universal support the committee heard from representatives of faith groups, the Humanist Society and other key stakeholders for the bill to go further in this particular area. And I think this can be justified in making a distinction between, for example, the right to ridicule and express hostility towards ideas and beliefs in a way that would be more problematic when directed towards an individual's identity, and others have reflected in particular in relation to disability. Amendments 13 and 14, which remove sections 11 and 12, are therefore also, I think, sensible and to be welcomed. Nothing here, though, requires anyone to subscribe to any particular belief or express themselves in ways that suggest that they do, which I would hope helps address the point in Joanne Lamont's Amendment 11D. Nor do any of the provisions in this bill cut across an individual's rights under ECHR. But I do accept, as Adam Tompkins set out, that Amendment 11 on its own is insufficient. In that sense, I very much welcome Amendment 1, which does make explicit reference to ECHR. Importantly, it would put on the face of the bill the general principle that the right of freedom of expression applies to, quote, the expression of information or ideas that offend, shock or disturb. And I think, as Adam Tompkins suggested, this perhaps renders Joan McAlpine's amendment redundant. My sense, too, is that it would meet with Lord Sedley's approval. Finally, Presiding Officer, while I'm nervous about regulating powers Joanne Lamont seeks to introduce under Amendment 11E, there is no doubt that there's merit in the argument that future parliaments will need to keep these issues under review. Post-legislative scrutiny is still something we do far too rarely in this building. This bill is perhaps an obvious example of where I think it could usefully and sensibly be deployed. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr MacArthur. And could I call on Adam Tompkins to wind up in this group?
Well, I'll try, Presiding Officer, but this is a hell of a debate to try and respond to and to wind up. It's been an extraordinary and outstanding debate. As everybody here knows, Presiding Officer, I'm shortly to leave this Parliament. I'm not seeking re-election, and I've had my criticisms of things that have been going on in this place in the last few weeks, and I have no doubt expressed myself sometimes in a manner that has offended and shocked and disturbed others. But I think the treatment of this bill and indeed this debate this afternoon has shown the Scottish Parliament at its best, which is not to say at all that I agree with everything that has been said. I want to start with something that Patrick Harvey said. He said that he found aspects of Joanne Lamont's Amendment 11B troubling. And I have to say I am deeply troubled by that remark, because there should be nothing troubling about an amendment. It's not my amendment, but there should be nothing troubling about an amendment that simply seeks to set out what speech in the context of the debate around transgender identity is lawful, is acceptable, even if it upsets people, and what speech is not. Arguing even robustly that sex is a physical binary characteristic that cannot be changed is not a hate crime under this legislation, and there should be no doubt about that. Saying that the terms woman or man and related terms refer to sex as such a characteristic is not a hate crime under this legislation, and there should be no doubt about that either. I will give way.
John Mason.
I thank the member for giving way on that point. Whichever side of the argument one is on, is it not going into too much detail in the legislation to have that kind of thing in the legislation?
Adam Tompkins.
Yes, I think it is, which is why that's not my amendment. I'm talking, but I have to say, Presiding Officer, as I leave this place, I am troubled that members of this Parliament are themselves troubled by amendments which seem to me innocent, such as the amendments put in this debate by Joanne Lamont. But to answer Mr Mason's question, yeah, I don't think we need to go there if we accept the amendment in the Cabinet Secretary's name and the Amendment 1 in my name. And can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his support for Amendment 1, and also thank Joan McAlpine, Sandra White, Neil Bibby and Elaine Smith for voicing their support for Amendment 1, and more broadly than that, thank John Finney and Liam MacArthur for their kind words, not just about that specific amendment, but about my role in the making of this legislation more generally. Presiding Officer, at the beginning of the Justice Committee's debates about freedom of speech and the hate crime bill, the Cabinet Secretary came to give evidence, and he said that he recognised that he needed to do two things, or rather Parliament, we need to do two things about freedom of speech in this bill. We need to broaden the protection of free speech, and we need to deepen the protection of free speech. His amendment, Amendment 11, broadens it, and my amendment, Amendment 1, deepens it. And the combination of those two amendments working together, and there's no conflict between them, will achieve that aim of broadening and deepening the protection of free speech. Now, Joan McAlpine, Joanne Lamont, Jenny Mara and others, Elaine Smith, voiced sincere and deep concern about whether even that combination of amendments goes far enough. Joanne Lamont said that my amendment offers hope but no guarantees. Joan McAlpine said that good laws should not be made by crossing our fingers, and I absolutely agree. It's not often I agree with Joan McAlpine, but I absolutely agree with her on that point. I think I would agree with Joanne Lamont that my amendment does not offer guarantees, because I would say that I don't think you can. I think what you can do when you make criminal law is you can offer clarity. And my concern about the hate crime bill from the beginning has been to guard against vagueness and to offer clarity as a solution to that, and to guard against overbreadth and to narrow the scope of the offences as a solution to that. And I think that, as Neil Bibby said in his remarks in this debate, I'll give away in 1 second, as Neil Bibby said in his remarks in this debate, this combination of amendments does deliver that clarity which we absolutely need in our criminal law. Happy to give way.
John Lamond.
I would say respectfully that women who have faced this may feel more strongly the need for more than your perception of what clarity is. We heard the speech there from one of our colleagues who made very clear that literally what I had put in the amendment was hate speech. So what assurance and clarity can you give to me and the women who want to express their views in this regard that this will not be something where we'll end up be reported as a hate crime? That's the evidence in front of you. What is said there is hateful. What consequence comes from that for us? What clarity have we got in that regard?
In that member's subjective opinion, it's hateful. That doesn't make it a hate crime. It doesn't make it criminal. Any of us can throw around accusations or allegations of transphobia or any other kind of phobia, but it doesn't make it criminal. In order to be criminal, if these two amendments are accepted, the Cabinet Secretary has to be objective. It has to be what a reasonable person would deem to be not merely hateful, not merely transphobic, not merely offensive, but threatening or abusive. There's nothing threatening or abusive in anything that anyone has said here. It would have to be intended to stir up hatred, and the Crown would have to prove that on corroborated evidence. It would have to be unreasonable in the circumstances, and if you accept my Amendment 1 as well, it would have to be proven to be speech which is more than merely offensive, shocking or disturbing. So I think that if you take all of these things in the round, right, no one of them offers the guarantee or the clarity that you're looking for. But taken in the round, I do believe that they do. Can I just close by agreeing with somebody else that I have in my time here? Rarely, 1 second. Can I just, let me take the intervention.
Iain McCarthy.
Can I thank Adam Tompkins for taking the intervention? I think just responding to his exchange there with Joanne Lamont, I think part of the problem that we've wrestled with throughout this is the risk and the threat of people bringing complaints. And frankly, there doesn't seem to be any way of writing into law something that is going to avoid that risk arising. But this is perhaps better directed to the Justice Secretary than you as convener of the Justice Committee. But is there anything that can be done to provide some assurance about the way in which the police would respond to complaints that are made in part of this debate, but there will be other debates, no doubt, in the future?
Absolutely, that was the point I was going to close on, and it was the point that was addressed actually by somebody else who spoke very powerfully in this debate, with whom I don't always agree, and that was Sandra White. And she said that so much of the answer to this is going to depend on police training. If the police are appropriately trained as to exactly what the parameters are of criminality that we are setting down in here, I believe that that needs to happen not only with regard to speech, but also with regard to privacy, but I'm not going to reopen that debate just now, Presiding Officer. Then I think we will get a long way there. If I'm permitted, yes.
Joanne Lamont.
I just want to make the point there is one way of making it clear in law that it's entirely reasonable for anybody in here to say, make these points, is to put them into the law. And the only reason I'm asking for them to be put into the law is because precisely folk have complained that it's hate speech. And frankly, it's not a comfort for me to know that I'm going to have a good case when I get to the court. I would quite like to be told I'm allowed to say that without danger of being reported to the police at all.
Adam Tompkins.
Well, there are two things. The other alternative, of course, is to do what Neil Findlay suggested, which is the same as what Liam Kerr suggested all the way back in September, and take this bill off the table. If this bill is not fit for purpose, don't vote for it. We all have a choice, whether it's tonight, Presiding Officer, or tomorrow, to vote for or against this bill at stage 3. If you think this bill is not fit for purpose, don't vote for it and invite the next Scottish Parliament, which will soon be elected, to revisit the issues in the light of all of the debate that we've been having. We've been trying to put forward that proposition now for some months, but we haven't yet had any support from anybody in other parties. But, Presiding Officer, what do I have to do now? Press Amendment 1, I think. I press Amendment 1.
A successful conclusion, Mr Tompkins. Thank you. Unanimity is broken out. The question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 5 in the name of Adam Tompkins? This was debated with Amendment 32. Adam Tompkins to move.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. So we're going to move to a division. This is on Amendment 5 in the name of Adam Tompkins. It'll be a 1-minute division on Amendment 5. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Could I call Colin Beattie to make a point of order? Colin Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Beattie.
Presiding Officer, I was unable to access the system. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Beattie. You'd have voted no. I'll make sure that's added to the tally. Thank you. Can I now call Gil Patterson for a point of order?
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. I was unable to access the app. I'm still struggling to do it right now, but I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Patterson. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's also added to the tally.
Thank you.
Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 5 in the name of Adam Tompkins is yes 53. Oh, beg your pardon. Thank you, colleagues. The result of the vote on Amendment 5 in the name of Adam Tompkins is yes 53, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 2, also in the name of Adam Tompkins to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved, thank you. Can I call Amendment 3, Adam Tompkins to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved, thank you. Can I call Amendment 6 in the name of Liam Kerr? This was debated earlier. Liam Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 6. This will be a 1-minute division. 1 minute on Amendment 6 in the name of Liam Kerr. That vote is closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Can I call Gil Patterson to make a point of order? Gil Patterson.
Presiding Officer, I'm afraid I was unable to tune in again, so I would have voted no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Patterson. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added. You would have voted no. Rachel Hamilton to make a point of order. Rachel Hamilton. Ms Hamilton?
Hello?
Yes, Ms Hamilton, we can see you now.
On Amendment 6, Presiding Officer, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Hamilton. You would have voted yes. I'll make sure that's added to the voter tally. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. The result of the vote on Amendment 6 in the name of Liam Kerr is yes 30. No 91. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 7 in the name of Liam Kerr? Liam Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved, thank you. Can I call Amendment 8, Liam Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved, thank you. Can I call Amendment 9 in the name of Liam Kerr?
Not moved.
Not moved, thank you. Can I call Amendment 10 in the name of Liam Kerr?
Not moved.
Not moved, thank you very much. Can I call Amendment 11 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary to move.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 11 be agreed to. Sorry. I have to take the amendments to 11 first, sorry. Can I call Amendment 11G in the name of Joan McAlpine? Joan McAlpine to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 11G be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. This is on Amendment 11G in the name of Joan McAlpine. A 1-minute division. Amendment 11G. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Can I call Gill Patterson to make a point of order?
Sorry about this, Presiding Officer. I was unable to vote again and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Patterson. You would have voted no. I'll make sure your vote is added. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 11G in the name of Joan McAlpine is yes 51, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 11B in the name of Joanne Lamont? Joanne Lamont to move?
Moved.
Thank you. That is moved. The question is that amendment 11B be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. This is a 1-minute division on 11B in the name of Joanne Lamont. 1 minute on 11B. That vote is closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Gill Patterson to make a point of order. Gill Patterson.
I wasn't able to vote, Presiding Officer, and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Patterson. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added. Thank you, colleagues. The result of the vote on Amendment 11B in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 36, no 84. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 11C? Joanne Lamont to move or not move?
Moved.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 11C be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 11C in the name of Joanne Lamont. A 1-minute division on Amendment 11C. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Gil Pattison, point of order.
Was unable to vote yet again, presiding officer. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Pattison. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added. And Mike Rumbles, to make a point of order. Mike Rumbles.
Presiding officer, my app seems to have frozen again, and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Rumbles. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added as well. Thank you. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 11C in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 34, no 86. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 11D in the name of Joanne Lamont? This was debated earlier. Joanne Lamont.
Moved.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 11D be agreed. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 11D. A 1-minute division. Amendment 11D in the name of Joanne Lamont. Thank you. The vote is now closed. Can I call Rachel Hamilton to make a point of order? Rachel Hamilton.
Signing officer, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Hamilton. You would have voted yes.
Yes, presiding.
Yeah, I got that. Thank you very much. I will make sure that's added. You voted yes. Did anyone else not vote? Gil Pattison. Gil Pattison, point of order.
I'm afraid I couldn't vote again. Presiding officer, I would have voted no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Pattison. That was a no vote. That will be added. Thank you.
Point of order, presiding officer.
One second. Point of order, Jackie Bailey.
Thank you very much, presiding officer. My vote hasn't registered and I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. We'll make sure that's added. Thank you. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 11D in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 52, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 11E? Joanne Lamont to move.
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call Amendment 11F in the name of Joanne Lamont?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 11F be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. Or not agreed? We'll move to a 1 minute division on Amendment 11F in the name of Joanne Lamont. Amendment 11F. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you weren't able to vote.
Point of order, Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Point of order, Maurice Corrie. Just to confirm, you would have voted yes, Mr Corrie.
Voted yes, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Corrie. Gil Patterson to make a point of order.
Yet again, Presiding Officer, I would have voted no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Patterson. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added. The result of the vote on Amendment 11F in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 52, no 69. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I'm now going to call or ask the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 11. It's been unamended, so just Amendment 11.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 11 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Question is that Amendment... Sorry, can I call Amendment 13 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 13 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 14? Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 14 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 14. This is a 1 minute division. Amendment 14 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 14 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary is yes 93, no 29. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call Amendment 34? This is in the name of Adam Tompkins. Adam Tompkins to move. Or move. No? Has moved. The question is that Amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 15 in the name of Liam Kerr. Liam Kerr to move.
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 16 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 16 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 17 in the name of Joanne Lamont? Joanne Lamont to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 17 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 17 in the name of Joanne Lamont. A 1 minute division. Thank you. That vote is closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. The result of the vote on amendment number 17 in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 51, no 69. There were no votes against. There were 67. Beg pardon. The result of the vote on amendment 17 in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 51, no 67. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Now, colleagues, we've just reached the end of the voting in that particular group. I'm going to have a short suspension. This evening, the good news is, or I don't know if it's good news, but business managers have agreed that we're going to postpone the debate today till another date, probably tomorrow. However, there are still 4 groups of amendments to get through, so I'd like to consult with either the business managers or if any of the main participants in the debate want to just come down to the well of the chamber in a few seconds, we'll discuss what progress to make or otherwise. We still have to have decision time tonight. There are a number of important votes taking place, so decision time is still to take place. So can I just suspend for, well, let's say at least 5 minutes, and then we'll summon members back to the chamber. So 5-minute suspension. Pressing back on. Thank you, colleagues. We are now back in session. If members want to take their places, we're going to resume business. And as we do, I'll just update members on where we are. Business managers have agreed to postpone the debate on the bill until tomorrow. However, we think we can make progress through the remaining 4 groups. It's slightly difficult to time this exactly, but we think we'll be able to get through and then have decision time all before 9 o'clock. That's what we're hoping. And there will be a pause between the end of the voting on amendments and decision. There'll be a 5-minute pause to make sure that members, because decision time is now quite delayed. So we're going to proceed with Group 4. This is on the characteristic of sexual orientation. Can I call Amendment 35 in the name of Joanne Lamont, grouped with Amendments 36, 39 and 40. Joanne Lamont to move Amendment 35 and speak to all the amendments in the group.
Thank you very much. And I move Amendment 35 in my name. Can I just repeat, for the absence of doubt, that Patrick Herr was concerned there was an extraordinary personal attack on him. I literally quoted his own words and said I reserved his right to say whatever he wished to say so. And also in the context of this legislation, it's important to know he's quite right. This Parliament has a proud record of moving on issues around LGBT issues. And I recall that when Section 2A was debated in this Parliament, there were amongst those who fought hardest for it some very brave women, including Wendy Alexander, who was pilloried for her troubles. So the idea that the group of women I represent are funded by the alt-right or conservative American groups is ludicrous. I respect anyone who disagrees with me, but the idea I'm funded by, or the women I speak for are funded by some mysterious deep state conservative group couldn't be further from the point. However, to the Amendment 35 and 36 amend 2 of the 3 definitions in subsection 15.6, which defines sexual orientation. They amend the bill where it describes those who are not exclusively same-sex attracted in subsections B and C as a different sex. This would become the other sex. Amendments 39 and 40 are consequential and make the same change in the proposed new section on police recording. The effect of these amendments is to put beyond doubt that the legislation is based on the understanding that there are only 2 sexes. When I raised this issue at stage 2, the Cabinet Secretary argued that the term different sex is needed in order to be inclusive of non-binary persons, and that argument concerns me, although of course it's essential in our legislation that we are respectful and inclusive. Section 14.7 of the bill itself provides that non-binary is a transgender identity, not a sex. These amendments therefore make sure that we do not legislate in a way which confuses sex and gender identity. And as we have debated in this chamber before, and it's a distinction that the Cabinet Secretary and many other of his Cabinet colleagues make, that they recognise that we ought not to conflate the terms gender and sex, and he has been clear that he does not want to do that. So I was surprised with the Cabinet Secretary's argument at stage 2, and I hope on this occasion to hear that the official understanding of sex in Scotland remains that female and male are the only ones we have.
Thank you very much. And there's no other members wish to speak. Pardon, there are online, beg pardon. Can I call John Finney, first of all? John Finney, to be followed by Neil Bibby.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. The existing bill language, and that is persons of a different sex, is consistent with the other Scottish legislation over the past decade, including the equal marriage legislation and the equal civil partnership legislation. Now, Presiding Officer, as I said at stage 2, I was a member of what was then the Equal Opportunities Committee that scrutinised that legislation. And I don't recall that the issue was a feature in what many will recall was a very rigorous debate that took place then. Changing the language would be inconsistent in that case. And I'm particularly concerned about unintended consequences, and I'm going to relay the information that the Equality Network have shared with members about this. When they say it is likely also to mean that the statutory aggravation could not be applied where a sexual orientation hate crime was committed against a person because they are in a relationship with a non-binary person. That is, because their partner is presumed to be neither of the same sex nor of the other sex to them, but of a different sex. It's important to bear in mind what matters for the application of the statutory aggravation. It's the motivation of the attacker and what the attacker presumes the sexual orientation of the victim is. The actual identity or legal sex of the victim or matter or their partner is not relevant. Non-binary people are explicitly included in the transgender identity characteristic in the bill, and it is inconsistent and important that the relationships, I beg your pardon, are also included in the sexual orientation characteristic. I hope colleagues will resist the amendment from Ms Lamont. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Finney. Can I call Neil Bibby?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 35, 36, 39 and 40 in this room aim to alter the definition of sexual orientation within this bill. I know members of the Justice Committee discussed these at stage 2, and as John Finney said, the language currently included in the bill, which refers to persons of a different sex, is in line with other Scottish legislation, such as the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Act 2014 and the Civil Partnership Scotland Act 2020. Like others, I understand the concerns raised about the need for consistency with other Scottish legislation. As John Finney also said, there have been concerns raised that these amendments could also lead to unintended legal consequences, where some people could find themselves losing protections afforded by this bill through a narrow changing in wording. It could potentially lead to a situation where a victim who is in a relationship with a non-binary person who identifies as being neither male nor female would not be caught under this proposed new definition. It's important that this bill provides clarity on who is covered by it and what obligations it is placing on people's speech, and by changing the wording as these amendments propose, we may unfortunately lose that clarity.
Thank you very much, Mr Bibby. And can I call the Cabinet Secretary?
Presiding Officer, I can be equally as brief, and I agree and associate myself with the comments of both Neil Bibby and John Finney. That is not to dismiss the concerns that Joanne Lamont has raised, but our two arguments have always been those of precedent and inclusivity. And precedent is already, the point has been made in Scottish legislation passed by this Parliament, voted for, in fact, by Joanne Lamont. We have used the term that is used in this bill, different sex, and the reason we have done so is to be more inclusive. The term has done no harm in legislation, and it will do no harm. And that is not just my view, but the view of those who support equality in terms of our stakeholders, Equality Network and Stonewall Scotland. So while not dismissing the points made by Joanne Lamont, we believe this is the most inclusive term, which includes non-binary people.
Thank you very much. And can I call Joanne Lamont to wind up in this section?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Of course, we wish to be inclusive. Who would not want to be inclusive? But it's clear in the legislation that non-binary people are a transgender identity. It's not a sex. If we want to have a debate in Parliament about whether there are two sexes or not, we should have that debate. I am aware that it's a live debate in parts of our community, that people believe that sex is on a spectrum. They believe that sex is assigned at birth and not observed. These are entirely legitimate things for people to argue. But if we're going to have that debate, have it, and we'll have a vote on it, and we'll be clear. But what is happening here is we're creating the impression that there are more than two sexes without having the debate of whether there are or not. So there's language creep in this legislation when it talks about a different sex. That means there's more than two. We know that. And yet we know that non-binary people themselves regard themselves as having a transgender identity, which should be respected. Now, the case of a person being targeted for having a preference for non-binary sexual partners specifically has been raised. Section 1.5 of the bill already covers this. It provides that an aggravator applies when any person is targeted for offending because of their association with any person with any protected characteristic. Any offending they suffer would be recorded as being motivated by prejudice against transgender identity, and that would be right. We therefore do not need to confuse sex and gender identity to provide for any such case. And I repeat the point that we do not want to conflate these two terms. And the language I have used is consistent with the Equality Act, but actually since stage 2, in order to try to be helpful, I said the other rather than what the actual legislation Equality Act says, which is the opposite sex. But the same point remains. The fundamental question about whether we think there are two sexes or sex is a spectrum is something we have to decide. You don't decide it by putting in through a bit of legislation, which then is referred to later. And I do think that actually the Minister could have settled this point for me if he would simply say that there are two sexes. Because if he's uncomfortable with saying there are only two sexes...
John Mason.
I thank the member for giving way, and I do very much agree with her fundamental argument there are only two sexes, but I just wonder if this is the best legislation to put it in, or we should do it somewhere else.
Well, I think I made that point, which I think if you think sex is on a spectrum, bring legislation forward and we can vote on it. But what is happening currently is that language is imported into legislation without that discussion in order, because it's reasonable and it's sensible and all the rest, it's imported into legislation, and then you discover that the argument is made. You have already conceded the argument that it's a spectrum because, look, it's in this legislation. And non-binary people themselves, as I emphasised, it's a transgender identity for which we have to respect. And I make the point, if a government minister in Parliament is not comfortable saying there are two sexes, how does he expect a high school biology teacher to feel safe doing so? What about a teacher of modern studies trying to help a class explore the issues here? Now, this comes back to this point about the confusion of sex and gender identity. And in that confusion, some of this argument around transphobia and hatred emerges. And I think, as Adam Tompkins said earlier, the law should be clear. It shouldn't be signalling, it should be clear. And if we want to make that decision, we should have it. Because, of course, as the law stands now, there are two sexes, but people find themselves caught up in reports to police because they say that. And that's why the matter is clear. So we should make law clear and not set ambiguous precedents. The language used here should not put beyond doubt that as a Parliament we understand that there are only two sexes. And it's on that basis I would urge people to support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Ms Lamont. So we're going to move to the question. The question is that Amendment 35 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. This will be a 1-minute division on Amendment 35 in the name of Joanne Lamont. 1-minute division on Amendment 35. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Point of order, Joanne Lamont.
I was unable to vote and I would have voted yes. Carried away.
Thank you very much, Ms Lamont. I'll make sure that your vote is recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 35 in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 34, no 85. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 36, Joanne Lamont, to move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. were not agreed. We'll move to a 1 minute division on Amendment 36. Amendment 36 in the name of Joanne Lamont. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Yes, Ms Lamont?
To vote, and I would have voted yes.
Thank you very much. That will be added to the register. The result of the vote on amendment number 36 in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 34, no 84. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 5. This is on the characteristic of transgender identity. Can I call Amendment 37 in the name of Joanne Lamont? And this is grouped with Amendment 41. Joanne Lamont to move the Amendment 37 and speak to both amendments.
So is this Group 5?
This is Group 5, characteristic of transgender identity, Amendment number 37.
Okay. This amendment, group amendment, seeks to deal with groups that are covered by the characteristic of transgender identity in subsection 15.7. It removes subsection D and so removes cross-dressers from the scope of the bill. Amendment 41 is a consequential which removes the same group from the data collection provision. Section 58, subsections A to C, which cover female to male and male to female transgender people and those who are non-binary, are unaffected. The amendment would have the limited effect of removing people who occasionally cross-dress from the list of those covered by an aggravator based on prejudice and from the new stirring up offence. The existing criminal law protects everyone against attack. The question today is only which of the groups where we want to send a message, as some have put it, that hatred is especially serious and damaging. And I regret that earlier I was unable to persuade colleagues to use this bill to recognise the hatred, overwhelming scale of hatred experienced by women based on their sex. The bill also excludes hatred of those living in poverty, even though Bracadale acknowledged clear evidence of verbal abuse, harassment and physical assaults, particularly against homeless people. The bill excludes also groups such as goths, emos and punks, even though there is evidence, again, of these groups being targeted for serious offending, including at least one case of murder. While women, homeless people and goths have been rejected, even in the face of evidence that they are targeted for offending based on prejudice, the Scottish Government has recently confirmed that it holds no evidence that cross-dressers experience this. That's despite their inclusion in the 2009 Act having enabled the collection of data for over a decade. When the Minister said that the Equality Network had provided examples of this group being targeted for hate crime, it turned out that what he meant was entirely theoretical examples. Now, some arguments have been put forward for including this group to avoid leaving a loophole, and I will come back to these arguments in my closing comments. But in my strong view, the only reason to include any group in this legislation is because we accept it is merited in its own terms. It is not a commentary on the crime or the person of whom the crime is perpetrated against. We are making judgments here about who is included and who is not. So we should therefore be clear who the provision covers. The Cabinet Secretary has talked about, quote, a man who is not a trans woman but wears a dress for a drag performance. The Equality Network has brought up the example of a man dressing up for a night out at the Rocky Horror Show, and also of men who cross-dress for what they term, quote, emotional need. When women would be likely to be recognised as cross-dressers is obviously much less clear. In the letter I sent colleagues, I mentioned that when the existing legislation was introduced, the issue was at no point discussed, but I was prompted by hearing the Cabinet Secretary's arguments at stage 2, and I should like us to have now the proper debate we did not have in 2009. And that is, why do we believe hatred towards occasional cross-dressers should be covered in this bill, but not hatred towards all the other groups I have mentioned, but most especially women? And I should like to hear colleagues' answers to that.
Thank you, colleagues. Can I call Can I call John Finney to be followed by Neil Bibby? John Finney.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. And as has been said, this is in the section characteristic of transgender identity. And Amendments 37 and 41 would remove protection for crimes targeted at cross-dressing people. Remove from protection from people, these protections from people that have been in place for 10 years in existing hate crime. Now, the mover of the motion said that they would return to the example that was given. Well, I hope they do. I hope they do, because here's one of the manifestations that it could result from this. And I'm not bothered how frequently. If one person is made vulnerable, then that's one person too many. To remove existing provisions is ridiculous, simply ridiculous. So here's the example. A person accused of a transgender identity aggravated crime could use the excuse, my motivation was that I disliked that person because I thought they were a cross-dresser. I didn't know they were a trans woman or a trans man. So I'd be very keen to hear the response to that. This bill is about consolidation and enhancement, not about removing existing protections. And once again, this is a deeply disappointing amendment. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Finney. Can I call Neil Bibby?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 37 and 41 seek to remove people who cross-dress from the definition of the protected characteristic of transgender identity under this bill. Whilst it is true that a person who cross-dresses will not be trans simply because they are cross-dressing, their status and protection, as John Finney said, has been included in hate crime legislation for the past decade. I understand it is included because by removing such a language and protections from the bill, you create a potential loophole which weakens protections for all those who suffer hate crime as a result of their transgender identity. It's important that in legislation the aggravation applies based on the presumption of the offender that they presume the person to be part of the group covered by the protected characteristic, and it is that which drove their ill will and malice towards the victim. By removing people who cross-dress, we could potentially and unfortunately introduce a potential defence that their offending against a trans person was based on their presumption that they were cross-dressing and not that they were trans, and if that belief was accepted by the court, then an aggravation could no longer be applied. Whilst I understand the points that have been raised, ultimately it is important to ensure that we do not leave any potential loopholes in this legislation, as could happen with Amendments 37 and 41.
Thank you, Mr Bibby. And can I call on the Cabinet Secretary?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. These amendments, as Joanne Lamont has said, seek to remove people who cross-dress from the definition of transgender identity. I associate myself again with the remarks of both John Finney and Neil Bibby. In my view, these amendments would limit the protections provided within the bill and remove protections already provided within the existing definition of transgender identity within the offences Aggravation by Prejudice Scotland Act 2009. While ensuring existing protection is not lost, which is a very important point indeed, people who cross-dress are also included in the bill because they experience hate crime. And as noted by the Equality Network, and John Finney made this point, I thought, well, the amendment could create a loophole which would undermine the protection for trans men and trans women. They are concerned that a person accused of a hate crime in relation to transgender identity could use the excuse that my motivation was that I disliked the person because I thought they were a cross-dresser, not because they were a trans woman or a trans man. It's yes.
Elaine Smith.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I'm really just rather puzzled about this, to be perfectly honest, and I'm hoping that the Cabinet Secretary can maybe enlighten me. So we include cross-dressers in the bill. We don't include women in the bill. So what happens? Is there a loophole then if a trans woman, if someone says, but I didn't know they were a trans woman, I thought they were a woman? Is that a loophole?
Cabinet Secretary.
So actually, the reverse could also be true. So a woman who was born a woman and then they were the subject of transphobic hate, then of course a transphobia aggravator could be applied, because it is the motivation that is the prejudice that is motivating that hatred. That is how an aggravator works. It has always worked in that way. If I can give you a more simple example, I can see Elaine Smith is saying that she doesn't understand. If somebody of my colour of skin with a, well, if she wants to intervene.
Point of order, Elaine Smith.
I don't appreciate anyone in this chamber telling me that I don't understand something. What I wish to know is clarity on this, not that I don't understand. I want to know the clarity, and I don't wish to be patronised. Thank you.
I'm certainly not intending to patronise Elaine Smith. I thought she said, I don't understand, so then I was responding to say, let me provide another example. The way an aggravator works is that it is motivated. It depends on the motivation of the prejudice. So again, for example, you may have seen the written submission by the Sikh community, Sikhs in Scotland. They said Sikhs are often targeted for Islamophobic hate. Now, Sikhs are not Muslim, but they are often the targets of Islamophobic hate. So therefore, if women are targeted by transphobic hate, then yes, they would be covered by a transphobia aggravator. That is the way aggravators tend to work. It's important to stress that cross-dressing in the bill is not its own characteristic in the way that it has been perhaps portrayed. Rather, it is included as the much wider definition of transgender identity. This takes into account the way that people can be targeted for transphobic hate crime due to how they present in public, irrespective of their personal sense of gender identity. As I keep saying, an offence committed against someone that is aggravated by a prejudice towards cross-dressing and proved as such would be recorded as an offence aggravated by prejudice against transgender identity. So, to me, therefore, it's clear that prejudice can be based on the fact a person cross-dresses, man or woman, and not just because they are trans or based on the presumption that they are trans. So, therefore, it's essential that we keep cross-dressing within that definition. I think the use of up-to-date and inclusive language is an important overall objective. We are modernising the hate crime bill, and therefore, if we lost any protection, so the protection that is currently afforded to cross-dressing people as per the 2009 Act, if we were to lose that or dilute that or weaken that, then we couldn't possibly be consolidating or modernising the hate crime bill. Can I also just take a little bit of exception from some of the members here who continue to say that women are not protected by this bill? In doing so, you completely ignore the intersectionality that exists in our society. We know that there is a gendered element to hate crime. We know, for example, that female Muslims are more likely to be subject to religious prejudice than a male Muslim. We know the same is true for black women, or women with a disability, or lesbian women, and many, many more. Women are protected by the bill if they are targets of hatred in relation to characteristics they may have or perceived to have had. And this highlights the complexity of misogyny and the need for more detailed consideration, as we've already said in previous amendments, by the working group chaired by Baroness Helena Kennedy. However, to suggest women are not protected at all is to dismiss much of the hatred many of them are subject to. And I'm certain that's not what Joanne Lamont or others are meaning, but I do think it's important to put that point of intersectionality on the record. So anyway, I would therefore ask members to reject amendments 37 and 41.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. And could I call on Joanne Lamont to wind up in this section?
Thank you very much. Who knew? It was helpful of you to explain to me that women of different groups suffer hate. One thing they've got in common is that they're women. And I hear what John Finney says about how hurtful it would be to remove cross-dressers, and we can't have one person excluded. He literally voted today to exclude women from this bill, despite the fact that we know that women of all races, of all classes, of all disabilities or none, suffer crime of hatred simply because they are women. Taking that out and then have the audacity to give me a lecture about being less than considerate about people who are cross-dressers. Now, be clear, I respect people who have the transgender identity, and the bill seeks to protect them. Nobody believed that a cross-dresser who does it as a hobby, as a lifestyle, as a pattern of emotional need would ever be perceived in the same category as transgender people who we have heard the challenges and difficulties that they face and the right that they have to respect and the right that they have to healthcare and all the rest of it. Frankly, it's to trivialise a serious debate. I know you think I'm trivialising this. I am highlighting an issue here that offers more protection to somebody who dresses as a woman in his spare time than it does to women. That cannot be right. And it says there is an issue, and my own colleague Neil Bibby makes this point, that there is a loophole here. If a cross-dressing man is mistaken for a trans woman, the aggravator will only apply under section 1.5, which makes the offender's presumption the relevant factor. But of course, if the cross-dresser is mistaken for a woman, it's not an offence. And your concern about the loophole, if a trans woman and the person committing the hatred against them has been mistaken for a woman, they don't have that protection. So the loophole exists whether the cross-dresser is there or not, and the loophole exists because you've turned your face against including women in this bill until such time as a working group gets to reflect on what we all already know. And I must make this point in conclusion. I am all in favour, seriously, but trying to understand how we can protect people through this legislation. But the reason, in my view, why the term cross-dresser has been brought in is not because people here have any issue around transgender and the recognition of all those challenges. It's because there are some folk inside the trans activist community who have what's called a trans umbrella, which includes cross-dressers. Now, we need to decide, do we think that somebody who cross-dresses for leisure time is the same grouping as we're talking about in terms of the lives of trans people? I don't think most people do. And in fact, if that point is made to people, very often the trans people themselves react against it because they regard it as an offensive term. The problem we have here is we're affording a greater protection to a group who themselves describe it as something in for their leisure time or for emotional need or whatever it would be, and are not saying that they themselves are trans. And I, for the life of me, cannot understand why we've ended up in this place. It does reflect the problem. If you're concerned about the loophole, then you should have included women in the legislation, and we would not have that problem, because there is already an issue that trans women may not have the protection they might have expected if the charge is, I thought you were a woman and not a trans woman. That is the problem we've got here. And it will take more than a working group to undo the damage that's been done today by the exclusion of women from hate crime legislation.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to the question. The question is that Amendment 37 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We're going to move to a vote in that case. The question is that Amendment 37 be agreed to. This is a vote, a 1-minute division on Amendment 37 in the name of Joanne Lamond. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Point of order, Paul Felix.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Unfortunately, my page didn't reload and I was unable to vote, and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr. Felix. Would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added. The result of the vote on amendment number 37 in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 34, no 85. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendments 18, 19 and 20, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, and invite the Cabinet Secretary to move on block?
Move to on block.
Does any member object if I put the question on these three amendments on block? No. Okay, so the question is that amendments 18, 19 and 20 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 21, Joanne Lamont, to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 21 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed, so we'll move to a vote. This is a 1-minute division on amendment 21. This was debated in Group 1. A 1-minute division, amendment 21, in the name of Joanne Lamont. That vote is now closed. Any member who was not able to vote, let me know. Edward Mountain, point of order.
I wasn't able to connect to the voting. I wasn't able to connect to the voting app, presiding officer, and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr. Mountain. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added. Point of order, Fergus Ewing. Fergus Ewing would have voted no. Thank you very much, Mr. Ewing. And Daniel Johnson. Point of order, Daniel Johnson.
Presiding officer, the voting app wouldn't, on amendment 21, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. You would have voted yes. I'll make sure that's added as well. The result of the vote on amendment number 21 in the name of Joanne Lamont is yes 24, no 95. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 22? This is in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. We're going to move now to Group 6. This is on reports relating to hate crime. Can I call Amendment 23 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 24, 25, 12, 27, 28 and 29. Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 23 and speak to all the amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll speak to Amendments 12, 23 to 25 and 27 to 29 in my name. I recognise the value of data and evidence on hate crime in Scotland needs to be improved. It is not good enough to give us the detail and granular detail of data that we need to understand how pervasive hate crime is here in Scotland. In response to calls from a number of stakeholders, but particularly BMIS Scotland, I brought forward an amendment at stage 2 requiring Police Scotland to publish disaggregated data on police-recorded hate crime on an annual basis. This will provide vital information at the very earliest stage in the justice system on what groups are being targeted alongside key information about victims and indeed perpetrators. We know that underreporting of hate crime is a real problem. That's a key issue that must be tackled. Having the data and evidence to inform our response will frankly be invaluable. My amendments 27 to 29 place a duty on Scottish ministers to publish the reports and for the Chief Constable to provide the information to Scottish ministers. This will allow flexibility in terms of how these reports are published and would allow, for example, one publication on both police-recorded hate crime and conviction to be brought together in the future if it was deemed appropriate. That brings me on to Amendment 12. This seeks to ensure that disaggregated data on convictions is published by Scottish ministers on an annual basis. It places a duty on the Scottish ministers to consider the information available and to take reasonable steps to obtain that information and include it in an annual report. Members will recall that amendments seeking to achieve a similar outcome were brought forward at stage 2 by Dean Lockhart. And while I supported the intention behind these amendments, there were some technical issues and I committed to work with Dean Lockhart between stage 2 and 3. And I thank the Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service have told us that their systems cannot record the data in the way that we need them to do in terms of disaggregation. The amendment therefore is drafted to ensure a degree of flexibility and doesn't place any restriction on how this information will be provided to Scottish ministers to include in a report. For example, it may come from systems that Police Scotland maintain on behalf of Justice Partners, and I'm delighted that COPFS, SCTS and Police Scotland have committed to work together and with us to determine how best to ensure Scottish ministers are provided with the relevant disaggregated data that we need in the future. So I'd like to thank them for the valuable engagement to date. Amendments 23 to 25 ensure that the enabling power to add sex to the bill can also be used to make provision related to the publication of both police-reported data and convictions data in relation to the targeting of the characteristic of sex, should this be added to the hate crime legislative framework in the future. If that were to be the case, I want to ensure that we also require to publish data about convictions as well as data on police-recorded crime where victims were targeted because of their sex. Amendment 24 in particular is a technical amendment which better aligns the enabling power with the provisions on police-recorded crime and convictions data. It amends is to be included in reports to may require to be included in reports. This is simply because the information may not always be available at this level of detail for every recorded crime or conviction. If sex were to be added in the future, these amendments would enable the regulations to specify the information relating to the characteristics of sex, which is required to be included in a report on police-recorded hate crime where it is available. These amendments are important as they will provide vital information on what groups are being targeted, information about the age, sex, ethnicity, national origin of the victims and perpetrators, and further information on convictions. Underreporting of hate crime is a key issue and must be tackled. Having the data available and the evidence to inform our responses will be key to ensuring it is effective and provide the necessary support for victims. And I move Amendment 23 in my name.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Can I call Pauline McNeill to be followed by Joanne Lamont?
Thank you very much. I'd asked to speak in this section because I just wanted to hear the Minister's rationale, particularly in Amendment 24, for removing the phrase where it says the information relating to the characteristic of sex which is to be included in reports. So that would change it to may be included in reports. Of course, I do agree with the Minister that one of the benefits over the many years that we've had an aggravation to a substantial offence in law is that by doing that, we have been able to collect better statistics on crime. And so the publication of police reports, I think, is essential for that and breaking down that information. It was giving me the impression that you might be diluting any requirement to collect statistics on the basis of sex. I just would like you to confirm that, Cabinet Secretary, if you could, when you reply to that, because I think it is essential wherever we get to the point of if there's to be a new law or an inclusion of sex as an aggravation. I want to be clear that the statistics should be collated on the basis of sex. And of course, not just because of my perspective about violence against women, but of course, young men, for example, are often the victim of crimes for which there's no aggravator necessarily. So I think it's important to recognise that. I would have preferred if the language was that, because the Minister's saying where required, so or where that information is available. I would have preferred wording that said that where the information is not available, it should be required to be published, rather than seems a bit looser to remove the word which is quite definite to say is to be included, to say maybe. And I think it would be useful if we could be clear on what circumstances that this information would be included in any future report. And I'm sure, I'm hoping, Cabinet Secretary, you can reassure me on the purpose of what you are attempting to do here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms McNeill. And can I call Joanne Lamond?
Yeah, just to follow on from the points that Polly McNeill made, the Cabinet Secretary has just said that basically we will start gathering this information if the sex aggregator is included. And yet earlier he explained very clearly to me that women did suffer hate crime in a whole range of ways, whether disabled women, Muslim women or whatever. And in fact it is true, as has already been said, that groups representing Muslim women made the point that it's actually important to record those crimes against Muslims on the basis of sex, because it tells you something quite clear about the nature of the ghastly form of Islamophobia. And I certainly don't need to lecture the Cabinet Secretary on this, that women are seen as being very visible targets and, for abuse. So I can't for the life of me work out why he is not going to record the sex of the person who's a victim of a hate crime, even if at this moment the protected characteristic of sex is not there, because it is really important to understand the way in which hate crime expresses itself. So I've made the point about Muslim women. It may be the same for disabled women. We don't know. But I can't for the life of me work out why we're now diluting something in a bill that obviously we've got concerns about, but this seems to be diluting it further and putting back further again our ability to understand exactly the experience of women facing hate crime.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, to conclude.
If I can, I simply make the point that the provisions and the duties placed upon Scottish ministers, they do require us, or will require us, to report on the sex of the victim and the perpetrator, as well as I mentioned in my remarks, and hopefully this gives Polly McNeill some level of comfort. The only reason for the change in the language is simply because all the information that we would like to publish may not actually be available, and therefore if we put a duty on ourselves that it had to be required and that data wasn't available, we'd technically be in breach of that duty. So this gives us a little bit more flexibility. Yes, of course.
Joanne Lamond.
In fact, in law, we were asking for this information be collated, make it more likely that the information would be collated. Does that not drive the information that you could gather, rather than saying, well, it might not be possible to make it available, but in fact it works in the other direction?
Cabinet Secretary.
Nobody's saying there isn't a duty, so there is a duty on ministers to publish that information. That is why Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service, Police Scotland, etc. will update their systems, because that duty is placed upon us. And just to clarify, police will record, because I may have misheard Ms Lamont, but police will record the sex of a victim where it is known and include that in the report. This information was included in the deep dive that we published last month, I think it was. So hopefully that gives some degree of comfort, I would hope, to both Polly McNeill and Joanne Lamont. This is not an attempt to wriggle out of any duty or water down any duty. It is simply ensuring that we have a little bit of flexibility, just in case the information we're looking to get, we cannot get straight away, but certainly we commit, as the deep dive did, and I'm happy to send that to any member, the deep dive in hate crime did last month, is go into real detail about the sex of the victims and perpetrators where it was known. So I hope that gives some element of comfort.
Thank you very much. So we're going to go straight to the question. The question is that Amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 24, Cabinet Secretary, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. No, we're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 24. Members may cast their votes now. It's a 1-minute division. 1 minute on Amendment 24 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. A 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you weren't able to vote. And I call Gordon Lyndhurst to make a point of order. Gordon Lyndhurst.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm afraid I tried to vote, but for some reason my voting app didn't work. I would have voted no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Lyndhurst. You would have voted no. I'll make sure that's added. The result of that vote on Amendment 24 in the name of Hamza Youssef is yes 70, no 49. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call Amendment 25, Cabinet Secretary, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 26 in the name of Joanne Lamont? Joanne Lamont to move or not move? That is not moved. We're turning now to Group 7, our last group, on the characteristic of age. Can I call Amendment 38 in the name of Margaret Mitchell, and this is grouped with Amendment 41. Margaret Mitchell to move Amendment 38 and speak to both amendments.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. During the scrutiny of the bill, there's been significant discussion about the inclusion of age as a characteristic and the issue of vulnerability. At stage 1, the Crown and Procurator Fiscal Service, in its evidence, stated that prosecutorial experience is that there are relatively few cases of age hostility. And the Justice Committee concluded that the approach to this issue should be one based on vulnerability and not age. This is the view I support and set out in probing amendments at stage 2. But we are where we are, and it is now the case that the Cabinet Secretary's view has prevailed, and that under the bill, age-related offences will be prosecuted on the basis of prejudice. In recognition of this, Amendment 38 provides that in considering whether an offence has been committed under sections 1 to 3 of the bill, regard must be given to the vulnerability of the victim, including consideration of whether the victim is a child or an older person. The amendment is therefore drafted to recognise that both young and older people can be the victims of age-related crime. Here, legitimate concerns have been raised about how our criminal justice system responds to cases involving children and elderly, and the treatment of young people and elderly as victims and witnesses. By providing that regard must be given to the vulnerability of the victim, it is hoped the special measures afforded to both victims and witnesses under the Vulnerable Witness Scotland Acts of 2004 and 2014 could also be available to victims and witnesses under sections 1 to 3 of the Hate Crime Bill. This includes, for example, the ability to record their evidence as soon as possible after the alleged offence has been committed and when the details are fresh in their mind. Furthermore, this recorded account would then be provided as evidence, without the victim having to appear at any hearings or court case, which could be many months or even years later. Or crucially, having to continually repeat their account of what happened many times to different people and becoming frustrated, and in some cases, where the victim is elderly, becoming even more unsure of themselves and confused. Finally, Presiding Officer, Amendment 42, supported by Age Scotland, places a duty on ministers to raise awareness of the inclusion of age as a characteristic under the bill. This is to aid public understanding about the new age-related hate crime offence, and what this means in practice for victims, whether old or young. It also recognises legislation alone may help, but cannot guarantee change. A campaign would therefore also help address concerns expressed that other crimes against older people ought to be part of a wider awareness about the support that could be offered as suggested by the Law Society of Scotland, in terms of helplines, systems and guidelines to assist those who work with older people when reporting crimes. In effect, this would promote and highlight the advantages of a holistic approach to the work that is already being done under current strategies. On that basis, I hope the Cabinet Secretary will feel able to support both these amendments in my name, and I move Amendment 38.
Thank you very much, Ms Mitchell. Can I call on the Cabinet Secretary?
Presiding Officer, I will do my best to be brief. Having a 1.5-year-old that doesn't sleep, it is getting dangerously close to my bedtime, so I will try to be quick. Amendment... Thank you. That is more sympathy than my wife gives me, so thank you for that to the Chamber. Amendment 38, as Margaret Mitchell has said, would add a new section into the bill which would seem to impose a duty on, among others, the police, the Crown Office and the courts to have regard to the vulnerability of the victim when considering whether, for the purposes of Section 1 and 3 of the bill, an offence has been committed in relation to the characteristic of age. The amendments brought forward by Margaret Mitchell, I think, are in the category of being, I'm pleased that we're having the debate, but they're not ones that the government can support. And ultimately is because, while we have recognition of the fact that people can be targeted for their vulnerability, the hate crime bill is something quite different. I am absolutely committed to, and I've said this in the public record, exploring in the future the area of vulnerability under the criminal law. But what we cannot do is try to insert that in a hate crime bill, because fundamentally, Lord Brackadale agreed with this, that the vulnerability is not an offence that is motivated by hatred, and that is exactly what we're looking to do in a hate crime bill. Crimes motivated by seeking to take advantage of a person's actual or perceived vulnerability are not crimes motivated by prejudice, i.e. they're not essentially hate crimes. To include, for example, a new statutory aggravation for offences committed to take advantage of a person's actual vulnerability or even perceived vulnerability just would not fit within legislation, which is fundamentally about offences committed as a result of prejudice. The focus of the bill can be seen in its long title. The long title includes the wording, and I quote, "making provision about the aggravation of offences by prejudice." So having age as a characteristic within hate crime and considering separate criminal law reform in respect of vulnerability are, of course, not mutually exclusive, but vulnerability does not belong within the hate crime legislation. People, because of their age, may be targeted because somebody is motivated by hatred of the old or the elderly, or indeed of people who are younger, but being prejudiced by vulnerability is not a hate crime category in its own, on its own. Provision in Amendment 30, the provisions in Amendment 38 also apply for the purposes of Section 1 and Section 3, so that when considering whether an offence has been committed in relation to the characteristic of age, regard must be had to the vulnerability of the victim. The provision then provides that regard to an assessment of vulnerability includes whether the victim is under the age of 16 or indeed is an older person. Presiding Officer, there are no offences created under Section 1 of the bill. Section 1, as we know and have debated, provides for a number of statutory aggravations, including age, that can be added to the general offences. So there's no consideration of whether an offence has been committed under Section 1, and as such, the amendment itself is technically deficient. There are no offences under Section 1. The concept of stirring up hatred, it relates to groups associated with the characteristics who can be victimised as a result of the effect of stirring up hatred, but the offences in Section 3 are not offences against an individual victim. This amendment seems to require a specific individual victim of the offence for the amendment to make sense. So the amendment is technically deficient on that basis as well. So while I am committed to look at the area of vulnerability under the criminal law for the very practical policy reasons, but also the very clear technical deficiencies, I'd ask members not to support Amendment 38. Amendment 42 would place a duty on Scottish ministers to promote public awareness and understanding about offences under the bill related specifically to the characteristic of age. We are absolutely committed to raise awareness and promote the new protection the bill, hopefully, once it passes, will introduce. This will include marketing campaigns as well as updated guidance, educational tools and partnership with stakeholders. So I'm very supportive of the principle behind Amendment 42, but I don't think it's necessary or, frankly, advisable to place such a narrow duty on raising awareness for offences against one characteristic as opposed to all of the characteristics. Indeed, a more holistic approach will achieve the intention behind Ms Mitchell's amendment, as well as securing wider engagement once the bill is hopefully passed and commenced. So I would, while appreciating the intention behind Margaret Mitchell's amendments, I would encourage members to oppose 38 and 42.
Thank you very much. And can I ask Ms Mitchell if she wishes to wind up in this group?
Yeah, I've set out my arguments, Presiding Officer, given the lateness of the night and the amount we still to get through. I'm content to leave it at that and let members make up their own mind when we come to decision time.
Thank you very much, Ms Mitchell. So we'll go straight to the question. And the question is that Amendment 38 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We will move to a vote on Amendment 38. This will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 38, 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. The result of the vote on Amendment 38 in the name of Margaret Mitchell was yes 33, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendments 12, 27 and 28? These were all debated previously. Can I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move amendments en bloc?
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object if I put the questions on 12, 27 and 28 en bloc? No. No one does. So the question is that Amendments 12, 27 and 28 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 39? This is in the name of Joanne Lamont. This was debated with Amendment 35. Joanne Lamont to move or not move?
Moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 40? Joanne Lamont to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call Amendment 41?
Not moved.
That was also not moved. Can I call Amendment 29 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 29 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 42 in the name of Margaret Mitchell? Margaret Mitchell to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 42 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. These are part of our energy-saving measures. I think I'm sure the Parliament would approve. We're going to move to a vote on Amendment 42 in the name of Margaret Mitchell. So the question is that Amendment 42 be agreed to. Members may cast their votes now. This is a 1-minute division on Amendment 42 in the name of Margaret Mitchell. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you are not able to vote. The result of that vote on amendment number 42 in the name of Margaret Mitchell is yes 54, no 67. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 30 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call amendment 31 in the name of Liam Kerr? This was debated earlier. Liam Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you. And that ends consideration of amendments. Now, we've still got decision time to come. I've just got a few items to go through, and then there'll be a short suspension to make sure that everybody's here for decision time. First of all, as members will be aware, at this point in the proceedings, I'm required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of the Hate Crime and Public Order Bill relates to a protected subject matter, that is, whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, it does no such thing. Therefore, it does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. Now, I'm also minded to accept a motion without notice from the Cabinet Secretary, if possible, to move debate on the Hate Crime and Public Order Bill to a later day.
Moved, President Officer.
Thank you very much. So the question is that we move our debate on the Hate Crime and Public Order to a later day. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Thank you. We are agreed. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to suspend business just to make sure that, because we've still got decision time, we've still got a number of important votes. I want to make sure that everybody's here, given that it has been delayed. So I'm going to call decision time for 9:10. Is that too long? 8. Okay, I'm moving it to 9:08. Decision time is at 9:08. There'll be a 3-minute suspension to make sure that everybody is on board for 9:08. Thank you. Parliament is suspended. Don't enter it again if you've been voting. Thank you, colleagues. We are now back in session. So we've got a number of items to get through, even without the Hate Crime and Public Order Bill, a number of items to get through at decision time tonight. Before we turn to that, the first item is consideration of Legislative Consent Motion 24324 on Financial Services Bill. Could I ask Cabinet Secretary Hamza Youssef to move this motion?
Moved.
Thank you very much. The next item is consideration of Legislative Consent Motion 24323 on Counter-Terrorism and Sentencing Bill. Could I ask the Cabinet Secretary to move this motion too?
Moved.
Thank you. The next item is consideration of Business Motion 24339. This is on behalf of the Bureau. Could I ask Miles Briggs, this is a business programme, could I ask Miles Briggs on behalf of the Bureau to move this motion? Thank you very much. On this motion, does any member wish to contribute? No one does. Therefore, the question is that motion 24339 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. The next item is consideration of 7 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Could I call on Miles Briggs on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move motions 24341 to 24346 on approval of SSIs and 24347 on committee meeting times?
Formally moved.
Thank you very much. And the question on these will be put at decision time. And we now come to decision time. The first question this evening is that motion 24250, in the name of Miles Briggs, on a motion of no confidence be agreed. It is 24260. Can I thank Mr Richard Lyle very much for that? I need my glasses. I'm going to start again. The first question is that motion 24260, in the name of Miles Briggs, on a motion of no confidence be agreed. Are we all agreed? No! We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. This will be a 1-minute division on motion 24260. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. The result of the vote on motion 24260 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 57, no 65. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore not agreed. The next question is that motion... The next question is that motion 24321 in the name of Jean Freeman on the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill be agreed. Members should cast their votes now as this is legislation. This is a 1-minute vote on the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry Bill. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. The result of the vote on motion 24321 in the name of Jean Freeman is yes 122. There were no votes against, there were no abstentions. The motion is agreed and the University of St Andrews Degrees in Medicine and Dentistry is passed. The next question is that legislative consent motion 24324 in the name of Hamza Youssef on Financial Services Bill be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The next question is that legislative consent motion 24323 in the name of Hamza Youssef on Counter-Terrorism and Sentencing Bill be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I propose to ask a single question on 7 Parliamentary Bureau motions. Does any member object? The question is therefore that motions 24341 to 24347 in the name of Miles Briggs on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed, and that concludes decision time. Can I thank members for their forbearance? We will be back tomorrow for First Minister's questions at 12:30. Until then, can I thank you very much. That concludes business. I suspend the meeting.
What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it. What distinguishes